Chapter 1772. I'll take 90% and you'll take 10%. Little Devil King said to Yi Xian. All right. Yi Xian did not say much. After all, even 10% of the income from an 8th grade Devil King's mansion was enough for him to spend freely. Of course, Little Devil King and him coming to plunder this time was in disguise. Perhaps, even if the Shura sovereign racked his brains, he would never have thought that this 9th grade Devil King, who acted as he pleased in his territory, was actually his subordinate. Old man, wait until I break through to the Devil Emperor realm, then I'll replace you. Little Devil King thought to himself as he plundered the Shura sovereign's territory. A 9th grade Devil King was nothing to be afraid of. However, Little Devil King was not an ordinary 9th grade Devil King. His strength was even stronger than an ordinary Devil Emperor. Therefore, this was enough to cause panic in the Shura sovereign's territory. This time the plundering lasted for half a month. After half a month, the Shura sovereign's subordinates were only left with the 6 great heavenly kings. After half a month, Yi Xian broke through to the 1st grade celestial king realm, while Old Tree and the others broke through to the 5th grade celestial king realm. At this moment they were already qualified to challenge the Devil Emperors. However, Little Devil King was still a 9th grade Devil King. After all, he spent most of his time on the road. At this moment they were ready to march into the Shura sovereign territory. Due to the increase in his cultivation, Yi Xian did not need to rely on Chisu anymore. He could just wear the immortal ascension steps and cloud shoes. Previously, Chisu had beaten up Old Tree and the other two. Now that Old Tree and the other two had broken through to the 5th grade celestial king realm, they naturally wanted to get back at Chisu. Chisu, let's fight again. Old Tree could not help but say to Chisu while Yi Xian was on the road. Fine, let's test my true strength today. Chisu opened his eyes, full of fighting spirit. Although he had suffered a lot of beatings that day, Old Tree and the other two were unable to break through his defense. Therefore they were very frustrated. Today Chisu was prepared to go all out. In the planting space the two of them stood opposite each other. With the Old Tree's current strength he might be able to challenge Chisu alone, so he decided to go first. Netherworld Fire Clone. The Old Tree did not waste any time. With a flash, he appeared behind Little Demon and delivered a vicious punch to his back. Last time he was unable to break through its defenses. This time he had broken through 3 realms, so it should be enough, right? Chisu also understood the power of the punch. He had already condensed his origin fiend armor, so the Old Tree's punch failed to shatter it. What a strong defense. Old Tree raised his eyebrows. Of course. Don't forget that you're also a demonic cultivator. Chisu grinned. Not only was the origin devil armor powerful in defense, it could also reduce the damage of demonic cultivators. The Old Tree was also a devil cultivator, so his attack power was much weaker than before. Is that so? Then let's try this. Old Tree's eyes flickered. In the next moment, Wei Jintian transformed into the mystic god armor and put it on Old Tree's body. Immediately after, another Netherworld Fire clone attacked. As there was no direct contact, the origin devil armor's effect could not be unleashed this time. Moreover, the mystic god armor also increased the Old Tree's physique by a large amount. This punch directly cracked the origin devil armor. *CK. The little demon king of chaos was shocked. One had to know that he was a 9th grade demon king, and also had the origin devil body. The Old Tree was only a 5th grade demon king, but he actually cracked the origin devil armor that he was so proud of. Although it was only a small piece, it was enough to shock him. To be able to crack the origin devil armor meant that his life was threatened. Good fellow, let's fight with all our might. Little demon no longer held back. He immediately spread his demonic wings and attacked the Old Tree with all his might. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud noises reverberated in the planting space. A 9th grade demon king and a 5th grade demon king actually fought to a draw. Although the Old Tree did not have a bloodline like the heavenly loathsome fox or the origin devil body, after several advancements, his strength had increased to a very terrifying realm. It was not a problem for him to fight across 4 realms. If the Azura Ghost Lord was added, Little Demon would probably lose. However, at this moment Yi Xian's projection suddenly revealed a sly smile. Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Jintian, kill Chisu. Yi Xian's voice rang in the minds of the Old Tree trio. Hearing this, the Old Tree trio was shocked. Wasn't Chisu Yi Xian's good friend? Why did Yi Xian want to kill him? Yi Xian said to the Old Tree trio, "Tsk, I have a time reversal skill. I'll let you guys kill him and have fun." Time reversal? Hearing this, the Old Tree trio only felt incredulous. There was actually such a heaven-defying skill. However, since it was Yi Xian who said it, they would naturally obey unconditionally. Kill. The old tree and Azura Ghost Lord's eyes flickered as they went all out. Undying Battle Soul. Grasp of the Netherworld. Netherworld Soul-Shattering Strike. The old tree trio really used all their trump cards. At this moment, Little Demon King did not know that Yi Xian wanted to kill him and was still fighting to his heart's content. However, as time passed, he became a little tired. His origin devil battle armor was beaten to a pulp by the old tree, revealing his body. Wei Zhenqian Heavenly Judgment Stick. After hearing Yi Xian's order, Wei Zhenqian quickly left the old tree, turned into 9 streams of light, and attacked Little Demon King's back. What? Little Demon King was a little confused. His body trembled violently, but he could not block the 9 heavenly judgment sticks. Little Demon King's demon heart was pierced with a soft sound. His eyes widened as he looked at Yi Xian's projection and spat out a few words with difficulty. CK your grandmother? Little Demon King dead. Yi Xian looked at Little Demon King's corpse falling from the sky and could not help but curl his lips slightly. It seemed that he was still a little stronger. Alright, time reversal. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and directly used the once-a-day time reversal skill to return to the time before their battle. Chi Su, let's fight again. After time reversal, the old tree and the others seemed to have lost their memories and began to fight Little Demon King again. However, this time Yi Xian did not give the order to kill Chi Su, so he was the only one who knew about this. Yi Xian looked at Little Demon King who was fighting fiercely with the old tree and the others and could not help but sigh inwardly. Time reversal once a day and it can last for 8 days. As long as my clone and I don't die instantly in the mortal world, I won't die. Chapter 1773. A dead end was like entering a dangerous place. Everything was going smoothly at first, but after 10 days, one would realize that it was a bottomless pit with no way out. In this case, even if time was reversed to 8 days ago, it would be useless. Hence, Yi Xian would have to avoid such situations in the future. At most, he would have to start all over again. He would not fall into such a predicament. At this time, the battle in the planting space was also coming to an end. Although the origin demon body was very strong, the Little Demon King had only just succeeded in cultivating it. Other than refining the origin demon armor, he didn't have anything else, so his combat strength wasn't that strong. However, the original demon body was enough for him to do as he pleased in the devil world. After all, the devil world was full of demonic cultivators. Chi Su, how much longer do you need to break through to become a devil emperor? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Give me another 100 years. Chi Su replied. 100 years? Yi Xian heard this and could not help but squint slightly. He knew that the 100 years Chi Su was talking about was 100 years in the plant space. 100 years in the plant space was only 3 days in the outside world. However, when the Little Demon King came out of seclusion, he would most likely become a devil emperor. At that time he would seek revenge on the Shura sovereign and replace him. While the Little Demon King was in seclusion, Yi Xian used the immortal ascension steps to rush over. In less than 3 days he arrived at the Shura royal territory. This was the Shura sovereign's territory. At the same time it was also where he was. Ding. Host has broken through. Currently a 2nd grade immortal king. Ding. Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhenqian Yanming Ghost Lord have broken through. Currently a 6th grade immortal king. Not long after Yi Xian arrived at the Shura royal territory, he broke through again. However, the Little Demon King had not come out of seclusion yet. With my current strength, it is enough to destroy the Shura sovereign. Why don't I go first and capture the Shura sovereign alive and hand him over to the Little Demon King? Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not help but smile slightly. Shura sovereign might already be a 2nd stage devil emperor. However, this realm wasn't very high for the current old tree trio. It was only 5 realms higher than the old tree. However, for the Shura sovereign to be able to establish himself in the demon realm, he must have some tricks up his sleeve. Perhaps he was not as easy to deal with as they thought. Yi Xian immediately continued on his journey. However, he suddenly heard a system notification along the way. Ding. Host has triggered a random quest. Defeat the Shura sovereign and complete the reward, the Eye of the Shura, to evolve. The system prompted. Defeat the Shura sovereign. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. This quest wasn't bad. The reward for completing it was actually an evolution of the Eye of Azura. He wondered what would happen. Yi Xian immediately flew towards the Azura royal territory's Overlord Manor. In less than a day he arrived at the Lord Mansion of the Shura royal territory. Along the way he cut through all obstacles and killed all demonic cultivators. With his current realm, killing a devil emperor was not a problem. How could a mere devil king do anything to him? At this moment, the little devil king was still in seclusion and had yet to wake up. Since that was the case, Yi Xian was not going to hold back. Old tree, Azura Ghost Venerable, go. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. At the same time, Wei Zhenqian transformed into the mystic divine battle armor and put it on Yi Xian. Now that the mystic divine battle armor was kept, Yi Xian could use it whenever he wanted. Although he was only a second-stage immortal king, he could fight opponents who were 6 realms higher than him. After putting on the mystic divine battle armor, he could even fight opponents who were 7 realms higher. His strength was top-notch among the devil kings. Eye of the Azura. Old Tree took the lead and rushed into the Overlord Manor. Following that, Azura Ghost Venerable also activated his ultimate skill. As a 6th-grade immortal king, once he opened his Eye of Azura, anyone who was of the same cultivation level or lower would immediately die upon seeing it. In an instant, countless people died and were absorbed by the Eye of the Azura. Eye of the Azura, Azura Divine Light. A black light pillar suddenly shot out and instantly pierced through the chest of an 8th-stage Devil King. An 8th-stage Devil King's death aura was enough to fill up the Eye of the Azura. Azura Divine Light. Azura Divine Light. Azura Ghost Venerable began to use the Azura Divine Light crazily. No one could block this move, not even the 9th-stage Devil Kings. At this moment, Azura Ghost Venerable was like a machine wildly shooting. As for Old Tree, he was not idle either. He quickly appeared and started to reap the lives of those high-level Devil Kings. In the Azura Overlord Manor, there were continuous screams. Those who were lower than Azura Ghost Venerable were all revived and joined the battle. This place was like an eerie hell. However, at this moment, an aura suddenly descended and attracted the attention of Yi Xian and the rest. The Azura Sovereign was finally here. Who gave you the guts to behave so atrociously in my manor? A slightly old voice entered everyone's ears. It was obvious that these words were meant for Yi Xian and the others. Azura Sovereign, you came at the right time. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and directly used 4 slaughter seals to form 2 immortal extinguishing arrows. Go. The 2 immortal extinguishing arrows rapidly flew towards the Azura Sovereign's eyes. At the same time, Old Tree also quickly flashed away. This Azura Sovereign had indeed broken through to 2nd stage Devil King and was not weak. He was 5 stages higher than Old Tree, but so what? This time, Old Tree did not flash away to the Azura Sovereign but to Yi Xian's side. In the next moment, Wei Zhenqian donned the Mystic God armor on Old Tree. Kill? Old Tree did not say anything and directly attacked. A mere 6th-stage Devil King dares to find trouble with me? The Azura Sovereign lightly snorted and did not care at all. One should know that he was a 2nd-stage Devil King. Even a 9th-stage Devil King was like an ant in his eyes, let alone a 6th-stage Devil King. However, he was wrong and very wrong at that. After Old Tree donned the Mystic God armor, it was enough to shatter the little Demon King's origin demon armor. He was not afraid of the Azura Sovereign at all. What was a 2nd-stage Devil King? Bang! Old Tree's movements were very fast. With lightning speed, he smashed a fist on the Azura Sovereign's head and sent the latter flying. Pooh! The Azura Sovereign's nose was broken. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he quickly spread his devil wings to stabilize himself. At the same time, he looked at Old Tree in disbelief and said in shock, "How is this possible?" As a 2nd-stage Devil King, he was actually challenged by someone who was 5 stages higher than him. Furthermore, he was injured. What was wrong with this world? Why is it impossible? See if I don't tear off your wings and limbs. Chapter 1774. Bam. 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 In the air, a series of muffled sounds rang out as Old Shu and Shura Sovereign began to fight. As the lord of the Shura royal territory, the Shura Sovereign was extremely strong. At first, he was defeated by the Old Tree because of his carelessness. Now that he gave it his all, he was actually on par with the Old Tree. He was indeed capable. On the other side, the 6th-grade immortal King Shura Ghost Lord was wantonly blasting out the Shura Divine Light, almost killing all the high-level Demon Kings. Not only that, but Yi Xian was also using the Slaughter Seals to summon the immortal slaying puppets. The Slaughter Seals had evolved once. Originally, he could only use 2 Slaughter Seals to summon the immortal slaying puppets. Now he could use 2 more Slaughter Seals to summon the immortal slaying puppets. This way the immortal slaying puppets were extremely strong. Together with the Shura Ghost Lord, it was simply heaven-defying. Within a few seconds, 6 immortal slaying puppets with 4 seals appeared. They swept through the entire Lord's manor, killing all the Demon Kings without mercy. Haha, so many yin and yang rings. I don't have to split the spoils with that stingy little Demon King. Yi Xian stood in the air outside the Lord's manor, continuously using Super Devour to collect the yin and yang rings. If not for the restriction of the bewitched points, he would be at least a 6th grade demon king. However, the speed of his cultivation was already extremely fast. Previously, when he was in the mortal world, he had spent more than 10 years to break through to the immortal realm. Now that he had ascended to the immortal realm, he had already broken through from an ordinary immortal to an immortal king in less than 2 years. This was already heaven-defying to the point of angering both men and gods. Before Yi Xian could react, he suddenly heard a system notification. Ding, the host has completed the random mission. Reward, Shura change. Hearing this, Yi Xian quickly checked. Indeed, this skill belonged to the Shura Ghost Lord. Moreover, it was the skill of the Eye of the Shura, which was the same as the Shura Divine Light. However, he was sure that this Shura change was extremely strong. Since the random quest had been completed, it meant that the Shura Sovereign had been defeated. Thinking of this, Yi Xian quickly turned his head to take a look. He realized that the old tree had removed the Shura Sovereign's devil wings, and all 4 of his limbs were broken. It was a tragic sight. Who would have thought that this dog-like person would be the lord of the Shura royal territory? Super Devour. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly rushed over. After testing the air for a moment, he discovered that he'd actually absorbed the Azura Emperor. Heavens! One must know that there was a difference of an entire realm between him and the Azura Sovereign. Yi Xian was a 2nd stage Celestial King, and Shura Sovereign was a 2nd stage Devil Emperor. This time he really hit the jackpot. Of course, this could also be because the Shura Sovereign was on the brink of death and his demonic heart was exposed. As long as the old tree willed it, it could take his life. Therefore, the chances of it being collected were greatly increased. Where is this? In the planting space, the Shura Sovereign looked at this unfamiliar place and could not help but ask. Let me ask you, where is the great demon lord's corpse? Yi Xian projected a projection in front of the Shura Sovereign. Unexpectedly, the Shura Sovereign did not answer the question. Instead he asked, "Who are you?" He could sense that Yi Xian was only a 2nd stage Celestial King. However, he was also defeated by a 5th stage Devil King. This lesson taught him that he should not look down on others. You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that you are now my prisoner. As long as I want it, you will be killed. Yi Xian said coldly. Then he asked again, "Let me ask you, where is the great demon lord's corpse?" After bringing the Shura Sovereign into the planting space, Yi Xian had already obtained the Shura Sovereign's yin and yang ring. However, he did not find the little demon king's good friend, the great demon lord's corpse in this ring or the others. However, the great demon lord had coincidentally found the method to refine the heavenly demon's heart. Therefore Yi Xian had to obtain his corpse and search his soul. Although he did not know why Yi Xian was looking for the great demon lord's corpse, the Shura Sovereign knew his current situation. He could only say slowly, "The great demon lord's corpse should be in the hands of the manager of the Overlord's manor." "Where is the manager of the Overlord's manor?" Yi Xian asked. During this period of time, a 9th stage Devil King and a cultivator suddenly appeared in my territory. Therefore I sent him out to investigate, the Shura Sovereign said. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and asked, "He is also a Devil Emperor?" During this period of time, many Devil Kings under the Shura Sovereign had died. Since the Shura Sovereign dared to send this manager out, he was definitely not a 9th stage Devil King. Yes, he has broken through to the 1st stage Devil Emperor. The Shura Sovereign nodded. Yi Xian hurriedly investigated the Shura Sovereign's interspatial ring and found a communication devil crystal. His next step was to kill the manager of the Overlord's manor and take back the great demon lord's corpse. Of course, he had to uproot the Overlord's manor first. Since the city lord had been captured, the people in the Overlord's manor naturally could not escape from Yi Xian's hands. Under threats and promises, they were all taken into the plant space and became meat for the slaughter of Yi Xian. Then Yi Xian asked the Shura Sovereign to communicate with his manager. After confirming the manager's location, they agreed to meet at a certain place. Of course, it was not the Shura Sovereign who was going to meet, but Yi Xian. However, just as Yi Xian was about to move, the demonic chi in the plant space suddenly surged to the sky. Following that, a deafening roar entered the ears of Yi Xian and the others. What a strong demonic chi! The Shura Sovereign's body trembled. The demonic chi was so strong that it made his heart palpitate. It was at least a 3rd grade demon emperor. Yi Xian also felt the demonic chi and hurriedly sent his projection over. He found that it was indeed the little demon king who released it. No wonder he only came out of seclusion now. So he accidentally broke through to 3rd grade demon emperor? Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. A ninth-stage Devil King had jumped 3 realms to become a third-stage Devil Emperor. This little demon king was truly a freak. However, this was all thanks to his origin demon body. Ah! A hearty laugh entered Yi Xian's ears. The little demon king opened his eyes and spread his wings. He flew in front of Yi Xian and said excitedly, "Let's go. Watch me kill that old fart." "Are you talking about the Shura sovereign?" Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He said, "It's not that I want to discourage you, but I saw that you still haven't come out of seclusion, so I decided to do it myself. Fly a little further and you'll see him." What? The little demon king was stunned when he heard this. Then he followed Yi Xian's words and flew a little further. Sure enough, he saw the person he wanted to kill even in his dreams. The Shura sovereign. "You old fart. I was willing to be your subordinate, but you actually poisoned me?" The little demon king couldn't help but curse. Chapter 1775. Third Grade Demon Emperor? Shura sovereign's eyes widened. When he accepted the little demon king as his disciple, the latter was only a first-grade demon king. But now, after the little demon king had obtained the origin demon physique, he had actually broken through to the third-stage demon emperor realm in such a short period of time. Wasn't this origin demon physique a little too powerful? The original demon body is indeed extraordinary. If I had known this earlier, I would have done it myself. Shura sovereign said bitterly. Previously, he had not chosen to do it himself because he was already a second-grade demon emperor. Once he possessed the original demon body, he would have to cultivate from the beginning. It was not easy for him to conquer the Shura royal territory. If he went into seclusion, the territory would definitely be devoured by other demon emperors. Therefore he could not bear to do it. However, he did not expect the original demon body to be so heaven-defying. Therefore there was only regret in his heart now. The winner takes all. You can kill me or torture me as you wish. Shura sovereign was very calm. After all, he had already fallen to such a state. All right, I'll fulfill your wish. The little demon king squinted his eyes. Just as he was about to attack, he was unexpectedly interrupted by Yi Xian. "We haven't found the great demon king's corpse yet. We'll deal with him after we find it," Yi Xian said. The little demon king nodded slightly. "All right, I'll let him linger on for a few more days." Then Yi Xian continued on his journey. Previously, Shura sovereign and his chief steward had already agreed on a location. Therefore Yi Xian was now rushing to that location. 2 days later they successfully met up. A cultivator? The chief steward of the Lord's mansion was a little surprised. A second-grade demon king actually dared to wander around the demon realm. He was really courting death. Before Yi Xian could get close, the chief steward of the first-grade demon emperor directly attacked. There was a gap of 8 grades between them. He estimated that he could slap Yi Xian to death with one slap. However, just as the palm wind was about to hit Yi Xian, a person suddenly appeared. Bang! The palm wind was dispersed. In the next moment, the chief steward saw a black shadow rapidly attacking him. Third-grade Devil Emperor? The chief steward was shocked, but before he could react, his right arm was already gone. It was actually broken by someone. Found it. Little Demon King raised his eyebrows. He found the body of his good friend, Great Demon King, in the cosmos ring of this manager. Since that was the case, then this chief steward was useless. Kill. Bang. Without saying a word, the little Demon King of Chaos punched the head steward's chest, instantly shattering his demon heart. A first-grade Devil Emperor was dead. Good, it's good that you got it. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that Luo Luo could finally refine the heavenly demon's heart. At that time, how powerful would Luo Luo be? Immediately, he kept Little Demon King into the planting space. Old man, your time has come. The little Demon King of Chaos narrowed his eyes and stood in front of the Shura Sovereign. The Shura Sovereign already knew his fate, so he simply closed his eyes and waited for death to befall him. The winner takes all, the loser takes all, this world is so cruel. Bang. Although the Azura Sovereign was a second-ranked Devil Emperor and had tempered his physique to an extremely powerful level after countless years, the little Demon King was already a third-ranked Devil Emperor. Adding on the origin devil body, he was able to shatter the Azura Sovereign's devil heart with a single punch. The origin devil body can absorb the devil chi of devil cultivators and devils for my own use. Although I'm only a second-grade Devil Emperor, it can reduce my cultivation time. The little Demon King of Chaos thought to himself as he watched the Shura Sovereign's body shrink and be absorbed by him. Yi Xian saw this scene and said, "Now that you are the new Shura Sovereign, what do you plan to do next?" In our Devil Realm, there are a total of 9 Devil Sovereigns. Our current location is the Devil Spirit Horn of the Bloody Moon Archdevil. In this Devil Spirit Horn, there are countless Emperor territories. Now that I've killed the Shura Sovereign, coupled with the Origin Devil body, I naturally want to expand my territory. The little Demon King of Chaos said. Alright, you're very ambitious. I'm not interested, but I can help you clean up the surrounding Emperor territories. Yi Xian shrugged and said helplessly. Ambition was of no use to him. After all, his cultivation level had increased so quickly. If he really wanted to say something, then his goal was to become the strongest person in the world. Of course, this goal was very lofty because he felt that this world was definitely not that simple. Take it. This is the refining method of the Heavenly Devil's heart, but it seems to only be the first half. At this time, the little Demon King of Chaos suddenly threw a jade eye slip over. Although it was only a small piece, it needed to be checked with one's immortal sense. Only half. Yi Xian was slightly surprised. It's already not bad to be able to get half of the Heavenly Devil's heart. As for the other half, you'll have to find it yourself. The little Demon King of Chaos said. Alright, then go do your own thing. Yi Xian nodded and then directly let the little Demon King of Chaos out. Next, the little Demon King of Chaos was probably going to unify the 3 Emperor territories and establish himself as the Emperor. As for Yi Xian, he was now wholeheartedly thinking of letting Luo Luo refine the Heavenly Devil's heart. The flow of time in the planted space was 12,800 times faster than in the outside world, so it shouldn't be too difficult for Luo Luo to refine the Heavenly Devil's heart. As for the materials needed for refining, Yi Xian checked them. These things were a piece of cake for him. Recently, although Luo Luo didn't go out to participate in battles, that was because Luo Luo wasn't a magic treasure. If she died, she would really die. However, this didn't mean that her cultivation level was low. If the time in the planted space was calculated, Luolua's age had already surpassed the little Demon King of Chaos. Moreover, Luolua's cultivation speed hadn't fallen behind. Now she was already a 5th-rank immortal king, only 1 rank lower than Old Tree and the others. Even so, her strength was still very terrifying. Although she couldn't compare to Old Tree and the others, she was able to fight across several ranks. Luo Luo, start refining this half of the Heavenly Devil's heart. When the time comes, you can go out and fight. Yi Xian said to Luo Luo. If it was before, he probably wouldn't let Luo Luo go out to fight, but now he had the space-time bloodline. If something unexpected happened, his 4th clone in the mortal world could use the time reversal skill. Refining the Heavenly Devil's heart wasn't that easy. However, with the planted space, Luo Luo only spent 5 days in the outside world to refine this half of the Heavenly Devil's heart. The Heavenly Devil's heart was really suitable for Ziyuists. Although it was only half of it, it made Luolua's constitution soar several times. Now she felt that her strength wasn't below that of Azura Ghost Venerable and Wei Jintian. She was second only to Old Tree. After all, she was only a 5th-rank immortal king. However, while she was in seclusion, Yi Xian also broke through again and reached the 3rd-rank immortal king realm. Chapter 1776. At this moment, Yi Xian sensed that a communication devil crystal in his devouring space suddenly lit up. Yi Xian, I'm going to start my conquest. Do you want to join me or? Little Demon King of Chaos asked. Now that he was a 3rd-grade devil emperor and possessed the original devil body, no one was his match. Naturally, he would want to expand his territory and plunder cultivation resources to improve his cultivation. You're faster than me, and it'll be easier for you to infiltrate the enemy's territory if you cooperate with me. Capture the leader first. As long as we can capture the leader, the rest will be easy, Yi Xian replied. Alright, then I'll follow you. We'll divide the loot equally. Little Devil King agreed. From the previous 1% to the recent 10%, it was enough to show that Yi Xian's status was gradually rising. In fact, with the cultivation of Old Tree and the others, it would not be a problem for them to challenge a middle-grade devil emperor. Moreover, as time passed, Yi Xian's cultivation would continue to improve. At that time, he would be able to challenge stronger opponents. Anyway, what Yi Xian lacked now was time. Next, Little Devil King went to the Demon Slaughter royal territory next door and killed the Demon Slaughter Emperor. Then he began to expand his territory, preparing to kill all the devil emperors around him. At this moment, Yi Xian was like a stowaway boat, secretly sending the Little Demon King of Chaos to the other royal territories. Then, the Little Demon King of Chaos would attack and kill these lords. In less than half a month, all the surrounding royal territories were occupied and merged into Chaos Royal Territory. At this time, Little Devil King had broken through from a 3rd-grade Devil Emperor to a 5th-grade Devil Emperor. As for Yi Xian, he had also broken through to a 6th-grade Immortal King. Old Tree, Azura Ghost Venerable and Wei Jintian had all become first-grade immortal emperors. However, the truth could not be hidden forever. Little Devil King had occupied so many royal territories in half a month, which naturally attracted the attention of the high-grade devil emperors. Just as they were heading to the next royal territory, they suddenly received a message. Chisu, this is bad. A high-level devil emperor has come and destroyed Chaos City. Your father and my father both died in battle. This news came from Baiming Huayu. After hearing this news, the little demon of chaos widened his eyes and said in shock, "What happened?" "They said that you were rising too quickly and might threaten them, so they came to kill you. But I couldn't find you, so I went on a killing spree," Baiming Huayu replied. The scene earlier was simply too horrifying for her. After all, she was only a first-grade devil king. Many of those who had died before were in the devil emperor realm. All of them had their territories occupied by the little demon king. Then they had defected to the little demon king. But unexpectedly they were all killed in a single battle. "Oh, who did this?" Little Demon King of Chaos roared furiously at the communication magic crystal. "They said they are from the Windblade Royal Territory. They came here under the orders of the Windblade Emperor. They are at least 6th-ranked devil emperors," Baiming Huayu replied. Windblade Emperor. When the little demon of chaos heard this name, he was so angry that he was about to explode. Previously, the Emperor of the Dark North was only a 2nd-grade demon emperor, so he couldn't even come into contact with a 6th-grade demon emperor expert. But now, because of the little demon king, the Windblade Emperor had set his eyes on the Chaos Royal Territory, causing it to be annihilated. How could he not take revenge for this? On the other side, when Yi Xian heard this news, he couldn't help but stop. Chi Su's father and father-in-law died in the battle? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He felt that this matter was going to blow up. The little demon of chaos was probably going to the Windblade Royal Territory to kill the Windblade Emperor himself. However, Yi Xian had a way to prevent this tragedy from happening. That was to reverse time and space. "Chi Su, do you want to save your father?" Yi Xian suddenly asked Chi Su. "What do you mean? He can be resurrected?" The little demon of chaos was puzzled. Although he had conflicts with the Demon King of Chaos, the latter was still his father. How could he kill him just like that? "I can bring your father back to life." Yi Xian didn't say anything to the little demon of chaos. He just grinned and directly used his skill. According to the news from Baiming Huayu, Yi Xian knew that the tragedy had just happened. So, he wanted to use the time reversal skill to go back to one day ago. Yesterday and today they were in a hurry. So, it would be fine even if they went back to yesterday. After going back to yesterday, Yi Xian could use the Eye of the Void to instantly return to Chaos City and meet the enemy. At that moment, Yi Xian directly used the time reversal skill. Time began to reverse rapidly. In the blink of an eye they went back to yesterday. Then Yi Xian continuously broke through the void and returned to Chaos City in the Chaos Royal Territory. "Chi Su, let's stay in the Chaos Royal Territory for the next few days," Yi Xian suddenly said to the little demon of chaos who was cultivating in the plant space. "Why?" The little demon of chaos was puzzled. Because he had gone back to yesterday, the little demon of chaos's father and father-in-law had been resurrected. So, the little demon of chaos naturally wouldn't remember this matter. Only Yi Xian knew everything in his heart. "I feel that you've been too high profile recently. Who knows if someone is attacking the Chaos Royal Territory while you're not around?" Yi Xian replied. "That can't be. We've conquered so many royal territories. Even the 5th-grade demon emperors have submitted to me. How long has it been? Could it be that we've attracted the attention of high-level demon emperors?" The little demon of chaos was in disbelief. "It's better to be safe. Anyway, a few days is just a blink of an eye for you," Yi Xian said to the little demon of chaos. Indeed, for someone like the little demon of chaos who had cultivated for more than 10,000 years, a few days was just a matter of opening and closing his eyes. Some people would cultivate in seclusion for more than 10,000 years. A few days was nothing to them. All right. Then I'll stay for a few days first." The little demon of chaos nodded. Today passed very quickly. Yi Xian quietly waited here. At the same time, he looked for a map and discovered that the Windblade Royal Territory was in the northwest of the Chaos Royal Territory. Therefore, Yi Xian ordered the Old Tree, Azura Ghost Venerable, and Wei Jintian to set up defenses at the border in advance. This way, if the other party came, he would know in advance. Yi Xian began to calculate the time. The previous tragedy happened at noon. Now there was only an hour left. Therefore, he guessed that the experts sent by the Windblade Royal Territory should be about to enter the Chaos Royal Territory, right? Sure enough, when he was still pondering, the old tree who was setting up defenses at the Chaos Royal territory suddenly sensed several powerful auras. Young master, there are 3 6th grade demon emperors and 10 5th grade demon emperors. Do you want to directly attack? Chapter 1777. Not now. Let them come over, Yi Xian replied. According to Baiming Huayu, the Emperor of the Dark North and the Demon King of Chaos were killed by a 6th grade demon emperor in the lead. Although time had reversed, Yi Xian felt that it was better for the little demon king to personally embrace this enmity. All right. After hearing that, the old tree did not think much and returned through the void gate. Qi Su, a great enemy is coming. Yi Xian quickly transmitted a message to Qi Su. What great enemy? Qi Su, who was cultivating in seclusion, hurriedly asked. There are 3 6th grade demon emperors and 10 5th grade demon emperors entering Chaos Royal territory from the northwest. They are not friendly. Yi Xian said to Little Demon King Huntian. What? There is such a thing? Little Demon King Huntian raised his eyebrows. He did not expect Yi Xian's guess to be true. There were really people coming to find trouble with him. Fortunately, Yi Xian suggested to stay in Chaos Royal territory for a few days. Otherwise it would be troublesome. Humph. I did not go to find trouble with them, but they came to me themselves. I will kill them. Little Demon King Huntian snorted. Although he was a 5th grade demon emperor, his strength was very strong. How could 3 6th grade demon emperors do anything to him? He was afraid that they could not even break his origin demon armor. These people were not friendly. Therefore, a battle was likely to break out. Little Demon King Huntian immediately left Chaos City and went to meet them. Yi Xian followed closely behind. At the same time, he made a plan in his heart. First, he would kill these people. Then he would go to Windblade Emperor's territory and kill him. As the two parties were moving in opposite directions, they encountered each other in less than half an hour. 5th grade demon emperor? The leading man from Windblade Royal territory sensed Little Demon King Huntian's aura and immediately stopped. At the same time, Little Demon King Huntian also sensed the 13 auras that were not weaker than him. Who are you? Little Demon King Huntian shouted. We are all generals under the Windblade Emperor. Now I will give you a chance. Submit to the Windblade Emperor and merge the Chaos territory into the Windblade territory. Then I will spare your life. The leader didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. I didn't even dare to be arrogant, yet you dare to come to my place? You're courting death. The Little Demon King of Chaos didn't say anything and directly attacked. Humph, the Windblade Emperor said that he would only give you one chance. Since you don't cherish it, then die. The man in the lead widened his eyes and immediately attacked. He had previously heard of the strength of the Little Demon King, who could challenge those of a higher level. That was why so many people had come this time. Although it was a little disgraceful, this group of people was a little unscrupulous. As long as they could achieve their goal, so what if they attacked in groups? However, they had underestimated the Little Demon King's strength. The attacks of the 13 of them all landed on the Little Demon King's body, but they were still unable to shatter the origin demon armor. What a powerful magic weapon. The man in the lead was shocked. He had thought that this origin demon armor was a magic weapon. Of course, this was because the Little Demon King of Chaos had disguised the origin demon armor. Otherwise, people with discerning eyes would immediately recognize that this was the origin demon armor and deduce that he had the origin demon physique. All of you die. The Little Demon King of Chaos was furious. He turned his anger into strength and directly blasted out a punch. Bang! The fist shadow was very powerful and instantly pierced through the chest of a 5th stage demon emperor. Everyone was astonished. The Little Demon King of Chaos was a 5th stage demon emperor, and the person who died was also a 5th stage demon emperor. However, he was killed in an instant. How strong was he? This wasn't the main point. The main point was that a few people had suddenly appeared in the surroundings, and even they didn't notice. Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Jintian, go, don't leave a single one alive. Yi Xian suddenly summoned the 3 of them and directly gave the order. The 3 of them who had already broken through to the Immortal King realm instantly erupted. Old Tree even put on the Mystic Divine armor and directly used the Nether Fire clone to flash behind a 6th stage demon emperor, and then ruthlessly punched. Bang! The 6th stage demon emperor's chest also exploded. In comparison, the punch of the Little Demon King of Chaos was at least 5 times more powerful than the punch of the Old Tree. Although the Old Tree's cultivation was low, his strength was not inferior to the Little Demon King of Chaos. Coupled with the Mystic Divine armor, even a 7th stage demon emperor couldn't do anything to him. It was also because of this that this group of outsiders was destined to fail. Bang, bang, bang. In a series of muffled sounds, the dozen or so intermediate demon emperors in front of them all fell. The Chaos Royal Territory was the place where they would rest forever. So weak, and you dare to find trouble with me? The little demon king of chaos coldly snorted in his heart. These people were indeed not enough for him. Even the Lord of the Windblade Royal Territory was only a 7th-stage demon emperor, and didn't pose a threat to him. However, this chaotic world royal territory was of little value. Chi-Su, I feel that you should give up on the Chaos Royal Territory and follow me. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said to the little demon king of chaos. Follow you? The little demon king of chaos didn't react for a moment. The size of my space is already bigger than your Chaos Royal Territory. I will continue to expand in the future. Your family and friends will be very safe inside. Yi Xian paused for a moment, then said, simply put, I want you to move the Chaos Royal Territory into my space. Hearing this, the little demon king of chaos couldn't help but ponder for a moment. Staying in Yi Xian's space was indeed not bad, but it would be a lot less fun. With Yi Xian around, who would dare to make a move on him? Since you met me until now, my cultivation speed has been very fast, right? After a while, not to mention an immortal emperor, even an immortal venerable would be no problem. Even an immortal emperor wouldn't be impossible. Now, my space is bigger than your Chaos Royal Territory. When I break through to the immortal emperor realm, the space might be as big as the demon realm. Yi Xian continued. Alright, but I don't want to go in now. Let's move the entire Chaos Royal Territory in first. The little demon king of chaos nodded. Hearing this, Yi Xian grinned and said, no problem, but after that, I hope you can extract my nephew's soul and find him a good body. That's easy. I'll definitely find him a good one. The little demon king of chaos laughed. Next, Yi Xian ran around the Chaos Royal Territory and put everyone in it. With the little demon king of chaos around, these people didn't dare to disobey. Even those immortal beasts were all put in. Yi Xian wholeheartedly wanted to make the space grow. This way, the level of the space might continue to increase in the future. In just 2 days, the entire Chaos Royal Territory seemed to have disappeared into thin air. There were almost no living things left. Chapter 1778. However, if one stayed in the space for a long time and did not go out, the space's 10,000 times faster flow of time would not have much effect. Yi Xian was too lazy to care so much. He had already left the chaotic royal territory and was heading towards the Windblade Royal Territory. Of course, Yi Xian did not show mercy to those forces along the way. He destroyed all of them and forcibly kept them in the space. During the journey, his cultivation level increased again. Ding. Host has broken through to the 7th grade Immortal King. Ding. Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, and Yanming Ghost Lord have broken through to the 2nd grade Demon Emperor realm. The system notified. With their current strength, there was probably no one in the Demon Emperor realm who could be a match for them. Soon, Yi Xian invaded the Windblade Royal Territory and killed his way to the Overlord Mansion. The Windblade Emperor was only a 7th grade Demon Emperor. He was not weak and had many subordinates. However, this little bit of strength was nothing to Yi Xian. Due to the time reversal, Demon King Chaotic Heaven and Emperor Baiming did not die. The little Demon King Chaotic Heaven did not hate the Windblade Emperor that much. Therefore this time Yi Xian was the one to deal with it. Who is it? When Yi Xian approached the Overlord Mansion, he was discovered. However, when the person who discovered Yi Xian saw that he was only a 7th grade Immortal King, he did not think much of it and casually sent out a person. You're courting death. Yi Xian snorted coldly and slashed out with his sword. Although he was only a 7th grade Immortal King, he could fight those who were 6 levels higher. 6 levels higher meant that he was a 4th grade Demon Emperor. The person who discovered him was only a 3rd grade Demon Emperor Gatekeeper. He was instantly killed. Old Tree Azura Ghost Lord go. Yi Xian said to the two of them. In an instant they charged in. Wei Zhentian did not waste any time. He transformed into the Mystic God armor and put it on Old Tree. As for Azura Ghost Lord, he directly activated the Eye of Azura. In the last random mission, the Eye of Azura had evolved. This time, a huge eyeball appeared in the sky. Anyone with a lower cultivation level than Ghost Lord Azura died instantly. Death Chi gathered on the Eye of Azura, giving Ghost Lord Azura the ability to use the Azura Divine Light. However, this time, the Azura Ghost Lord did not use the Azura Divine Light. Instead, he used another skill. Eye of Azura, Azura Transformation. This move was a reward from the system after the last random mission. After using the Azura Transformation, the Azura Ghost Lord's body enlarged several hundred times. turning into a giant. Boom. The saber in Ghost Venerate Azura's hand had also enlarged by several hundred times. Then he swung the saber at the expert charging out of the Overlord's mansion. After absorbing so much death chi, Ghost Lord Azura, who was originally a second-grade Demon Emperor, had temporarily broken through to the third-grade Demon Emperor. Moreover, his cultivation was still increasing. Who is it? At this moment, in the depths of the Lord's mansion, the Windblade Emperor felt this aura and immediately opened his eyes. How could a mere third-grade Demon Emperor possess such an aura that made his heart palpitate? Just as he was feeling surprised, a strange voice suddenly entered his ears. Found you. The old tree who was wearing the mystic divine armor came over. Without giving the opponent time to react, he threw out a punch. Bang! This punch directly penetrated the heart of the Windblade Emperor, killing him instantly. A seventh-grade Demon Emperor was so vulnerable in front of the old tree, a second-grade Demon Emperor. However, the old tree was not surprised by this. He directly took the interspatial ring of the Windblade Emperor. On the other side, the Azura Ghost Lord had also quickly killed all the intermediate-grade Demon Emperors. Next it was time to clean up. Chisu, come out and help me suppress them. I want to take all of them. Yixin suddenly released Chisu. Okay. Chisu did not say anything and directly jumped into the sky. The next moment, a figure that was not inferior to the Azura Ghost Lord appeared behind him. Super Devour. Yixin also began to wander around the Lord's mansion, using Force Devour to forcibly take everyone into the planting space. In less than half a minute, the entire Lord's mansion was empty. Tisk tsk. If this continues, it won't be long before I can dominate the demon realm. The corner of Yixin's mouth suddenly curled up slightly. There were a total of 9 demon venerables in the demon realm, and all of them were 9th-grade demon venerables. Although there were demon venerables of other grades, these 9 demon venerables were the leaders. Now, Old Tree and the other 2 were estimated to have the strength to fight against the demon venerables. If this continued, the 9 demon venerables were actually nothing to him. However, at this moment, a powerful aura that made the little demon king's heart palpitate suddenly appeared. When this aura appeared, Yixin's dazzling speed immortal heart almost exploded. Fortunately, his heart was strong enough to withstand it. Otherwise he would have died. Oh, who is it? Yixin raised his head in shock and looked in the direction of the aura. He saw a blood-red figure standing in the sky. This blood-red figure was covered in a red mist, and his face couldn't be seen. Oh. Yixin and the little demon king looked at him in confusion. Such a powerful aura, it was at least at the demon venerable's level. Why would it appear here? Before the little demon king could speak, the red mist around the red figure suddenly dispersed. After that, a bewitching face was revealed. It was a rather handsome red-haired young man. I didn't expect to encounter an original demon body. The moment the youth opened his mouth, he revealed the little demon king's secret. As soon as this was said, the little demon king and Yixin trembled violently. The former was already disguised and ordinary people wouldn't be able to see through it, but this youth saw through it at a glance. This is troublesome. This youth was at least at the demon venerable's level. If he wanted to kill the little demon king, it would be a piece of cake. Moreover, the original demon body was extremely rare. Even if it was a demon venerable's level expert, if they could successfully possess it, they would be able to recover their peak strength very quickly. However, Yixin wasn't too desperate. After all, he still had the time reversal skill. At worst, he could quickly break through the void and leave after killing the Windblade Emperor and hide. What do you want? The little demon king gritted his teeth and said. I don't want anything. The youth grinned and said, let me introduce myself. I am the 9th demon venerable of the demon realm, Blood Moon. Boom. This self-introduction was like a bolt from the blue, falling on Yixin and the little demon king. The 9th demon venerable of the demon realm, Blood Moon? Heavens, this youth in front of them was actually the demon realm's Blood Moon demon venerable. Chapter 1779. The Bloody Moon Overlord was a 9th-grade demon venerable, which was 9 realms higher than a 9th-grade demon emperor. He was not someone Yixin and little demon could deal with. However, the Bloody Moon Overlord did not seem to want to kill them. Otherwise he would not have appeared and killed them directly. Yixin, who was ready to use time reversal, suddenly stopped. Maybe the Bloody Moon Overlord met little demon while he was wandering and wanted to take him as his disciple? Before Yixin and Yixin could speak, the Bloody Moon Overlord said, although the original demon body is rare, it is not the first time I have seen it. Moreover, I have the original demon body myself. So, I just want to ask if you are willing to be my disciple. The Bloody Moon Overlord also has the original demon body? Little Demon was shocked. Yes. The Bloody Moon Overlord replied. The next moment, a layer of blood-red crystal armor appeared on his body. This set of armor was similar to Little Demon's, but the color was different. Not only do I have the original demon body, but I have also upgraded it to the Blood Demon body. As long as you become my disciple, I will teach you everything I have learned. You will definitely become the 10th demon venerable in the demon realm in the future, said the Bloody Moon Overlord. This condition was very tempting. Little Demon thought about it and could not help but look at Yi Xian. The latter paused for a moment and said, "You can decide for yourself. It is not bad to become the 10th leader of the demon realm." Okay. Little Demon nodded and said, "Greetings, Master." Hearing this, the Bloody Moon Overlord could not help but laugh and said, "With my guidance, you will definitely be able to crush the disciples of the other 8 demon venerables in the future. You will definitely be the 10th demon venerable in the demon realm." "Thank you, Master." Little Demon hurriedly thanked him. With the protection of the 9th demon venerable in the demon realm, he would not have to worry about food and clothing in the future. He could cultivate in peace. However, Yi Xian was still a little worried. After all, he had a persecutory delusion. In the beginning he was almost tricked by his master. That was how his persecutory delusion came about. Apart from his own people, he didn't trust anyone else. Turning back time can only bring us back to 10 days ago. If this Bloody Moon Demon Venerable wanted to kill the Little Demon King but didn't act so quickly, it would be disastrous. Yi Xian thought to himself. But what could he do now? This time it might be an opportunity for the Little Demon King. If he used time reversal, then the Little Demon King might not be able to meet the Bloody Moon Demon Venerable. Therefore Yi Xian decided to let the Little Demon King make his own choice. If something really happened, Yi Xian would have no choice but to avenge the Little Demon King. "Alright, follow me back to Blood Moon City." After Bloody Moon Demon Venerable finished speaking, a wave of energy enveloped Little Demon King and Yi Xian, forcefully dragging them away. In front of a 9th grade Devil Venerable, Yi Xian was nothing more than an ant that could be easily slaughtered. However, even without the Little Demon King, Bloody Moon Demon Venerable would not lower himself to attack Yi Xian. The speed of a 9th grade Devil Venerable was not something that ordinary people could catch up to. In just one day Yi Xian and the Little Demon King arrived at Bloody Moon Demon Venerable's Blood Moon City. This was the world of the strong. There were a large number of Devil Venerable level experts in the city. If Bloody Moon Demon Venerable didn't bring them along, the Little Demon King and Yi Xian would not be able to move a single step. Just the aura alone could cause their hearts to explode. Bloody Moon Demon Venerable brought Yi Xian and the Little Demon King to his Blood Moon City. "Master, you're back." A man came up to them. His aura was so strong that even the Little Demon King could not sense it. "Old Six, I went out this time to take in a disciple. From now on he will be your junior brother. Arrange a place for him to stay," Bloody Moon Demon Venerable said to the man. "Yes, Master." The man nodded respectfully. He was Bloody Moon Demon Venerable's 6th disciple. He was already a 3rd grade Devil Venerable. "I still have something to do. Chisu, come find me tomorrow." After the Bloody Moon Demon Sovereign said this, he hurriedly left. 7th junior brother, I'm Shi Yuan." After the man finished speaking to the Little Demon King, he couldn't help but glance at Yi Xian and ask, "He's my friend," the Little Demon King hurriedly said. Shi Yuan looked at him in surprise. He didn't take Yi Xian seriously. However, he could sense that Yi Xian and the Little Demon King were related by blood. "Alright, this way please, 7th junior brother." Shi Yuan didn't ask any more questions and left with the Little Demon King and Yi Xian. Since even he could sense it, Bloody Moon Demon Venerable must be able to as well. It was also because of this that Yi Xian was brought back. "I'll be cultivating here from now on. What about you, Yi Xian?" On the way, the Little Demon King couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Yi Xian. "Me? I'll think about it," Yi Xian replied. To be honest, he kind of wanted to return to the immortal world. After all, that was where cultivators were. However, in the demon world he was public enemy number 1. Once a cultivator discovered him, they would definitely attack him. That way he wouldn't have to find excuses to rob the major forces. However, now that Chisu had been accepted as a disciple by Bloody Moon Demon Venerable, Yi Xian would probably have to find another place to level up. Since Chisu has made his choice, I won't stop him. I'll leave in 8 days. Yi Xian thought to himself. Soon, Shi Yuan arranged a place for the Little Demon King and Yi Xian to stay. At the same time, Yi Xian and the Little Demon King also accurately sensed that there were other cultivators in the Blood Moon Castle. Cultivators and cultivators of the demon world couldn't coexist, but they didn't have to fight to the death. For example, the sixth demon venerable of the demon world had turned from an immortal to a demon. Therefore, it was very normal for there to be some cultivators in the demon world. Next, Yi Xian stayed in his residence and waited to see what Bloody Moon Demon Venerable would ask the little demon king to do tomorrow. During these 8 days he could use time reversal, so he wasn't worried. The next day, Chi Su went to find Bloody Moon Demon Venerable according to his instructions. In less than half a day Chi Su returned. Master taught me the cultivation method of the original demon body. As long as I continue to cultivate, I can cultivate his blood demon body. Chi Su couldn't help but pause. However, he said that I can only go out after I break through to the demon venerable level. With someone teaching you, it shouldn't be difficult to cultivate to the demon venerable level. However, you'll need a lot of time in the outside world, Yi Xian reminded him. It doesn't matter. Now that the 9th demon venerable of the demon world is protecting me, it's the same whether I cultivate inside or outside. Chi Su grinned. In that case I'll leave in a few days, Yi Xian said. Chapter 1780. It just so happened that little demon king could extract his nephew Yi Xian's soul and find a new body in the next few days. During this time Yi Xian made another breakthrough and reached the 8th grade celestial king realm. Old Tree and the other two had reached the 3rd grade celestial lord realm. However, their strength was not worth mentioning in the Blood Moon Castle. On the 7th day Yi Xian felt that it was about time. He bid farewell to Chi Su and left the Blood Moon Castle. Chi Su has my death warrant. If he dies I'll be the first to know. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian left under the guidance of a mid-grade devil venerable. With his strength he would probably die on the way back from the Blood Moon Castle. Therefore Little Demon King asked someone to bring Yi Xian back to the Wind Blade Royal territory. However, the journey back was not peaceful. The mid-grade devil venerable who brought Yi Xian back to the Wind Blade Royal territory was a 6th grade devil venerable. However, he suddenly stopped on the way back. What's going on? Yi Xian was surprised. A passage to the immortal realm opened nearby. Wait here for a while. I'll go and take a look, said the 6th grade devil venerable. After saying that, he left Yi Xian behind. Yi Xian looked at him strangely. It was just a passage to the immortal realm. What was the big deal? However, it was not so simple this time. Yi Xian had placed a death warrant on this person. When he went to check, Yi Xian suddenly heard a notification from the system. Ding! The target of the death warrant is dead. The notification gave Yi Xian a fright. A 6th grade devil venerable expert died? Before he could react, a large group of people appeared in front of him, covering the sky and earth. What the F***ck? Yi Xian cursed angrily. There were so many people. They looked like demonic cultivators, but they were not. Demonic cultivators cultivated the demon heart, while demonic cultivators also cultivated the demon heart. If one carefully sensed it, there was a difference. At this moment, Yi Xian sensed not demonic energy from these people, but demonic energy. These people were all demonic cultivators. Demonic cultivators and immortal cultivators are on the same side. There are 3 leaders in the immortal realm: Emperor Qing, Empress Wu, and the immortal dragon emperor. These people should be from the immortal realm. Yi Xian understood. This time, the immortal realm was going to war with the demon world. You're actually just an immortal king. Hurry up and return to the immortal world. There will be a great battle soon, and it's not something you can participate in. A Zuyuist suddenly rushes over and gives a kind reminder. Yi Xian nodded in response. With the war at hand, Yi Xian had to run for his life. Chi Su, you have to be careful. Just now, the demonic cultivator who took me back to the Windblade Royal territory was killed by demonic cultivators. A lot of demonic cultivators have come. Yi Xian hurriedly transmitted his voice to Chi Su. What? A lot of demonic cultivators? Are they going to attack the demon world? Chi Su was shocked. I'm not sure. You be careful. I'm leaving first, Yi Xian said helplessly. Then he left quickly. However, the direction he left wasn't toward the Immortal Realm passage, but the Windblade Royal territory. He didn't want to go back to the Immortal Realm at the moment. There's going to be a big war. There should be passages to the Immortal Realm in other places. When the time came, he could take advantage of the situation. Xiaxianists, demonic cultivators, all of them were his targets. On his way back to the Windblade Royal territory, he met a lot of people. Almost all of them were demonic cultivators. There were also a few Xiaxianists. When they saw Yi Xian, they all left in a hurry. After all, Yi Xian was only in Demonic King and couldn't be of help. The further away they were from Blood Moon City, the lower the realms of Xiaxianists and demonic cultivators they would meet. In this way Yi Xian's safety was guaranteed. Yi Xian was on tenterhooks for the first part of the journey. He was wearing the mystic divine armor and hurrying along. There were a lot of demonic cultivators there. Fortunately, after the passage to the immortal realm was opened, a lot of Xiaxianists and demonic cultivators were sent over. They killed demonic cultivators on sight, so it was still relatively safe. At the moment, Yi Xian was about to return to the Windblade Royal territory. It was only a 3-day journey. At the same time, his realm had also risen to demonic king. Old Tree and the other two were demonic emperors. However, at this moment, suddenly, a surprised voice fell into Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian turned his head and saw a young man rapidly approaching. His realm was not high, only a demonic emperor. After seeing this person, Yi Xian's celestial heart of dazzling speed suddenly beat faster. This made Yi Xian feel somewhat strange. "Junior brother, you're not even a demonic emperor. How dare you come to the devil realm?" The young man asked curiously. "Junior brother?" This name made Yi Xian feel even more astonished. Did this young man mistake him for someone else? Before he could say anything, another figure flew over from afar. "How dare you behave so atrociously in the devil realm? You're courting death." A voice drifted over. Yi Xian sensed it and found it was a demonic emperor of 5th stage. "Humph, a mere demonic emperor of 5th stage dares to find trouble with me?" The young man in front of Yi Xian snorted coldly. Immediately he was enveloped by a ball of heavenly fire. When Yi Xian saw the ball of heavenly fire, he immediately raised his eyebrows. "Isn't this the celestial heart of dazzling speed?" Now Yi Xian somewhat understood why the young man called him junior brother. It turned out that he was a disciple of the Heavenly Fire Palace in the immortal world. The Heavenly Fire Palace cultivated the celestial heart of dazzling speed. Moreover, they also mastered a powerful immortal technique called the Heavenly Fire 3 Mysterious Change. At this moment, the young man had already made his move. He enveloped the flying sword with the celestial heart of dazzling speed and directly attacked the demonic emperor. "What? Celestial heart of dazzling speed?" The demonic emperor was shocked. Moreover, the flying sword was astonishingly fast. It arrived in front of him in an instant and pierced into his heart. Puchi. With a series of crisp sounds, the demonic heart of the demonic emperor was directly penetrated. Then, the celestial heart of dazzling speed spread out and incinerated his corpse. Instant kill. It was rare for a cultivator of the same level to kill a demonic cultivator in an instant. However, it made sense that the young man was from the Heavenly Fire Palace. The young man immediately rushed over and collected the demonic cultivator's spatial ring. Yi Xian looked at the young man's back. His eyes flickered and he suddenly made a decision. The little demon king of chaos had once told him that after the Heavenly Fire Palace's cultivators cultivated the celestial heart of dazzling speed, they would be extremely powerful when combined with the Heavenly Fire 3 Mysterious Change. When he thought of this, Yi Xian directly summoned the old tree. Chapter 1781. As soon as the old tree appeared, he immediately used the nether fire doppelganger to flash behind his opponent and threw a punch. Bang! The immortal cultivator's back was penetrated. The old tree grabbed the swift dazzling immortal heart. As long as the latter squeezed it gently, the immortal heart would explode. What? The youth was stunned. His immortal sense covered the area, but he couldn't find the old tree, a 4th-grade devil emperor. How was this possible? Before he could react, Yi Xian used the super devouring skill on him. Although there was a difference of 5 levels between them, the success rate would fluctuate according to the opponent's mood. Now that the youth was in danger and panicking, the success rate increased greatly. He was instantly sucked into Yi Xian's planting space. In the planting space, wouldn't it be up to Yi Xian to kill or cut off? What is this place? The youth shouted in surprise after being thrown into the planting space by Yi Xian. Next, Yi Xian would use the soul eye to torture him and force him to tell him about the Skyfire Palace and the Skyfire 3 Mystic Change. The flow of time in the planting space was 10,000 times slower than outside. Yi Xian didn't believe that the youth could survive. If it weren't for the fact that the youth was from the Skyfire Palace and he wanted to get some information from him, Yi Xian would have killed him and searched his soul. Soon Yi Xian got the information about the Skyfire Palace and the Skyfire 3 Mystic Change. As a result, this 5th-grade immortal emperor disciple of the Skyfire Palace was useless to Yi Xian. He was left to fend for himself in the planting space. Ding! The host has learned the first transformation of the Skyfire 3 Mystic Change. The system notified. The first transformation of the Skyfire 3 Mystic Change can forcibly raise one's level, the second transformation can raise 2 levels, and the third transformation can raise 3 levels. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but light up. If he learned the third transformation, he could actually temporarily raise his level by 3 levels. This was very important to him. Although the old tree and the others were fighting outside, the old tree was unable to appear in the Tower of Trials. Now, Yi Xian had already passed the 6th level of the training pagoda. Next would be the 7th level. If he challenged the 7th level as a 9th grade immortal king, he would have to face a 7th grade immortal emperor. But now that he had learned the first transformation of the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change, he could temporarily raise his cultivation level by 1. Then wouldn't he still be able to fight across 6 cultivation levels? Immortal kings can only learn the first transformation of the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change. Immortal emperors can learn the second transformation, and immortal venerables can learn the third transformation. Now that I am a 9th grade immortal king, it won't be a problem for me to challenge them. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian immersed his consciousness into the Tower of Trials. Ding. The host is beginning to challenge the 7th level of the Tower of Trials. Ding. The system has selected an immortal cultivator. Ding. Difficulty level, 5 stars. System notifications rang out one after another. Yi Xian was going to challenge a 7th grade immortal emperor cultivator. 3, 2, 1. The trial challenge began. Whoosh. As soon as the countdown reached 0, Yi Xian's opponent took out a flying sword and shot it at Yi Xian. Seeing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. This meant that his opponent wasn't a sword immortal, but an ordinary cultivator. Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change, first transformation. Yi Xian widened his eyes and immediately used the skill he had just learned. His cultivation level instantly soared to the 1st grade immortal emperor level. Death Pursuit Order. Eye of Assassination. In the next moment, Yi Xian crossed a large distance and appeared behind his opponent. 1000 Severing Slash. Yi Xian already had the strength to fight across 6 cultivation levels. Now it was still the same. As long as there were no accidents, he would definitely win this battle. Bang, bang, bang. Although the power of the 1000 Severing Slash wasn't strong, it would vibrate 2000 times in an instant. Unfortunately, the success rate of the 1000 Severing Slash was calculated based on the 9th grade Immortal King level and not the 1st grade Immortal Emperor level. Therefore, the 1000 Severing Slash only triggered a dozen or so critical hits. It didn't trigger the one-hit kill effect. Even so, it still caused a lot of damage to the 7th grade Immortal Emperor. He didn't die? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and quickly used the Unicorn's Descent. The 1000 Severing Slash didn't succeed. However, the Unicorn's Descent this time was out of Yi Xian's expectations. Ding. The host has summoned a level 2 Ice Unicorn. When the level 2 Ice Unicorn appeared, the entire battle arena seemed to have frozen. The 7th grade Immortal Emperor's speed also seemed to have decreased by a lot. Heart-piercing Gale Palm. At this moment, the 7th grade Immortal Emperor suddenly turned around and sent out a palm shadow. However, Yi Xian had already used the Extreme Space Shield from the start. Although this palm was aimed at his dazzling speed Immortal Heart, it was absorbed by the Extreme Space Shield. Coincidentally, the power of this attack was within the Extreme Space Shield's tolerance range. Triple Rebound. Boom. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He directly exploded the Extreme Space Shield. The power of this attack was exactly 3 times that of the heart-piercing Gale Palm. The 7th grade Immortal Emperor obviously didn't expect this. He was instantly hit and his immortal heart exploded. Ding. The host challenge is successful. Ding. The host has obtained 1 Devour point. Ding. Does the host want to continue the challenge? Now Yi Xian added another Devour point, reaching 3 Devour points. This was all thanks to the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't have been able to successfully challenge the 7th level of the Tower of Trials unless he fused with a new bloodline. If I break through again, I can learn the 2nd transformation of the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change. When that time comes, I can challenge the 8th level. If I become an immortal venerable, I can challenge the 9th level. Yi Xian thought to himself. He didn't expect to encounter such a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, he wouldn't know that the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change was so useful. Give me another 2 or 3 days and I can break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. When that time comes, I can challenge the 8th level of the Tower of Trials and obtain the Devour point. Yi Xian squinted his eyes slightly. Then he quickly left the place and headed for the Windblade Royal Territory. 3 days later. Ding. The host has broken through. The host is now a 1st grade Immortal Emperor. Ding. Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Jintian and Yanming Ghost Lord have broken through. The host is now a 5th grade immortal emperor. Ding. The host has learned the second transformation of the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change. Yi Xian finally broke through to the immortal emperor realm. Immediately he continued to challenge the Tower of Trials. This time it was the 8th level, which was 8 levels higher than him. His opponent was a 9th grade immortal emperor. After the challenge began, Yi Xian quickly used the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change to forcefully raise his level to the 3rd grade immortal emperor realm. This way he was only 6 levels lower than his opponent. The final winner of this battle was still Yi Xian. Of course, this was also because of his good luck. If his opponent wasn't an immortal cultivator but a demonic cultivator or demonic cultivator, he would have lost. Chapter 1782. After successfully challenging the 8th floor, Yi Xian now had 4 devour points. Unfortunately, the second immortal grade physique and bloodline column had yet to open, so he still couldn't exchange for it. With my current strength, it's enough to cause trouble for the Demon Lord, Yi Xian thought to himself. The old tree was already a 5th stage immortal emperor, so he wasn't afraid of the Demon Lord. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to get something this time so that he wouldn't have to worry about leveling up in the future. The Demon Spirit Horn where the Blood Moon Demon Lord was at was quite big, and the Windblade Royal territory was only a corner of it. Therefore Yi Xian directly rushed to the center of the Demon Spirit Horn. Previously he came from this place. However, his realm was low at that time and he was busy running for his life. Now he changed his mind and prepared to kill his way back. Because of the old tree, Yi Xian should be the common enemy of the demonic cultivators and immortal cultivators. Therefore he prepared to go on a killing spree and beat up everyone he saw. If he saw immortal cultivators he would summon the old tree to fight. If he saw demonic cultivators he would still summon the old tree. As for Yao cultivators he would summon the old tree. In any case, unless it was necessary, Yi Xian wouldn't personally take action. "Young master, I want to go out too," Luo shouted in the planting space. Now that she had broken through to 4th stage Demon Emperor, her strength wasn't inferior to the old trees. After staying inside for so long, she naturally wanted to come out for a walk. "Okay, I'll let you out." Yi Xian grinned and summoned Luo and the others. It just so happened that a team of demonic cultivators was approaching, so Luo could use this opportunity to practice. "Watch me Sky-Loathing Fox transformation." Without saying anything, Luo transformed into her original form, then turned into a golden ray of light and rushed over. In this team of demonic cultivators, there were 4 8th-stage Demon Emperors and 1 9th-stage Demon Emperor. Their realms were much higher than Luo's. After transforming into the Sky-Loathing Fox transformation, Luo directly attacked the 5 of them. Blazing Inferno Purgatory. Blazing flames spurted out of Luo's body, instantly enveloping the 5 Demon Emperors. In the distance, Yi Xian saw this group of people being burned alive by Luo through the Eye of Revelation. Even though Zioists are also known for their physique, Luo's flame is not ordinary. It's demonic flame after all. Its power is in no way inferior to Yi Xian's heavenly flame of brilliance. In the blink of an eye, Luo had killed these 5 people. There was no need to say more about her strength. "Well done." Yi Xian grinned. He quickly dashed over and collected their interspatial rings. However, what he was completely unaware of was that there were several powerful auras rapidly approaching him. "Young master, I want to walk by myself," Luo suddenly said. "Go by yourself? That's fine too." Yi Xian didn't refuse. After all, he had the time reversal skill. If anything happened to Luo, he could reverse time. Of course, Luo's strength was almost enough to dominate this area. He didn't need to worry too much. "In that case, old tree, you can go by yourself. Leave Wei Jintian and Azura Ghost Venerate with me," Yi Xian said to Old Tree. "All right." Old Tree smiled and quickly left. As for Wei Jintian, he turned into the mystic divine armor and put it on Yi Xian. Azura Ghost Venerate followed behind Yi Xian. Then Yi Xian also went out to kill. In this area, almost all the demon emperors were high-level demon emperors. However, there were very few demon venerates. Even though Yi Xian was only a 1st-grade immortal emperor, he wasn't afraid even if he encountered a demon venerable. Don't forget, he still had the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change and the mystic divine armor. Moreover, his Eye of the Void could instantly pull Luo and Old Tree back. In short, he was almost invincible in this area. This time, the immortal world's Long Yu attacked the Devil World. Obviously, they were prepared and caught the Devil World off guard. However, the attack on the Devil World was actually a pretense. In fact, it was for one person. After Yi Xian killed a few waves of devil cultivators, he suddenly received a message from Little Demon King. Yi Xian Long Yu's attack on the Devil Spirit Corner isn't as simple as it seems. Just now, my master said that they seem to be looking for someone. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask in surprise, looking for someone? Oh, I'm not sure. However, this battle won't last long. They won't attack Blood Moon City. You should find a place to hide first. Little Demon King reminded him. Alright, I got it. Yi Xian nodded. Even though he didn't know who Long Yu was looking for, it definitely had nothing to do with him. After all, Long Yu's cultivation level was too high. However, not long after Chi Su's reminder. Young master, something bad has happened. A group of powerful Zeoists has surrounded me. Lolua's voice suddenly rang in Yi Xian's mind. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's body trembled. He hurriedly asked, What? What's going on? While speaking, he hurriedly broke through the void and directly appeared beside Luoluo. Before this, he had already brought the old tree back to the planting space. After passing through the void gate, Yi Xian sensed many powerful auras that were suffocating him. For a total of 4 Zeoists. However, these 4 Zeoists were all middle-level demon venerables. What's going on? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. At the same time he was on guard. Who are you? A young man suddenly opened his mouth and asked. We're all from the demon clan. Instead of killing Zeoists, you've surrounded my younger sister. What do you want? Yi Xian asked directly. Younger sister? Hearing this, the young man slightly narrowed his eyes. He could sense that Yi Xian was only an ordinary Xiaxionist and not a demon. Moreover, his realm was much lower than Luolua's. However, he didn't ask too many questions. Instead, he said directly, We don't mean any harm. I just want to ask if she has refined a heavenly demon's heart. As soon as he said this, both Yi Xian and Luoluo were stupefied. These Zeoists were unexpectedly able to sense it. They didn't know whether this was a blessing or a curse. However, Yi Xian wasn't afraid of these people. Even though he might die once, he had the time reversal skill. At worst, he could start over again. So what? Yi Xian answered. I didn't expect the Fox clan to be able to refine a heavenly demon's heart. It's really rare. The young man sighed and said, It hasn't been long since she refined a heavenly demon's heart, has it? That's right. Yi Xian answered again. That's right. Lord Dragon Emperor must have sensed her. The young man nodded. Dragon Emperor? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Suddenly he thought of a person. The immortal Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Field in the Immortal Realm. It turned out that these Zeoists had come to the Demon Realm on the orders of the immortal Dragon Emperor. Moreover, they had come for Luoluo. What do you want? Yi Xian asked with a hostile expression. Chapter 1783. I see. Yi Xian understood now. They wanted to invite Luoluo to the Dragon Field and train her to become the leader of the Dragon Field. So that's why you attacked the Demon Realm so recklessly to find Luoluo? Asked Yi Xian. That's right. The young man nodded. Compared to Emperor Qing and Empress Wu, the Dragon Field rarely attacks the Demon Realm. This time, if someone hadn't sensed the heavenly demon's heart and sent the news back, we wouldn't have come. But you came from the Immortal Realm. You shouldn't have arrived immediately, right? Asked Yi Xian. Before, he and Capricious ascended half a month later, but there was a difference of nearly 1,000 years. From the Immortal Realm to the Demon Realm, there was a difference of several dozen years. But Luoluo hadn't refined the heavenly demon's heart for long before the people from the Dragon Field came. This was a bit strange. You mean there's a time difference? That's already been solved, said the young man. Though Yi Xian didn't know the reason, he didn't ask. He saw that the 4 Zeoists didn't seem hostile. They should be sincere in inviting them to the Dragon Field. In that case, let's go to the Dragon Field and take a look, said Yi Xian. You're very welcome. We've already notified the Dragon Emperor's 18 Dragon Guards. He should be here soon, said the young man. Okay, then I'll wait here. Yi Xian nodded. But this was too sudden. The little Demon King was accepted as a disciple by the 9th Demon Venerable of the Demon Realm. Now, the immortal Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Field had sent people to take Luoluo to the Dragon Field. It would be bad if the Immortal Realm and the Demon Realm went to war in the future. Half a day later, an aura more powerful than the 4 youths arrived. According to Yi Xian's conversation with the young man, this person was an 8th grade Demon Venerable, one of the 18 Dragon Guards under the immortal Dragon Emperor. Is this the little girl? The 18 Dragon Guard was a burly man. After seeing Luoluo, he immediately asked. Yes, Lord Dragon Guard. The young man nodded. Fortunately, it's not near the Blood Moon City. Otherwise we'd be in trouble. Alright, let's hurry back to the dragon field and tell the other brothers to retreat. After the burly man finished speaking, he transformed into his original form. Yixian took a look and saw that it was the five-clawed golden dragon that he had killed before. This was one of the most powerful species of dragons. Then Yixian and Luo Luo rode on the back of the five-clawed golden dragon and quickly rushed toward a passage to the immortal realm. In less than a day they arrived at the side of the passageway to the immortal realm. Chisu, I'll leave the devil world first. I'll find you later. Before they left, Yixian sent a message to Little Devil King of Chaos, but he did not mention anything about the Luo Luo heavenly demon heart. Yixian entered the passageway and teleported to the world of immortals. When he first came to the devil realm, he was only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Now that he had left the devil realm, he had become a celestial lord. Moreover, if he used his trump card, even a first-grade immortal venerable wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Presumably he would soon stand at the peak of the immortal world. There were obvious differences between the immortal realm and the devil realm. The environment in the devil realm was very harsh and oppressive, while the immortal realm was full of immortal chi. It was surrounded by clouds and mist, like a painting. At this time, Yixian had followed the middle-aged man back to the dragon field. This was the world of the Zooists, so there were many immortal beasts here. After arriving in the immortal realm, the middle-aged man continued to transform into his original form as the five-clawed golden dragon and flew northwest. After passing through several small teleportation formations, he finally arrived at the center of the dragon field, the rising dragon city. However, before he could enter the city, a group of people came to meet him. Moreover, they were all rare species, led by a huge five-clawed golden dragon. Suddenly, the five-clawed golden dragon roared at the sky and transformed into his human form. After transforming into his human form, the five-clawed golden dragon was a white-haired old man with a golden dragon crown on his head. He looked amiable. However, his realm was above the 18 dragon guards, reaching 9th grade immortal venerable. He was the immortal dragon emperor of the dragon field. On the other side, a red-haired middle-aged man transformed into a red-haired giant dragon. He was the second in command of the dragon field, the Crimson Dragon Emperor. His original form was also one of the top dragon species, the Supreme Red Dragon. The heavenly demon's heart is not completely refined, only half of it. The Crimson Dragon Emperor saw through Luo Luo's secret. This is already very good. The method to refine the other half of the heavenly demon's heart has always been a secret of our dragon field. The immortal dragon emperor said and asked Luo Luo, "Little girl, where did you get the method to refine the heavenly demon's heart?" "I got it from a demonic cultivator," Luo Luo said directly. Of course, it was Yixian who asked her to say so. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the method to refine the first half of the heavenly demon's heart was deliberately leaked by us. It's the blessing of our race if someone can refine it successfully. The immortal dragon emperor said and asked, "Little girl, what is your original form?" Hearing this, Luo Luo turned to Yixian and only transformed into her original form after getting his permission. Then a golden fox came into everyone's sight. Fox race. The Crimson Dragon Emperor was slightly surprised. He thought that Luo Luo was some noble race, but he didn't expect her to be the most common golden fox. "Old Red, you're wrong this time." The immortal Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes and said with some joy, "If I'm not wrong, this little girl isn't a golden fox, but the legendary Heavenly Loathing Fox." Heavenly Loathing Fox. When these three words fell into everyone's ears, they all trembled. This was a super heaven-defying race. How is that possible? The Heavenly Loathing Fox is rarer than the Supreme Red Dragon, and it's almost impossible for them to survive. They'll all be struck to death by the heavenly tribulation, the Crimson Dragon Emperor said in shock. That's true. The Heavenly Loathing Fox is too powerful, but it makes sense that she could survive the heavenly tribulation in the mortal world, the immortal Dragon Emperor said with a smile. The heavenly tribulation in the mortal world was less than 1/1000th of the immortal world's heavenly tribulation. After the immortal Dragon Emperor's reminder, the Crimson Dragon Emperor felt that it made sense and hurriedly asked, "Little girl, did you ascend from the mortal world?" "Yes." Luo Luo nodded obediently. "Good, that's great. Since you've already survived the heavenly tribulation, then we don't have to worry anymore. The heavenly demon's heart and the heavenly loathing fox are a perfect match. If they grow up, even the two of us together won't be a match for them," the Crimson Dragon Emperor said happily. In terms of rarity, the Supreme Red Dragon was rarer than the five-clawed Golden Dragon, but it was no match for the heavenly loathing fox. Chapter 1784. Little girl, Dragon Field will be your home from now on. The Immortal Dragon Emperor said with a smile. Apart from the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor, there were 3 other people who had refined the Heavenly Demon's heart. However, all 3 of them were 5-clawed golden dragons. Although the Supreme Red Dragon was rarer and stronger than the 5-clawed golden dragon, it had a congenital defect, which was its inability to reproduce. That was why the Red Dragon Emperor had no offspring. However, Luo Luo didn't have a heavenly loathsome fox. Her child might be a heavenly loathsome fox in the future. With the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor, Luo Luo would definitely be able to pass the heavenly tribulation safely if she could give birth to a heavenly loathsome fox. All in all, the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor had already treated Luo Luo as their own granddaughter. That meant that the other half of the Heavenly Demon's heart would be refined soon. Luo Luo's physique was already comparable to the old tree with just half of the Heavenly Demon's heart. If she refined the complete Heavenly Demon's heart, she would be able to defeat the old tree even if her cultivation base was lower than the old trees. As Yi Xian was Luo Luo's brother, he was also valued by the Dragon Field. The 2 of them were arranged to stay in the same place. Little girl, you should rest for a few days. When you're well rested, we'll help you refine the other half of the Heavenly Demon's heart. The Immortal Dragon Emperor said to Luo Luo kindly. Thank you, Grandpa Dragon Emperor. Luo Luo thanked with a smile. Then the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the others left, leaving Yi Xian and Luo Luo to rest. The place where Yi Xian and Luo Luo were staying was called the Golden Dragon Palace. Those who could stay here were the top experts of the Dragon Field. This showed how much the Immortal Dragon Emperor valued Luo Luo. In addition, Yi Xian also found 3 8th-grade Venerable Immortal Dragon Guards guarding the vicinity of the Golden Dragon Palace. With Luo Luo here, I don't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. If I can advance 1 realm every 5 days, I'll be able to break through to the Immortal Venerable realm in a month's time. Yi Xian thought in his heart. Immortal Venerable realm, because there were only a handful of Immortal Emperors and Demon Emperors in the world. A few days later. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough and is now a 2nd-grade Celestial Emperor. Ding. Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian Yanming Ghostly Lord have broken through. They are now 6th-grade Immortal Emperors. Yi Xian and Old Tree's realms increased once again. Yi Xian felt that it was about time and sent someone to inform the Immortal Dragon Emperor. Luo Luo was going to start refining the other half of the Heavenly Demon's heart. When the Immortal Dragon Emperor received the news, he immediately rushed over with the Crimson Dragon Emperor. They had already prepared the materials. Luo Luo had cultivated half of the Heavenly Demon's heart on her own, and with the help of the Heavenly Loathsome Fox bloodline, the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor, the other half of the Heavenly Demon's heart would not take much time. However, this action was extremely important. So the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor had set up heavy defenses to prevent outsiders from entering. Yi Xian was Luo Luo's brother, so it didn't matter. After all, Yi Xian was only a 2nd-grade Immortal Emperor. Not to mention an Immortal Emperor, even a mid-level Immortal Venerable was nothing in front of this group of experts. Yi Xian was relieved to see that the 2 big shots were so concerned. While they were helping Luo Luo, Yi Xian chose to leave. After all, how could he break through if he was inside? Ding. Host has broken through. You are now a 3rd-grade Immortal Emperor. Ding. Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian Yanming Ghost Lord have broken through. You are now a 7th-grade Immortal Emperor. During the process of refining the other half of the Heavenly Demon's heart, Yi Xian broke through again. Although the speed of his advancement was astonishing, he could use the excuse that he had reincarnated to cultivate again. Not long after he broke through, a dragon guard came to him and said that Luo Luo had already refined the other half of the Heavenly Demon's heart. However, Luo Luo had not come out of seclusion yet. She could use this opportunity to break through to a higher realm. Who knows, she might be able to break through to the Demon Venerable realm. After a few days, Yi Xian broke through to the 4th-grade Immortal Emperor realm again. Old Tree and the others broke through to the 8th-grade Immortal Emperor realm. On the 2nd day after they broke through, Luo Luo also came out of seclusion successfully. Not only did she break through to the 9th-grade Demon Emperor realm, but she also comprehended the meditative state. The meditative state could greatly increase the speed of self-absorption of immortal qi. Simply put, Luo Luo's cultivation speed was much faster. Coupled with the flow of time in the planting space, Luo Luo estimated that she would break through to the Demon Venerable realm soon. Young Master, I have finished refining the other half of the Heavenly Demon's heart. Luo Luo's bell-like voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. Well, do you want to fight with Old Tree and the others? Yi Xian smiled. No, Grandpa Tree is one of us. I want to challenge the geniuses of the demon clan. Luo Luo said directly. Eh. Yi Xian grinned. He also wanted to see how powerful Luo Luo was after breaking through to the 9th grade Demon Emperor realm. Soon the two met up. Luo Luo then proposed to the immortal Dragon Emperor. No problem. I will go and gather all the geniuses of the demon clan. The immortal Dragon Emperor left with a smile. In the dragon field, those who had cultivated for less than 100,000 years were considered young. In other words, Luo Luo wanted to challenge all those who were less than 100,000 years old. It was said that the strongest one had cultivated for 90,000 years and was already a 6th grade demon venerable. He was the #1 genius of the dragon field and had refined the heavenly demon's heart. The immortal Dragon Emperor gathered all the young geniuses in the battle dragon arena. I heard that another genius who refined the heavenly demon's heart has appeared in the dragon field. Is it true? It's true. The news has been spreading for a long time. Moreover, it's the rare heavenly loathing fox bloodline. What? The heavenly loathing fox bloodline? Isn't it rarer than the Red Dragon Emperor's supreme Red Dragon bloodline? Yes. The immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor both think that she can lead the demon clan to reclaim the demon realm in the future. The heavenly loathing fox bloodline can absorb immortal chi to cultivate. If she is in the meditative state, she can probably reach the 9th grade demon venerable or even the demon emperor realm in a million years. At that time, she will definitely be able to defeat all the experts of the underworld and lead us back to the demon realm. Countless demon clansmen were whispering among themselves. At this time, the immortal Dragon Emperor suddenly descended with Luo Luo, attracting everyone's attention. As soon as they appeared, everyone shut their mouths and the battle dragon arena quieted down. Everyone, this little girl is the 6th demon clansman in the dragon field to possess the heavenly demon's heart. Her true form is the heavenly loathing fox. Next, anyone who has cultivated for less than 100,000 years can come up to the arena and spar with her. There are only 3 people in each realm. If you can defeat her, you will be rewarded. Chapter 1785. Situations like this rarely happened before. The immortal Dragon Emperor was one of the 2 giants of the dragon field, so his reward would definitely be generous. Everyone present could sense that Luo Luo was a 9th rank demon royal, which meant that the next one to go up would be at least a 9th rank demon royal. I'll go first. A 9th rank demon royal shouted and jumped onto the battling dragon platform. He knew that he could not defeat Luo Luo, but he still wanted to try. Whoosh. As soon as the 9th rank demon royal landed, Luo Luo had already rushed up. Her speed was faster than the 9th rank demon royal's reaction time. With a wave of her small hand, she slapped the 9th rank demon royal out of the battling dragon platform. Instant kill. What a joke. Even if Luo Luo did not refine the heavenly demon heart, she would not be able to defeat anyone of the same level. Next was the 1st rank demon venerables. However, the 1st rank demon venerables were still instantly killed by Luo Luo. The 2nd rank demon venerables were also easily slapped away by Luo Luo. As for the 3rd rank demon venerables, everyone thought that they would be interesting, but they were still slapped away. This was already a battle that surpassed 3 levels. Moreover, the people who went up the platform were all elites of the same level, but they were instantly killed by Luo Luo, a 9th rank demon royal. It was really embarrassing. Next was the 4th rank demon venerables. Your Highness Luo Luo, please enlighten me. A young man clasped his fist at Luo Luo. This time it's your turn to attack me. Luo Luo did not attack immediately but said directly. Okay, excuse me. The young man was not pretentious and agreed directly. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already rushed out. This punch was aimed at Luo Luo's face. This young man was a 4th rank demon venerables. If he was in other places, he would be able to challenge a 5th rank demon venerables. However, this kind of strength was obviously not enough in front of Luo Luo, who had refined the heavenly demon heart. Bam. Luo Luo did not move, but the young man's punch did not hit Luo Luo's body. Instead, it was blocked by a barrier. What? A barrier condensed by demon aura blocked Wu Jun's punch? Everyone was shocked. I don't believe it. Wu Jun shouted in his heart and punched again. Bang, bang, bang. His punches were ferocious, but they were all blocked by demon aura. Ah! At this time, Wu Jun suddenly roared at the sky and directly transformed into his original form. Although Wu Jun's true form was not a 5-clawed golden dragon, it was still a pure gold-white dragon that was 1 level weaker than a 5-clawed golden dragon. Woohoo! This time it was Wu Jun's all-out attack. The tail attack was enough to blow up the body of an ordinary 5th grade demon venerable. However, it was still blocked by Luo Luo's demonic chi barrier. Logically speaking, that's impossible. The Red Dragon Emperor in the sky said in surprise. No, Old Red, look at Luo Luo, the immortal Dragon Emperor suddenly reminded. With this reminder, the Crimson Dragon Emperor took a closer look and found that Luo Luo was acting strangely. So that's how it is. He has entered a meditative state. No wonder the demon chi barrier is so strong. He must have used the surrounding immortal chi. The Red Dragon Emperor instantly understood. After all, he was one of the top 2 experts in the dragon region. Bang! At this moment, another muffled sound rang out from the battle dragon platform. Wu Jun's head was directly smashed by Lolua's fist, and he was sent flying out of the battle dragon platform. And it was an instant kill. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of air. Luo Luo, who was only a 9th grade demon emperor, was able to challenge someone who was 4 grades higher than her with ease. Moreover, she seemed to still have some strength left. If she broke through to the demon venerable level, wouldn't she be even stronger? Forget about the 4th grade demon venerables. Let's fight the 5th grade demon venerables next. The immortal dragon emperor said. Even if he didn't say that, no 4th grade demon venerables would go up to challenge Luo Luo. It was obvious that they wouldn't be able to defeat her. Wu Jun was already one of the top 4th grade demon venerables, but he was sent flying by Luo Luo's punch. Wouldn't the others repeat the same mistake? However, as one person after another was sent flying out of the battle dragon platform, the crowd's emotions were stirred up. Next was the 5th grade demon venerable. Would he be able to challenge Luo Luo? I'll do it. Another young man jumped up. Everyone knew this person. He was one of the top 3 5th grade demon venerables. His name was Jing Qiwen, and his true form was the Gale Rock. After he got on the platform, he didn't waste any time. He turned into a stream of light and rushed toward Luo Luo. Bang! Luo Luo was still standing there, testing the strength of her demon aura barrier. With a muffled sound, the young man's fist was blocked. What a strong defense! Everyone's heart trembled. There were many middle-grade and high-grade demon venerables present. They could see that Zheng Qiwen's punch was at least 5 times stronger than Wu Jun's tail attack. However, it couldn't break Luo Luo's demon aura barrier. You can't even break my demon aura barrier. You're not qualified to be my opponent. Luo Luo snorted in her heart and attacked directly. She was very humble before, but after refining the heavenly demon's heart, she became arrogant. Although Zheng Qiwen was strong, he was sent flying out of the battle dragon platform after 3 punches from Luo Luo. Luo Luo had succeeded in challenging someone who was 5 realms higher. Hiss. The crowd was so shocked that they couldn't speak. Luo Luo had surpassed 5 realms. When she broke through to the 4th grade demon venerable, would she be stronger than the 18 dragon guards? Now, even a 5th grade demon venerable couldn't withstand 3 attacks from Luo Luo, so they had to send out a 6th grade demon venerable. Ting Qingshan, it's your turn. After seeing this, the immortal dragon emperor personally called out a name. Teng Qingshan was the strongest person among the 6th grade demon venerables and the strongest person among the younger generation of the dragon field. His original form was a 5-clawed golden dragon. This time, if Luo Luo could defeat him, she would replace the title of the number 1 genius of the dragon field. Don't be careless. Use your original form. The immortal dragon emperor secretly sent a message to Teng Qingshan. Yes, great-grandfather. Teng Qingshan replied respectfully. Then, before he entered the arena, he transformed into a 10,000-meter-long 5-clawed golden dragon. He shone like a small sun. In fact, at this level, the size didn't matter. Even if they were a few million meters long, they could still cross over with ease. Luo Luo looked at the 5-clawed golden dragon above her head and clenched her fists. She knew that Teng Qingshan was different from the people she had met before. This time she would have to use her full strength. Of course, whether Teng Qingshan could force her to transform into the heavenly loathing fox depended on his ability. Let's begin. The immortal dragon emperor transformed into a judge and said. In the next moment, Teng Qingshan and Luo Luo attacked at the same time. Ayaya, this is going to be fun. Teng Qingshan has refined the heavenly demon heart. Even an 8th grade demon venerable can't do anything to him. I wonder if Princess Luo Luo can handle him. In terms of racial ranking, the 5-clawed golden dragon is inferior to the supreme being red dragon, but the supreme being red dragon is inferior to the heavenly loathing fox. So it's hard to say. Yes, although Teng Qingshan is 6 realms higher than Princess Luo Luo, Princess Luo Luo is a heavenly loathing fox. She might be able to make up for the difference. Chapter 1786. At the start of the battle, Luo Luo and Ting Qingshan fought hand to hand. However, in terms of physique, Ting Qingshan was stronger. After all, he was 6 realms higher and had refined the heavenly demon heart. However, Luo Luo had comprehended the heavenly loathsome fox's meditative state. She could use a large amount of immortal chi to strengthen her body. Thus, in this round, the two of them were evenly matched. TSK, this little girl is too scary. If I were a 9th grade immortal venerable, I wouldn't be able to defeat Ting Qingshan unless I had the mystic divine armor. Old Tree said. Although he could fight 6 realms higher, that was for ordinary people. If he encountered a real genius, he wouldn't be able to do so. In the Battle Dragon platform, the battle was very intense. Although it seemed like Ting Qingshan was the one being beaten, he wasn't injured. As expected of the 5-clawed golden dragon. Your scales are so hard. It seems like I can't defeat you without transforming into my true form. Luo Luo thought for a while and transformed. Heavenly loathsome fox. An invisible pressure spread across the area. Although Luo Luo's realm was lower than most of the people present, her heavenly loathsome fox bloodline suppressed everyone. When the heavenly loathsome fox appeared, some people felt suffocated and almost couldn't breathe. What a strong pressure. I didn't expect to see the legendary heavenly loathsome fox. I can die without regrets. Princess Luo Luo will definitely lead us to take back the demon world and defeat the underworld army. The demon world is the territory of the demon clan. We don't have to live in the immortal world anymore. Everyone was in high spirits as they discussed. On the other side, Ting Qingshan, the 5-clawed golden dragon, felt his blood boil with the appearance of the heavenly loathsome fox. This was a sign that his bloodline was suppressed, but he couldn't accept it. Ting Qingshan roared and attacked Luo Luo with his claws. Suddenly, Luo Luo's bewitching eyes flashed. Her entire body turned into a stream of golden light and instantly pierced through Ting Qingshan's claws. Then her 9 tails suddenly swept across Ting Qingshan's body and cut him in half. The outcome of this battle had already been decided. Luo Luo won. Although it was only for a moment, Luo Luo already possessed the ability to kill Ting Qingshan instantly. If they were to fight to the death, Ting Qingshan's heart of heavenly demon would probably be torn in half. That move was Luo Luo's ultimate move, the 9-tailed fan. It was enough to pose a threat to an 8th grade demon venerable. The entire place was silent. Even the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor were shocked. Luo Luo's strength had already exceeded their understanding. They never thought that Ting Qingshan would be so weak in front of Luo Luo. Old gold, should we send another 7th grade demon venerable? The Crimson Dragon Emperor sent a voice transmission to the Immortal Dragon Emperor. There's no need. Luo Luo is only a 9th stage demon emperor now. Let's wait until she becomes a demon venerable. The Immortal Dragon Emperor shook his head. Luo Luo, a 9th rank demon emperor, already possessed such strength. Once she entered the demon sovereign realm, how powerful would she be? The Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor were looking forward to it. Although no one in the dragon field had obtained a reward for this challenge, they had all witnessed the power of the sky-loathing fox. This was good news for them. However, just as everyone was wondering if the Immortal Dragon Emperor would send a 7th grade demon venerable, a small voice suddenly flashed on the Battle Dragon platform. It was a mini golden-haired monkey. Its body was only the size of a palm. It held a thin iron rod in its hand and stared at Luo Luo after entering the Battle Dragon platform. Ah, what a cute little monkey. Luo Luo's eyes lit up when she saw the little monkey. She was about to go up and kiss it. However, at this moment, Luo Luo, be careful. The Immortal Dragon Emperor quickly shouted. Luo Luo stopped and looked at the Immortal Dragon Emperor in surprise. She could feel that the little monkey was only a 7th stage demon emperor. Moreover, it seemed to be an immortal beast. What was there to be afraid of? This monkey is an immortal beast that came back with me. It is very sleepy, but its combat strength is very impressive. The Crimson Dragon Emperor sent a voice transmission to Luo Luo. It is very impressive, but it is 2 stages lower than me. Luo Luo said in surprise. She was a 9th stage demon emperor. After transforming into her true form, she was able to kill Ting Qingshan, who was a 6th stage demon venerable. Could it be that this little monkey was more powerful than Ting Qingshan? How was that possible? Luo Luo didn't believe it. Squeak. At this moment, the little monkey in front of Luo Luo suddenly squeaked and waved at Luo Luo. You want me to attack? Luo Luo asked in confusion. Squeak. The little monkey nodded. Luo Luo looked at the Immortal Dragon Emperor and asked for his opinion. Little monkey, what do you want to do? The Crimson Dragon Emperor asked. Squeak. Squeak. The little monkey squeaked a few times. If it was an ordinary immortal beast, the monsters could understand it. However, the little monkey's language was very strange. Even the Crimson Dragon Emperor couldn't understand it. However, the Crimson Dragon Emperor understood this time. The little monkey wanted to fight with Luo Luo and it wouldn't hurt her. This made Luo Luo very unhappy. She also understood the little monkey's words. What did it mean by it wouldn't hurt her? It was obviously looking down on her. That's fine. The Crimson Dragon Emperor and the Immortal Dragon Emperor looked at each other and nodded. With the two 9th grade demon venerables guarding the scene, they should be fine. However, the little monkey was only a 3rd grade demon emperor before it fell asleep. Now that it had woken up, it was already a 7th grade demon emperor. It was unbelievable. I'll teach you a lesson. Luo Luo snorted inwardly. At this moment, Yi Xian reminded Luo Luo with the use of the sound transmission technique. Luo Luo, be careful. This little monkey is not ordinary. Yes, young master. Luo Luo replied. She maintained her human form and rushed up. Unexpectedly, the little monkey didn't intend to dodge. It just stood there and was kicked away by Luo Luo. What? Luo Luo was shocked. She thought the little monkey would dodge. The strength of the kick was so strong that a 7th grade demon emperor's body would explode. However, what she worried about didn't happen. After the little monkey took the kick, it just somersaulted backward and grinned. It seemed that the little monkey's strength was not as simple as what the Crimson Dragon Emperor had said. So it's pretending to be weak. I'm relieved. Luo Luo narrowed her eyes and started to attack with all her might. However, the little monkey was so fast that it started to tease Luo Luo. The way it scratched its ears and cheeks was quite funny. Where did this little monkey come from? How dare it tease Princess Luo Luo? I'm not sure. I only know that the Crimson Dragon Emperor brought it back. No, it seems to have followed the Crimson Dragon Emperor back. I remember that it used that thin iron rod to send many people flying. It's at least 6 levels higher. Is it some kind of super immortal beast? But in my memory, there's no monkey that can compare to the heaven-loathing fox, right? All the spectators present had strange expressions on their faces as they looked at the Battle Dragon platform. Chapter 1787. Transform. Without hesitation, Luo Luo transformed into her true form. However, what surprised Luo Luo even more was that her heavenly loathed fox bloodline did not seem to have any effect on the little monkey. When Ting Qingshan fought with Luo Luo earlier, he did not use his full strength. At most, he only used 70% of his strength because he was suppressed by Luo Luo's heavenly loathed fox bloodline. But now the little monkey was not affected at all. This meant that the little monkey's bloodline was comparable to the heavenly loathed fox bloodline or even stronger. As expected, the little monkey might be a mutated immortal beast. It is at least as strong as the heavenly loathed fox bloodline. The Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor looked at each other and thought at the same time. In the Battle Dragon platform, Luo Luo, who had transformed into the heavenly loathed fox bloodline, had improved a lot in all aspects. Now the little monkey was having a hard time. It started to wave the thin iron rod in its hand and counterattacked. Bang, bang, bang. A series of voices entered the ears of the crowd. Everyone was astonished. The little monkey, who was a 7th grade demon emperor, seemed to be evenly matched with the heavenly loathed fox bloodline, who was a 9th grade demon emperor. What was going on? Where did this little monkey come from? The Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor wondered. While the little monkey was fighting with Luo Luo, Yi Xian quickly scanned the little monkey with the Immortal Level Devouring System. He found that even the Immortal Level Devouring System could not identify the little monkey's species. He did not know whether the little monkey's bloodline was too noble or Yi Xian's realm was not high enough. However, judging from the current situation, Luo Luo seemed to be at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He had made up his mind to keep the demon monkey. The bloodline was more powerful than the heavenly loathed fox bloodline. If he could tame it, it would definitely become a super force in the future. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Yi Xian snickered in his heart. He was now a 4th grade immortal emperor, 4 realms lower than the demon monkey. When the time came, he would use the super devouring system to suck the demon monkey into the planting space and force a contract with it. That was his plan. Although it was a little bad, if this little monkey became his pet, he would be able to enjoy the increase in strength of his pet. At that time, the little monkey might be able to kill Luo Luo in an instant. In the Battle Dragon platform, the battle had already reached its climax. Luo Luo and Little Monkey were locked in a fierce battle. In addition, the little monkey's defense was astonishing. It was able to withstand Luo Luo's 9-tailed fan. This was the ultimate move that killed Ting Qingshan in an instant. Most importantly, the little monkey was completely unscathed. What was its body made of? Frightening, this is too frightening. Creak, creak, creak. Little monkey suddenly stopped and asked in a surprised tone. You said that my strength is a little strange? Luo Luo understood little monkey's words and suddenly remembered Yi Xian's plan. She immediately smiled and said, that's because I have a good master. After signing a contract with him, my battle strength doubled. Creak, creak. Little monkey was slightly surprised. He followed Luoluo's gaze and finally saw Yi Xian. However, he was not stupid. If he signed a contract with a human, it would be troublesome. At least for now, he could not break the contract. Seeing little monkey's suspicious gaze, Luo Luo said in a low voice, moreover, he has an independent space. The flow of space inside is 10,000 times slower than the outside world. 10,000 years and there is only 1 year in the outside world. Creak, creak, creak. Little monkey's eyes brightened. If what Luo Luo said was true, then it would be a good place. In the future he would be able to sleep there. It's fine if you don't believe me. This time you win. I will go back and cultivate in seclusion. When I break through to first stage demon sovereign, I will come and torture you. Luo Luo saw that little monkey was still hesitating. She immediately transformed into her human form and left the battle dragon platform. Creak, creak. Little monkey suddenly transformed into a stream of light and flashed in front of Luo Luo. He asked seriously. Of course it's true. Do you want me to test my age? It's only been 20 years since I was born. Luo Luo said with a faint smile. Indeed, it had only been 20 years since she was born. Moreover, even if it was 200 years, 2,000 years, or even 20,000 years, it was nothing in the eyes of the people present. However, breaking through to 9th stage demon sovereign in 20 years was a little too fake. Hearing this, little monkey turned around and rushed to Yi Xian. Then he squatted in front of Yi Xian and sized him up. He found that Yi Xian's bloodline was very mixed. Moreover, even he couldn't see through Yi Xian. It was a little strange. Creak, creak, creak. Little monkey squeaked at Yi Xian. Luo Luo, what is he saying? Yi Xian asked in confusion. Although Wei Zhentian and Ghost Lord Azura couldn't speak, he could understand them after signing a contract with them. This little monkey wasn't his physical body. He didn't understand the language of beast, so naturally he didn't understand. He's asking if you're saying the same thing as me. Luo Luo's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Of course it's true. If you sign a contract with me you won't regret it. Yi Xian said hurriedly. Creak, creak. Little monkey thought for a moment and squeaked again. Young master, he wants to sign an equal contract first. Luo Luo translated. Okay. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He hurriedly exchanged for an equal contract from the immortal level devouring system. The so-called equal contract meant that after signing it, Yi Xian couldn't order little monkey around. If it was a master-servant contract, little monkey would have to listen to Yi Xian's orders. On the other side, the immortal Dragon Emperor and Crimson Dragon Emperor didn't understand what Luo Luo and little monkey were doing. They just watched silently. However, in the next moment they understood. What? Sign a contract? The immortal Dragon Emperor and Crimson Dragon Emperor were shocked. The Crimson Dragon Emperor was the most surprised. After all, he had wanted to sign a contract with little monkey before. However, little monkey looked down on him and said that he wasn't qualified. Even he, a 9th grade venerable monster, wasn't qualified. How could Yi Xian be qualified? Although Yi Xian was Luo Luo's brother, it wasn't right. However, they could see that this was an equal contract. Moreover, little monkey was willing, so they couldn't say anything. Ding. The host has signed an equal contract with the sky-breaking ape god. Ding. The sky-breaking ape god's body is a sky-breaking divine stone. It has been refined into a treasure. 2 consecutive system prompts caused Yi Xian to be stunned on the spot. After signing the contract, the system detected little monkey's bloodline. It turned out that it was an immortal beast called the sky-breaking ape god. However, the sky-breaking ape god's body is a sky-breaking divine stone. What's going on? Did this guy jump out of a stone like Sun Wukong? Chapter 1788. Gigi? After signing the contract with Yi Xian, little monkey sensed it. If *CK it had really doubled. Luo Luo wasn't lying. Just now he was thinking that if Luo Luo had lied to him to sign the contract with Yi Xian, he would kill Yi Xian with one blow. But he didn't expect Yi Xian and Luo Luo to be telling the truth. Just like that, little monkey became Yi Xian's 5th slave, and the most powerful one in history. He was only a 7th grade demon emperor, but he was evenly matched with Luo Luo, who was a 9th grade demon emperor. Moreover, he didn't have the double boost of the slave at that time. If Little Monkey had been Yi Xian's slave and enjoyed the double boost, then Luo Luo wouldn't have been able to defeat him. What was the origin of Little Monkey's sky-splitting divine ape? Wasn't he too powerful? How was it? I didn't lie to you, right? Yi Xian smiled at Little Monkey. Ji. Little Monkey's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. Now he could understand what Little Monkey was saying. Don't worry, that place didn't lie to you either. But I don't want others to know. We'll talk about it when we get back, Yi Xian said hurriedly. Ji. Little Monkey compromised. Do you have a name? If not, I'll call you Sky-Splitting Divine Ape from now on, Yi Xian said. Ji. Little Monkey squeaked, meaning that it didn't matter and that he could call him whatever he wanted. Just like that, Yi Xian gained a super general who was even more powerful than Luo Luo. Now Yi Xian's 5 slaves were all at a higher realm than him. Old Tree, Wei Jintian, Azura Ghost Lord, and Sky-Splitting Divine Ape were all 7th grade Immortal Emperors, while Luo Luo was a 9th grade Immortal Emperor. As for Yi Xian himself, he was a 3rd grade Immortal Emperor, which was pitifully low. However, he relied on the slave for a living now. He didn't need to do anything. Every time there was a battle, he could just spectate. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon Emperor and the Immortal Dragon Monarch rushed over when they saw that Yi Xian had subdued the little monkey. Young man, how did you subdue it? The Red Dragon Emperor could not help but ask. Back then he had also wanted to subdue the heaven-breaking ape god, but he had failed. Now that the heaven-breaking ape god had been subdued by Yi Xian, he felt a little indignant. If it was someone stronger than him, then so be it. However, Yi Xian was only a 3rd grade celestial emperor. What qualifications did he have to subdue him? Facing this question, Yi Xian grinned and said, to tell you the truth, all of them have signed contracts with me, including Luo Luo. What? The answer shocked the Imperishable Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor. Luo Luo actually had a contract with Yi Xian? I was brought up by Young Master. When Young Master first met me, I was still far away from the immortal realm. He was the one who brought me through the heavenly tribulation and ascended to the immortal world. Otherwise, I would have died under the heavenly tribulation. Luo Luo giggled. In the eyes of outsiders, Luo Luo and Yi Xian should have been cultivating for more than 10,000 years. However, they were only in their 20s or 30s. If this secret was leaked, it would definitely cause some Zioists with weaker devil hearts to have a heart attack. The Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor exchanged a glance. Since Luo Luo had signed a contract with Yi Xian a long time ago, it was not their place to say anything. However, they were still a little concerned. Young man, what kind of contract did you sign with Luo Luo? The Immortal Dragon Emperor asked through voice transmission. When I first met Luo Luo, she was the one who tried to charm me, but unexpectedly she was devoured by me. At that time we signed a master and servant blood contract. Yi Xian answered honestly. What? A master and servant blood contract? The Immortal Dragon Emperor was shocked. There was a difference between a master and servant blood contract. In a master and servant contract, the master could command the servant. If the master died, the servant would be freed. If the servant died, the master would not be affected. However, a master and servant blood contract meant that if the master died, the servant would also die. If the servant died, the master would not be affected. In other words, if Yi Xian died, Luo Luo would be buried with him. Was that cruel? Grandpa Dragon Emperor, don't worry. Young master won't die. Luo Luo hastily interrupted. Yi Xian had all kinds of supreme techniques such as time reversal for great clones and so on. It would not be easy to kill him. Moreover, Yi Xian was now a 3rd grade immortal emperor, which was one of the top realms in the immortal world. In addition, he had left one of his great clones in the mortal world. If one wanted to kill him, one would have to find that mortal world. However, that should not be possible. Yi Xian's 4th clone was invincible in the mortal world because the spatial structure of that mortal world was very weak. Not to mention immortal emperors, even great golden immortals would not be able to descend to that mortal world. The reason why his 4th clone was able to stay there was because he ascended to immortality in that mortal world, so he would not be rejected by the mortal world. As for the descending of a Daluo golden immortal, not to mention killing him, he might not even be able to raise his head when he saw him. He would be directly suppressed into the ground. Then who could threaten him? Although Luo Luo said so, the Immortal Dragon Emperor and Crimson Dragon Emperor were still worried because Yi Xian and Luo Luo had signed a master and servant blood contract. Yi Xian had the ability to make Luo Luo say so. Senior Dragon Emperor, I am not weak. Why don't you find someone to fight with me? Yi Xian suddenly suggested. Find someone? The Immortal Dragon Emperor paused. Yi Xian was only a third-grade immortal emperor. What was the use of such a realm? In the dragon field, almost all those who had cultivated for more than 10,000 years had surpassed this realm. No matter how strong Yi Xian was, he couldn't be that strong, right? Fine, this old man won't say anything more. The immortal dragon emperor decided to forget about it. After all, Yi Xian seemed to treat Luo quite well. Since the little monkey was also subdued by Yi Xian, it meant that Yi Xian was also quite capable. With the protection of Luo and the little monkey, Yi Xian would be much safer. However, the immortal dragon emperor and crimson dragon emperor had the idea of restricting Yi Xian's movements. In other words, they would not allow Yi Xian to leave the dragon field so easily. In fact, Yi Xian had also expected this. After all, he had signed a master and servant blood contract with Luo. If he died, Luo would be buried with him. And now that Luo was the #1 genius of the dragon field, she would definitely surpass the immortal dragon emperor and crimson dragon emperor in the future. She might even reach the level of demon dragon emperor. Demon dragon emperor was once the master of the demon world. However, he was besieged and killed by the experts of the underworld in order to protect the demon race when they came to the immortal world. In other words, the demon race of the immortal world and dragon field were waiting for Luo to grow up and lead them to take back the demon world. With Luo's appearance, they knew that this moment was near. Chapter 1789. As Luo's older brother, Yi Xian naturally received a lot of protection as well. Of course, rather than protection, it was more like surveillance. The immortal dragon emperor and the red dragon emperor did not want Yi Xian to leave the dragon's field. It was equivalent to imprisoning him for life. Yi Xian actually didn't have any complaints about this, because he knew that the dragon domain couldn't restrict him. Now that the little monkey had signed a contract with Yi Xian, what surprised Yi Xian was that it could level up by devouring ores, just like the Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian. In other words, the way it leveled up was exactly the same as the Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian. Heavens! At the same level, even if Luo, the Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian worked together, they would not be a match for the little monkey. Yi Xian estimated that its strength had surpassed that of a 6th-grade demon venerable. Even a 7th-grade demon venerable would not be able to withstand its full strength. Therefore, its strength should be at the level of an 8th-grade demon venerable. After all, it was a 9th-grade demon venerable. This was of great significance to Yi Xian. A few days after the Genius Challenge. Ding. Host has broken through. Currently a 4th-grade immortal lord. Ding. Inferno Ghostly Lord, Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, and the Sky-Breaking Ape God have broken through. Currently 8th-grade immortal lord. After cultivating in the plant space, Luo had also successfully broken through to the 1st-grade demon venerable realm. If it was before, Yi Xian was afraid that the plant space would be exposed. However, he had already revealed the secret of signing a master-servant blood contract with Luo. After all, there were many methods and treasures in the immortal world that could store people in a place. After breaking through, the Sky-Breaking Ape God's strength would be on par with the immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor with the help of Yi Xian's bloodline. However, the Sky-Breaking Ape God's super strong trump card had a fatal flaw, which was its lethargy. After every battle, it would fall into a deep sleep for an indeterminate amount of time. Previously, when he fought with Luo, he did not use any skills, so it was easy. After staying in the plant space for a while, he recovered. Young master, now that I have broken through to the 1st-grade demon venerable realm, I am more powerful than a 7th-grade demon venerable. Why don't we go to the underworld? Luo suddenly suggested. The immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor won't agree to it, Yi Xian replied. Oh, then let's wait a little longer? Wait until I am as strong as them. Luo said again. Yes, we'll wait for 10 days. Yi Xian nodded slightly. 10 days later, the old tree, Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, and the Sky-Breaking Divine Ape would be able to break through to 1st-grade venerable rank. If Luo were to use the meditative state, she would be able to break through to 2nd-grade venerable rank or even 3rd-grade venerable rank. Such strength was enough to fight against the immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor. At that time, even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to stop Yi Xian. Time slowly passed. A few days later, Yi Xian made another breakthrough and became a 5th-grade celestial emperor. The old tree, Wei Zhentian, Azura Ghost Venerate, and the heaven-breaking divine ape made another breakthrough and became 9th-grade celestial emperors. Just one more breakthrough and he would become a demon venerable. The heaven-breaking divine ape who had just signed a blood contract with Yi Xian was so happy that he was about to explode. In just a few days he had made 2 breakthroughs and his strength had increased by more than 10 times. It was simply too terrifying. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that he could continue to level up. Luo Luo had a large amount of heavenly treasures and there was no need to worry. However, 3 days after the breakthrough, a piece of news suddenly spread to the Rising Dragon City. What? An army of the underworld suddenly appeared in the north of the dragon region? The immortal dragon emperor was shocked when he heard the news. What's going on? Is there a passage to the underworld? The Crimson Dragon Emperor quickly asked. No, there is a ghost lord of the underworld who is massacring and turning the dead into an army of the underworld. A dragon guard reported. A ghost lord of the underworld? It seems like he is a 9th-grade ghost lord. The immortal dragon emperor squinted his eyes and said to the Crimson Dragon Emperor, I will go and deal with him. You take care of the Rising Dragon City? I will go. The Crimson Dragon Emperor said. I, the 5-clawed golden dragon, am the nemesis of the underworld creatures. If it is one-on-one, I am not afraid of them at all. Even if I am surrounded by 2 or 3 of them, I have the ability to escape. The immortal Dragon Emperor said. The Crimson Dragon Emperor felt that it made sense. After all, the golden light of the 5-clawed golden dragon could suppress the underworld creatures. If low-level underworld creatures were to be shown by it, they would be instantly burned to ashes. Alright, then you must be careful. The Crimson Dragon Emperor nodded. Immediately, the immortal Dragon Emperor left the Rising Dragon City with his 18 dragon guards and headed to the north of the dragon region. As for the Crimson Dragon Emperor, he stayed in the Rising Dragon City. If they were to compare, the underworld was the strongest among the 4 realms. This was because they had the ability to control the underworld creatures and they had 2 ghost emperors. It was also because of this that the demon realm, which only had 1 demon emperor, was conquered by the underworld and the demon clan was forced to migrate to the immortal realm. As for the immortal realm, Emperor Qing and Empress Wu were both immortal emperors. With the addition of the experts from the dragon region, they were not afraid of the underworld. At this moment, the immortal dragon emperor and his 18 dragon guards had already left the Rising Dragon City. As for the ones protecting Luo Luo and Yi Xian, they were replaced by the Crimson Dragon Emperor's blood dragon guards. Grandpa Red Dragon, where did Grandpa Dragon Emperor go? Luo Luo could not help but ask. A 9th-grade ghost lord appeared in the north of the dragon region. He is leading the underworld army and causing trouble. The Dragon Emperor went to deal with him. The Crimson Dragon Emperor replied. Someone from the underworld? Hearing this, Loloa's eyes narrowed and said, I'll go too. No, the Dragon Emperor alone is enough. You must not leave the Rising Dragon City now. The Crimson Dragon Emperor reminded. He felt that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Perhaps this was a diversion to the east and an ambush. That 9th-grade Ghost Lord was just a bait. His purpose was to separate the immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor. After replying, the Crimson Dragon Emperor immediately sent a message to Emperor Qing and Empress Wu to let them know about this matter. That was because the moment the underworld made a move, nothing good would come out of it. And each time it would not be a small matter. The Rising Dragon City had a teleportation array to the Greenwood City and Martial Border. Those 2 immortal emperors would definitely send someone over soon. However, at the next moment, the face of the Crimson Dragon Emperor changed drastically. What? There's no way to send the message out? The Crimson Dragon Emperor's eyes widened. This time there was trouble. Indeed, the moment he reacted to it, a rumbling sound rang out from a certain part of the Rising Dragon City. Rumble. The moment he heard this, the Crimson Dragon Emperor bolted out swiftly. His face was solemn as he shouted out, Everyone be careful. There are external enemies attacking. Following that, he bolted in the direction of the sound. The demon race beings in the Rising Dragon City were bewildered as well. What kind of place was the Rising Dragon City? It was the center of the dragon region. Chapter 1790. Not only that, even Yi Xian felt the same. But in the next moment he could confirm that the Rising Dragon City was indeed under attack. Azura Ghost Lord had indeed sensed the aura of death, and it was from more than one direction. Rumble. Before Yi Xian could react, rumbling sounds could be heard from other directions of the Rising Dragon City. Waves of majestic aura of death spread out. The underworld is not giving up and wants to massacre the demon race. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. The underworld was the strongest of the 4 realms, but why did they choose to attack the demon race first? That was because Zeus were very strong. As long as they could turn into the underworld army, they could sweep the other 2 realms. They had planned this operation for a long time. The reason why the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor did not discover it was because they had bribed some Zeus. There were even traitors among the 18 Dragon Guards and the Blood Dragon Guards. Your Highness Luoluo, this is bad. The rising dragon city is under attack by the underworld creatures. A blood dragon guard ran into Yi Xian and Luoluo's residence in a hurry. I already know. Luoluo nodded. But in the next moment, the blood dragon guard suddenly revealed an endless murderous aura as he pounced toward Luoluo. This blood dragon guard was a traitor bribed by the underworld ghost lord. Luoluo was slightly shocked. But now she was already a first-ranked demon venerable, infinitely close to a second-ranked demon venerable. Dealing with an 8th-ranked demon venerable was a piece of cake. Demon God's Claw. Luoluo immediately transformed into the sky-loath fox and used her trump card. She extended her claw and pierced through the blood dragon guard's chest. The blood dragon guard's demon heart was torn apart instantly and he died. A first-ranked demon venerable killed an 8th-ranked demon venerable instantly. This was the power of the sky-loath fox and the sky demon heart. The underworld has already infiltrated the rising dragon city. I'm afraid this attack is not because of other reasons but because of you, Luoluo. Yi Xian suddenly walked out and said slowly, "Are they afraid that I will become another demon dragon emperor or even stronger and sweep the underworld?" Luoluo asked. That should be the case. However, he definitely didn't expect you to have broken through to rank 1 demon exalted. Although the blood dragon guards know your current realm and your previous battle results, they want to try seeing that you are alone. Yi Xian nodded. Right now, my strength is already above that of the 18 dragon guards. In the entire rising dragon city, I am an existence that is second only to Grandpa Dragon Emperor and Grandpa Scarlet Dragon Emperor. If you want to kill me, it won't be that easy. Luoluo snorted out coldly. Not only that, but Yi Xian also had a powerful trump card, the heaven-breaking ape god. Previously, the little monkey was a 7th-stage demon emperor. Now that he had broken through 2 stages and reached the 9th-stage demon emperor, his strength had increased by dozens of times. Yi Xian reckoned that its current strength had already surpassed that of the immortal dragon emperor and the crimson dragon emperor. Even if the ghost emperor of the underworld personally stepped in, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything to it. This meant that the operation in the underworld this time would not be so smooth. Let's go and help. At that moment, Yi Xian left with Luoluo. The old tree, Azura Ghost Lord, and Wei Jintian all appeared and charged towards the creatures with the deathly aura. The experts of the underworld were all able to control the dead. Those Zeoists who were killed immediately turned around and charged towards their former companions. Since that was the case, the old tree and the others would not show any mercy. Yi Xian was only a 5th-stage immortal emperor now. Even if he used the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change to become a 7th-stage immortal emperor, he would probably only be able to fight against a 4th-stage ghost venerable. Therefore, he could only temporarily hide under the mystic divine armor and watch the battle from afar. The old tree was a 9th-stage immortal emperor now. If they joined forces with Azura Ghost Lord, they would be able to deal with a 7th-stage ghost venerable. However, they still had to assist Luoluo in searching for those with higher cultivation. Indeed, there are 9th-stage ghost venerables. And it seems like there are 3 of them. The Crimson Dragon Emperor is in danger. Through Azura Ghost Lord's senses, Yi Xian understood that the underworld was going all out this time. One should know that there were only 2 9th-stage ghost venerables in the entire dragon field. Now that the immortal Dragon Emperor had gone to the north to help, the Red Dragon Emperor was the only one left who had to face 3 experts of the same level. However, the immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor were not that simple. They were worried that the underworld was trying to lure them away. Therefore, the immortal Dragon Emperor did not rush to the north of the dragon field. Instead, he wandered around outside for a while before returning. As expected, this was the underworld's scheme. Old ghost of the underworld, your grandpa dragon is back. The immortal Dragon Emperor roared as golden light flashed. Although there were not many 5-clawed golden dragons in the tribe, they had many experts with their bloodline. All of them unleashed their full strength, burning the low-level undead creatures to ashes in an instant. At the same time, they suppressed many experts. The older the wiser. I didn't succeed in luring you away. But so what? A sarcastic voice sounded. Yellow Spring Monarch, it's you? The immortal Dragon Emperor recognized him. After all, they had fought before. Not only that, there's also me. Another voice sounded. 7-Kill Daoist. The Red Dragon Emperor also recognized him. The Yellow Spring Monarch and the 7-Kill Daoist were famous in the 4 realms, and they were not weaker than them. However, the immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor sensed 3 9th-grade ghost masters. Then where was the third person? In the next moment, their expressions changed drastically. That was because they actually saw a familiar face. Master? The Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor exclaimed. This third ninth stage ghost venerable aura belonged to none other than the former lord of the demon realm, the Demon Dragon Emperor. The Monster Dragon Emperor had a total of 5 disciples, but only the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor were left alive in that great battle. Now the Monster Dragon Emperor was here. How was that possible? Haha, of your 3 fellow apprentices the 9 Abyss Great Emperor failed but your master succeeded. Although he is not at his peak, he still has 20 to 30% of his combat power. If you know what's good for you, surrender obediently. As long as you follow the 9 Abyss Emperor, you will definitely unify the 4 realms in the future. The Yellow Spring Monarch laughed loudly. You destroyed our foundation and forced us to leave our home, and you still want us to surrender? The Immortal Dragon Emperor glared at him. The enmity of murdering his master was irreconcilable, not to mention that they had almost been exterminated. Surrendering was absolutely impossible. How stubborn. Now that I have sealed off your Rising Dragon City, you can't use your communication and teleportation formations. Let's see how you resist. The 7-killed Daoist snorted coldly. Even if we die, we will never surrender. The Red Dragon Emperor shouted angrily. In that case, I have no choice but to kill you. Chapter 1791. The Demon Dragon Emperor nodded slightly when he heard that, and then he shot out swiftly. The celestial loathed fox was the reason the Netherworld Emperor had acted. He hadn't seen her before, but Lolua's face had spread throughout the entire dragon field, and even the entire immortal realm, let alone Rising Dragon City. It wasn't hard to find her. Besides, the Monster Dragon Emperor was half a step away from becoming a Monster Emperor. The Netherworld Emperor wanted to capture Luoluo so he could control her and nurture her. That way he'd have another powerful general. But would it really be that easy? Oh no, the 9th rank Monster Dragon Emperor is coming. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. Although Luoluo was a 1st rank monster venerable now, she was still weaker than the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor, let alone the Monster Dragon Emperor. It seemed that he had to ask Heavenbreaker for help. Heavenbreaker was a 9th rank monster emperor. He didn't know how strong he was compared to the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor, but Yi Xian knew that as long as he put on the Mystic God armor, he'd be far stronger than those 2. Luoluo, come in. Yi Xian put Luoluo away. The Monster Dragon Emperor, who'd locked onto Lolua's aura, lost his target in an instant. The Monster Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes. He died in battle and was now an undead puppet. Although he couldn't speak and didn't have his memories, he could still think. According to the information he'd obtained, the celestial loathed fox had a human elder brother. Found her. The Monster Dragon Emperor's eyes widened, then locked onto Yi Xian. He felt that Lolua's disappearance was probably the work of Yi Xian. Heavenbreaker, kill him. Yi Xian roared and finally summoned Heavenbreaker. In the next moment, Wei Zhenqian transformed into a mini Mystic God armor and put it on Heavenbreaker. Immediately, the power of Heaven Crushing experienced a qualitative leap. Heaven startling 108 strikes. As soon as Heavenbreaker appeared, he swung his thin iron staff at the Monster Dragon Emperor. Bam! It was a ferocious attack, enough to kill an ordinary 9th rank monster venerable. However, the Monster Dragon Emperor had been a Monster Emperor and a Xiuyao. How could he be killed so easily? However, Heavenbreaker's attack had seriously injured the Monster Dragon Emperor. Padian, hold him back. We're retreating. Yi Xian immediately shouted. The old tree and Azura Ghost Venerate immediately split up. They were only 9th grade celestial lords, so it was unlikely that they would attract any attention. Stop them. On the other side, the Yellow Springs Monarch hurriedly issued orders to those undead creatures. Some of these dead creatures were as high as 8th grade demon venerables. They were very difficult to deal with. However, the old tree was not someone to be trifled with. He immediately used his trump card. Infernal Darkness Soul Suppressing Tablet. I have Azura. These 2 skills could absorb death chi. The undead creatures that had their death chi sucked away fell down one after another. In addition, once the Azura Ghost Lord's Eye of Azura absorbed a certain amount of energy, he would be able to use his ultimate move. Eye of Azura Transformation. In an instant, Azura Ghost Lord's body began to expand rapidly. As long as there was death chi gathering around him, he could maintain it indefinitely and would continue to grow. Azura Ghost Lord, who was only a 9th grade celestial lord, originally had the strength to fight against a 6th grade celestial venerable. Now that he had used the Azura transformation, he was probably comparable to a 7th grade celestial venerable. In the dragon domain, there were not many 8th grade celestial venerables. Other than the 18 dragon guards and the blood dragon guards, there were not many. In addition, Luo Luo was ready and waiting for orders in the planting space. There was no one who could stop Yi Xian from leaving. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Suddenly, a powerful aura appeared. After all, it was another 8th grade celestial venerable blood dragon guard. Luo Luo go. Yi Xian quickly released Luo Luo, and she appeared right in front of the blood dragon guard. Claw of the demon god. Luo Luo had already transformed into her original form. She stretched out her claws and directly pierced through the blood dragon guard's chest. It was an instant kill. Yi Xian quickly took the interspatial ring and let Luo Luo bring him out of the rising dragon city. When the Yellow Spring Sovereign and the 7 kill priests saw this, they immediately panicked. They hurriedly shouted, "Stop them!" Unfortunately, they were held back by the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor. There was nothing they could do. As for the Demon Dragon Emperor, he was also held back by Little Monkey. Soon Yi Xian left the rising dragon city. At the same time, he used the method of keeping Heaven Breaker from time to time. However, the Demon Dragon Emperor was still in pursuit. Heaven Breaker could hold him back now. After all, the Demon Dragon Emperor was once a demon emperor. Although his strength had dropped, his physique did not decrease by much. Little Monkey was not strong enough to kill him now, unless he broke through to the 1st grade celestial venerable realm. But don't forget that Little Monkey would fall into a deep sleep after he exerted his strength. If Yi Xian could not escape during this time, he would be in big trouble. Young master, it seems like we can't leave. Why don't I go back and join forces with Little Monkey? As long as we can get rid of him, the underworld will definitely suffer great losses this time. Luo Luo suddenly suggested. This time, the underworld had sent a total of 3 9th grade celestial venerables. They were the Yellow Springs Monarch, the 7 kill Taoist, and the Demon Dragon Emperor. If the Demon Dragon Emperor was killed, Luo Luo and Little Monkey could immediately go back and help. Then they would get rid of the Yellow Springs Monarch and the 7 kill Taoist, and the underworld would suffer great losses. But would it be so easy? Yi Xian thought for a moment. He remembered that he had the time reversal skill. If worst came to worst, he could just go back to the past. At that time, he could set up a void positioning point outside in advance. If something happened, he could leave immediately. Okay, kill the Demon Dragon Emperor with all your strength. Yi Xian nodded immediately. Luo Luo, Azura Ghost Lord, the Old Tree Heaven Breaker, and Wei Jintian all moved out. Although the Demon Dragon Emperor was strong at his peak, he was dead after all. Azura Ghost Lord could continuously absorb the death chi in his body and use his ultimate move. This battle may not be impossible. However, if they fought for too long, not only would Little Monkey fall asleep, but the pursuers would also catch up. At that time, they would have to use time reversal. 108 strikes of the heavens. Little Monkey swung his thin iron rod at the Demon Dragon Emperor. After signing a contract with Yi Xian, the skybreaking ape god only had one skill, and that was the 108 strikes of the heavens. With one move, 108 rod shadows fell and smashed into the Demon Dragon Emperor. Bam! The Demon Dragon Emperor was hit again, but this time he dodged many of the attacks. Infernal Soul-Locking Chain. Grasp of the Yellow Springs. Claw of the Demon God. Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord were too weak, so they could only try to control the Demon Dragon Emperor. Then Luo Luo would attack. Unfortunately, they had no effect on the Demon Dragon Emperor. Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, you two go first. Yi Xian immediately transmitted to them. Chapter 1792. The Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord were only 9th grade celestial lords, so the Monster Dragon Emperor didn't care about them. His target was Yi Xian, but that was because Yi Xian had put Luo Luo away. Now his target was Luo Luo. However, as the battle continued, more and more injuries appeared on his body. Roar! At this moment, the Monster Dragon Emperor suddenly roared at the sky. Oh no, he's going to transform. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly transmitted his voice. The Monster Dragon Emperor was already so difficult to deal with in his human form. If he transformed into his true form, wouldn't he be even stronger? However, Luo Luo and Little Monkey still couldn't stop the Monster Dragon Emperor from transforming into his true form. Suddenly, a silver-gray sky dragon appeared before everyone's eyes. The Monster Dragon Emperor's true form was an iron-faced dragon supremacy, which was the same level as the supremacy red dragon. However, he was known for his defense. No wonder he was so durable. This was going to be troublesome. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The iron-faced dragon supremacy waved his hand and grabbed at Luo Luo. Humph. Luo Luo only snorted in the face of this shocking claw and quickly dodged. However, at this moment he suddenly saw some figures flying over from the horizon. There were 15 of them in total, and all of them were men in golden armor. When they saw Luoluo's true form and the iron-faced dragon's supremacy, they trembled violently. It's the monster dragon emperor. The 15 dragon guards were shocked, but they could clearly feel the death chi emitted from the iron-faced dragon's supremacy. It seemed that the iron-faced dragon's supremacy had been controlled by the 9 Abyss Emperor. Go, protect Princess Luoluo. The 15 dragon guards, who were 8th grade demon venerables, immediately rushed forward. On the other side, Yi Xian couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw this. Just now, the immortal dragon emperor had shaken off the dragon guards and even eliminated the traitor. Now these 15 people should be his trusted aides. Luoluo, little monkey, and these 15 dragon guards could definitely kill the iron-faced dragon's supremacy. Whoosh! All 15 dragon guards transformed into their true forms. They were all 5-clawed golden dragons. Under the golden light, the iron-faced dragon's supremacy's armor began to melt. It wasn't very effective, but it was enough for little monkey to break through its defense. Gotcha. The little monkey, who was wearing the mystic divine battle armor, aimed at the head of the iron-faced dragon's supremacy and smashed it into pieces. At the same time, the 15 dragon guards also joined the battle and launched a group attack. The 18 dragon guards of the immortal dragon emperor were all elites. If they joined forces, they would be comparable to the immortal dragon emperor. Although there were only 15 of them, their strength was not to be underestimated. With the addition of Luoluo and the little monkey, the iron-faced dragon was immediately beaten to the point where it threw away its armor and fled. Chase. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian immediately gave Luoluo and little monkey an order. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to pursue and capture this supreme iron-faced dragon. Within the rising dragon city, what? The monster dragon emperor was actually forced to flee? The Yellow Spring Sovereign and the 7 Kills Taoist were shocked. One had to know that when the monster dragon emperor maintained his human form, his strength was not weaker than theirs. After transforming into his true form, his strength was already stronger than both of them. However, he was actually beaten to the point of turning around and running away. It was simply inconceivable. It's that little monkey. The Yellow Spring Sovereign and the 7 Kills Taoist looked at the sky-splitting divine ape at the same time. They felt that the sky-splitting divine ape was extremely powerful. It was only a 9th grade demon emperor, but it was able to launch such a powerful attack. The dragon guards are back. Let's go. The Yellow Spring Sovereign and the 7 Kills Taoist discussed telepathically and decided to retreat first. If there were only a few blood dragon guards, they would not be afraid. However, with the addition of the 15 8th grade demon venerables, it was impossible. Retreat. Thinking of this, the Yellow Spring Sovereign and the 7 Kills Taoist turned around and left. Do you think the immortal world is a place where you can come and go as you please? Suddenly an old voice sounded. Then a white-robed elder suddenly descended from the sky. The Yellow Spring Sovereign and the 7 Kills Taoist looked up and almost peed their pants. Cyan Emperor? Both of them were shocked. The Cyan Emperor was one of the 2 giants of the immortal world, and his strength had reached the level of a 2nd-grade immortal emperor. It was because of him that the underworld did not dare to attack the immortal world. However, the Yellow Spring Sovereign and the 7 Kills Taoist quickly reacted. This Cyan Emperor was not his original body, but a projection. Humph, so what if it's the Cyan Emperor? He's just a projection. Do you think he can keep the 2 of us here? The Yellow Spring Sovereign snorted. If he can't do it, what if I join in? Another voice sounded. However, this time it was a gentle voice. The Yellow Spring Sovereign and the 7 Kills Taoist glanced over and saw another projection. Whoa! Even Wu Ho was here. Haha, although you have sealed off the communication and teleportation circles around the Rising Dragon City, don't forget that I just left the Rising Dragon City. The immortal dragon emperor suddenly laughed. Just now, he had noticed this suspicious point, so he quickly turned into his original body and left the vicinity of the Rising Dragon City. He also sent a message to the Cyan Emperor and Wu Ho. Suppress them. Although the Cyan Emperor and Wu Ho were only projections, one of them was a 2nd-grade immortal emperor while the other was a 1st-grade immortal emperor. Their strength was not something the Yellow Spring Sovereign and the 7 Kills Taoist could compare to. The 2 of them attacked at the same time. In an instant, the Yellow Spring Sovereign and the 7 Kills Taoist felt immense pressure and their speed dropped drastically. This was going to be troublesome. Cyan Emperor Wu Ho, are you really going to protect the Dragon City? The Yellow Spring Sovereign shouted anxiously when he saw that things were not going well. I don't need you to question what I do. Today I will use your death to warn the 9 Netherworld Emperor not to be too arrogant. The Cyan Emperor's voice entered the ears of the Yellow Springs Sovereign and the 7 Kills Taoist. It seemed like they would not be able to escape today. The 9 Netherworld Emperor will take revenge for us. The Yellow Springs Sovereign's voice resounded through the 9 heavens. Unfortunately, this threat was not enough to stop them from being killed. With the suppression of the Cyan Emperor and Wu Ho's projections, the Yellow Springs Sovereign and the 7 Kills Taoist were finally killed by the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor. As for the Monster Dragon Emperor, his death chi was worn away and he turned into a corpse. The battle was won. Thank you, Cyan Emperor and Wu Ho, for your help. After the Yellow Springs Sovereign and the 7 Kills Taoist were killed, the Immortal Dragon Emperor quickly expressed his gratitude. Don't worry about it. This time, we have killed 2 of the top generals of the 9 Netherworld Emperor and the 100 Ghosts Palace Lord. We will definitely be able to rest for a while. The Cyan Emperor waved his hand. This battle was definitely worth it. Although it was a little shocking, the underworld had lost 2 9th-grade Ghost Sovereigns. After saying that, the Cyan Emperor and Wu Ho's projections disappeared. If they did not attack, they could maintain this state for a long time. However, they did not have enough time to suppress the Yellow Springs Sovereign and the 7 Kills Taoist. Chapter 1793. Huff Huff. The Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor heaved a sigh of relief after the Green Emperor and Empress Wu left. This time they had almost been destroyed here. Fortunately, the Demon Dragon Emperor had gone to capture Luoluo. Otherwise, if he had joined the battle here, neither the Immortal Dragon Emperor nor the Red Dragon Emperor would have been able to fight 1 against 2. Fortunately, this time it was only a close call, but they had also killed 2 9th-grade Ghost Venerables of the underworld. Was it Little Monkey that held back Master just now? At this time, the Red Dragon Emperor finally reacted. Squeak squeak. The sky-breaking Divine Ape took off its mystic divine armor and squeaked twice, which meant, if it was not me, who else could it be? It was only a 9th-grade Demon Royal now. If it had been a Demon Venerable earlier, the Iron-Faced Dragon's supremacy would have been blown apart by it. Unfortunately, it had 2 days less time. In just a few days, Little Monkey has broken through from the 7th-grade Demon Royal to the 9th-grade Demon Royal. Could it be Yi Xian's credit? The Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor thought at the same time. However, they still had many things to do, so they did not ask much. They only sent some dragon guards to protect Yi Xian and the others. Chapter 1794. What? You want to go to the monster realm? The Immortal Dragon Emperor asked in surprise. Luoluo is a 4th-grade monster venerable now. Her strength is far beyond the 2 seniors. With the help of the Little Monkey, it won't be a problem for me to go to the underworld, Yi Xian said. The Immortal Dragon Emperor hesitated. Although that was what he said, the contract between Yi Xian and Luoluo was a master-servant contract. If Yi Xian accidentally died, wouldn't Luoluo die too? Senior, don't worry. I'm 100% confident that I can take back the monster realm this time. When the time comes, we can even go to the underworld, Yi Xian continued. If that's the case, I'll have to discuss it with Emperor Qing and Empress Wu, the Immortal Dragon Emperor said. Senior, if you don't believe me, why don't we fight? Yi Xian suddenly suggested. Fight. The Immortal Dragon Emperor was stunned. He didn't understand what Yi Xian meant. It's not that I don't believe in the 2 seniors' strength, but the Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord are too powerful. If you can beat them, I'll give up on the idea of going to the monster realm. Yi Xian said. You want to challenge me? The Immortal Dragon Emperor was even more surprised. Although he wasn't a monster emperor, he was infinitely close to it. Coupled with the bloodline of the 5-clawed golden dragon, he wasn't someone that ordinary people could fight against. Not to mention challenging someone of a higher level. Alright, let's give it a try. The Immortal Dragon Emperor nodded. He agreed because Yi Xian had done a lot of miracles recently. Luoluo had only refined the heavenly monster heart for a short while, but she had already broken through to the 4th-grade monster venerable. The Little Monkey even had the strength to fight the Monster Dragon Emperor. It was too terrifying. All of this had to do with Yi Xian. Yi Xian, the Immortal Dragon Emperor, and the Red Dragon Emperor went to the Battle Dragon platform. Along the way they attracted a lot of onlookers. These people didn't understand what Yi Xian and the others wanted to do. Old Tree, Ghost Lord Azura, which one of you wants to go? Yi Xian transmitted his voice. Tisk tisk, I'll do it. Challenging the leader of a tribe should be very satisfying. Old Tree grinned and transmitted his voice to Yi Xian. Although he was only a 3rd-grade immortal venerable now, his strength was extremely shocking. Don't forget that he still had the profound divine battle armor. Wearing the mystic god battle armor, even if it was the immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor, he would still be able to beat them up. Brat, come. The immortal Dragon Emperor said to Yi Xian. In the next moment, the old tree donned the mystic god battle armor that Wei Zhentian had transformed into. Then a nether fire clone flashed onto the battle dragon platform. What? A rank 3 demon venerable is challenging the Dragon Emperor? Heavens, Lord Dragon Emperor has been challenged by someone who is at a higher level than him. Furthermore, it is someone who is at least 6 levels above him. What's going on? I must be dreaming. The surrounding people were shocked, but they couldn't be blamed. After all, this was the first time they had seen such a thing. In fact, although the bloodline of the old tree and Azura Ghost Venerable was not as strong as the heavenly loathsome fox, they were definitely stronger than the 5-clawed golden dragon and the supreme red dragon. Coupled with the mystic god battle armor, what was the point of challenging someone who was at least 6 levels above him? Go. Without waiting for the immortal Dragon Emperor to speak, Yi Xian gave the order to the old tree. In an instant, the old tree crossed a large distance and used the nether fire clone to flash behind the immortal Dragon Emperor. So fast. The immortal Dragon Emperor was shocked. He quickly turned around and threw out a punch. Bang. With this punch, the two of them were evenly matched. Although he had the mystic god battle armor, the old tree's cultivation realm was still too low. Moreover, the immortal Dragon Emperor was one of the 2 leaders of the dragon domain. How could it be so easy to deal with him? Again. The old tree's eyes flashed and immediately cast the nether fire clone. There were a total of 9 nether fire clones and they surrounded the immortal Dragon Emperor instantly. As long as the old tree did not dodge, the immortal Dragon Emperor would not know which one was the real one. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, the immortal Dragon Emperor heard a gust of wind. His body trembled and he turned around and threw out another punch. Bang. The immortal Dragon Emperor and the old tree clashed again. It was still a draw. However, the old tree's strength had already surprised the immortal Dragon Emperor. After all, he was 6 levels higher than the old tree. Looks like I have to show some strength. The immortal Dragon Emperor's eyes flashed and his body enlarged instantly. His true form was the 5-clawed golden Dragon Emperor. You have a true form, so do I. The old tree's eyes widened when he saw the immortal Dragon Emperor transform into his true form. The old tree was also part of the demon tribe. His true form was the Yanming Ghost Lord. However, the transformed old tree was slightly suppressed by the immortal Dragon Emperor's golden light. Fortunately, the old tree had the mystic divine armor. Otherwise, the old tree would be suppressed by at least 1 or 2 levels. The two of them transformed into their true forms and started fighting in the air. Yanming Soul Locking Chain. Yanming Soul Locking Tablet. Yanming Soul Breaking Strike. The old tree used all his trump cards and fought fiercely against the immortal Dragon Emperor. The people below were excited to see the battle. They were all guessing what kind of Zeus the old tree was. How could he fight against the immortal Dragon Emperor? Terrifying, this is too terrifying. On the other side, the Red Dragon Emperor wiped the cold sweat off his forehead when he saw the battle. If it was him, he would not be able to do anything to the old tree. At this thought, he glanced at Luo Luo, who had become a 4th-grade demon venerable. If it was Luo Luo, the immortal Dragon Emperor would be killed instantly like Ting Qingshan. Yi Xian and the others were strong enough to fight alone. Even the whole dragon field together would not be able to defeat them. It was not impossible for them to go to the demon realm. After all, the little monkey was with them. Alright, that's enough. At this moment, the immortal Dragon Emperor suddenly roared and transformed into his human form. In fact, the immortal Dragon Emperor's strength had increased after transforming into his true form. However, his body was too big and the old tree had 9 nether fire doppelgangers. He could not find a target and could only be beaten up. Therefore, it was better to end the battle early. I can't even defeat him, let alone Luo Luo and the little monkey. I acknowledge your strength. The immortal Dragon Emperor transmitted his voice to Yi Xian. Shall we go to the demon realm first and kill all the ghost venerables there? Then we will attack the underworld together. Yi Xian asked. In fact, Yi Xian wanted to go to the underworld alone. He only said this because he wanted the immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor to be at ease. Alright, I will inform Emperor Qing and Empress Wu and ask them to attack the underworld together. The immortal Dragon Emperor nodded. Alright, if that's the case, I will take my leave. Yi Xian cupped his fist at the immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor. As for the passage between the immortal realm and the demon realm, it was in the north of the dragon field. It was the passage that the 9th-grade demon venerable had opened. Chapter 1795. Be careful. The Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor reminded. At that moment Yi Xian directly left the Rising Dragon City. The location of the passage to the Demon Realm wasn't far from the Rising Dragon City. If Old Shu were to bring him along, it would probably only take a day. A day later Yi Xian arrived at his destination. However, this place was attacked some time ago, so there were corpses everywhere and not even a blade of grass could be found. After searching, Yi Xian found the Demon Realm passage. It was indeed closed. Ding. The host has discovered a closed Demon Realm passage. Would you like to open it in reverse? The system prompted. Opening the Demon Realm passage in reverse required some immortal-grade devouring system, but it was a drop in the bucket for Yi Xian. Ding. Opening the Demon Realm passage in reverse. This process would not take too long, only half a day. In other words, Yi Xian would arrive at the Demon Realm in half a day. As for the random quest that was triggered earlier, Yi Xian was given 7 days. Yi Xian was confident that he could complete this quest within 7 days. Half a day later. Ding. The Demon Realm passage has been opened. The system prompted. Hearing this, Yi Xian squinted his eyes and immediately entered the Demon Realm passage. Soon he arrived at the Demon Realm. The Demon Realm's environment was originally second only to the Immortal Realm. However, after the Demon Realm was occupied by the Underworld, there was an earth-shattering change. The surroundings were dark and there were some strange sounds that were more terrifying than the Demon Realm. However, would Yi Xian be afraid of such things? The previous random mission showed that there were more than 13,000 ghost lords in the Demon Realm. Although the number was slightly wrong, it was almost there. If Yi Xian wanted to complete this mission, he would have to kill 11,000 of them alone. Of course, this referred to individual kills, including a few of his targets. The Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Jintian, Luo Luo, and the Sky-Breaking Ape God were also counted as his kills. Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, you two go alone, Yi Xian said to the two. All right. The Old Tree nodded and immediately left. Azura Ghost Lord did the same. As for Wei Jintian, he transformed into the Mystic Divine Battle Armor and put it on Yi Xian's body. Right now Yi Xian was only an 8th grade Immortal Lord. He was not even an Immortal Venerable yet. It was still dangerous for him to encounter a high-level Ghost Venerable. However, if he wore the mysterious Divine Armor, he would not be afraid of anything. After all, even the indestructible Dragon Emperor could not break through the defense of the mysterious Divine Armor. The purpose of wearing the Mystic Divine Battle Armor was to prevent sneak attacks. Perhaps the 9 Netherworld Emperor or the 100 Ghost Prefect Lord were also in the demon domain. Although Luo Luo and Little Monkey were here, he couldn't let his guard down. In the time that followed, Yi Xian began to search for the Ghost Lords in the Demon Realm. His goal was to become a 9th grade Ghost Venerable or even a 1st grade Ghost Venerable. Ever since the Demon Realm was invaded by the Underworld, almost all of the creatures inside had turned into undead creatures. There was a success rate for this transformation. If they were in the Underworld, the success rate would be up to 80%. However, this was the Demon Realm after all, so the success rate was not high. Yi Xian had heard that there were 2 9th grade Ghost Venerables in the Demon Realm from the Underworld. However, Yi Xian did not want to find trouble with these 9th grade Ghost Venerables for the time being. After all, even if he killed them, it would only count as 2 heads. Yi Xian's goal was to eliminate most of the Ghost Venerable level masters and complete the random mission. As Yi Xian and the rest entered the Demon Realm, the numbers on the random mission panel decreased bit by bit. At the current speed, they would be able to complete the mission in 3 days at most. After all, although the Demon Realm had been invaded, some teleportation portals could still be used. However, on the 3rd day after Yi Xian entered the Demon Realm, just as he was about to complete the mission. *CK, what's going on? The number of Ghost Venerable level undead creatures suddenly increased? Yi Xian's eyes widened as he looked at the numbers on the random mission panel. In the blink of an eye, it had reached 100,000. What is going on? Ding, the Underworld has sent 100,000 Ghost Venerables to the Demon Realm. The system suddenly notified. This time Yi Xian finally understood. What a tragedy. It seems that the Abyss Emperor and the 100 Ghost Palace Lord are afraid that the Demon Realm will be taken back, so they sent a large number of death squads. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, this brought him a lot of trouble. There were only 3 days left. Could he kill 80,000 Ghost Venerables in 3 days and complete the random mission? It seems that I have to find where the Underworld Army is stationed. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. The Underworld Army must have come through the Underworld Passage. As long as he found that passage, the Underworld Army should be nearby. At that time he would wipe them out. At this moment. Ribgu, you said that you sensed a large group of terrifying auras? Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately broke through the void and came to the side of the ghost Venerable Azura. As expected, Yi Xian also sensed a strong aura spreading from the front. It seemed that he had found the right spot. His luck was good. The underworld is so strong. Even if 2 ninth-grade ghost venerables died, there are still 6 of them. This time the underworld army has arrived. There might be more 9th-grade ghost venerables. Yi Xian thought to himself. He estimated that there were at least 4 9th-grade ghost venerables in the demon realm this time. However, 9th-grade ghost venerables were nothing in front of him now. Even Luo could deal with them, let alone Little Monkey. Let's go and kill them. At that moment, Yi Xian brought the old tree back and flew north. Along the way he also saw small groups of the underworld army. Of course, these small groups were all annihilated by him without exception. As he continued to head north, the aura became stronger and stronger. If Yi Xian was not wearing the mystic divine armor, he would have been so scared that he could not move. Little Monkey, get ready. This time we might be able to fight a big battle. Yi Xian said to the sky-breaking ape god. However, Yi Xian did not want to release Little Monkey unless he had no other choice. After all, it was his trump card. Moreover, Little Monkey would fall into a deep sleep every time he fought a big battle. This was very fatal. In less than a day I will be able to break through again. Why don't I wait until I break through and then start a massacre? Yi Xian thought to himself. In another day he would break through to 9th-grade Immortal Lord. The old tree, Azura Ghost Venerables, Wei Zhentian, and the sky-breaking ape god would all be 4th-grade demon venerables. At that time, no one in the 4 realms would be able to stop Little Monkey. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was a little excited. After all, he had tamed a super monster. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly sensed something and hurriedly took out a communication magical crystal. Yi Xian, where are you now? The voice transmission came from Little Demon King, wandering around the demon realm. What? Chapter 1796. In the next moment, Little Demon King of Chaos's words stunned him. I'm also in the Yao realm. Hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked. Little Devil was also in the Yao realm? What for? Why are you here? Aren't you going to cultivate to the demon venerable level? Yi Xian asked in surprise. That's what my master said before. However, my demon realm has joined forces with the underworld. My master brought me and 2 other demon venerables to the Yao realm, Little Devil said. What? The demon realm and the underworld have joined forces? Yi Xian's eyes widened. This really wasn't the right time. Of course, he wasn't afraid of the demon realm and the underworld joining forces, but he was afraid that he would encounter Little Devil later. So, your demon realm army is also here? Yi Xian asked again. Yes, a total of 100,000. All of them are demon venerables. Little Devil nodded. This is attacking the celestial realm from 3 fronts. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Let's not talk about this. What are you doing here? Little Devil asked. What else can I do? I'm here to destroy the underworld army on behalf of the celestial realm. Yi Xian replied casually. This time, it was Little Devil's turn to be shocked. What? You want to destroy the underworld army? Little Devil exclaimed. You've already grown to such a level? At this moment, Yi Xian turned around and saw the target of the Death Hunt order close at hand. This target was obviously the Little Demon King. Don't worry. When I see the Bloody Moon Demon Venerable later, I'll show mercy, Yi Xian said. When he said this, the other side fell silent. It had only been a short time since they parted, but Yi Xian already had the strength to kill a 9th-grade demon venerable. If he had known, he wouldn't have taken the Bloody Moon Demon Venerable as his master. This was what Little Devil was thinking at this moment. This was too heaven-defying. Alright, it seems that the underworld is destined to fail. Master has treated me well. I hope you can show mercy. Little Devil said. Then the other 2 demon venerables. Yi Xian reminded him. I don't know him, Little Devil King of Chaos replied. No one would have thought that the Little Demon King would be able to determine the death of the other 2 9th-grade demon venerables with just a few words. Soon a day had passed. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough and is now a 9th-grade celestial emperor. Ding. Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian Sky-breaking Ape God, and Yenming Ghostly Lord have broken through. They are now 4th-grade immortal venerables. Not only that, but Luo had also broken through to the 5th-grade demon venerable realm. Now, even if Little Monkey did not make a move, Luo's strength was enough to dominate the 4 domains. After all, she still had the mystic divine armor. The time had come, so it was time to take action. Let's go. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and ordered Old Tree and the others to head towards the target of the death warrant. That was the main camp of the Netherworld and Devil World's armies. Not long after they arrived, what followed was a shocking massacre. Eye of Azura. After Ghost Lord Azura appeared, he immediately used his ultimate move. A gigantic eye appeared in the sky. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. System notifications rang out one after another. Those who were 4th grade immortal venerables and below would die as soon as they saw the eye. In an instant, Ghost Lord Azura gathered a large amount of death chi and used the Azura change. On the other side, Yi Xian also used the slaughter seal and gathered a few more. Immortal slaying sword formation rise. So what if they had a 200,000 strong army? After this battle, not many of them would survive. Who is it? In the center of the Devil World and Underworld's armies, 4 Ghost Venerables and 3 Demon Venerables reacted. Someone actually dared to come here. Could it be from the immortal world? However, when they went out to take a look, they realized that it was not what they had imagined. There were only a few people who had come in, and their cultivation levels were extremely low. 4th grade Demon Venerables? This cultivation level was like an ant in their eyes. However, it was this cultivation level that caused them to be utterly defeated. Before they could attack, a figure came over. This person was Luo Luo, who was wearing the Mystic Divine Armor. Luo Luo was already a 5th grade Demon Venerable. With the Mystic Divine Armor, even if she did not transform, it was more than enough to take care of 7 9th grade Demon Venerables. Of course, Yi Xian had already asked Luo Luo to show mercy to Bloody Moon Demon Venerable. As for Yi Xian himself, he was watching from afar. He was paying attention to Little Demon King's position, so that Old Tree and the others would not accidentally hurt him. Master, let's stop. This time the one who attacked our army is Yi Xian. Little Demon King transmitted a message to Bloody Moon Demon Venerable. The latter was shocked. Yi Xian, is he the friend you brought back that day? Yes. Little Demon King nodded. However, at this moment, Demon God's Claw. Luo Luo reached out with both hands. Pfft. The 2 hearts were directly shattered. The 2 people who were killed by Luo Luo were 9th grade Ghost Venerables from the Underworld. The Underworld lost 2 people in an instant. What? Bloody Moon Demon Venerable was shocked. At the same time, he realized that Luo Luo's figure passed by him and attacked the 2 Demon Venerables behind him. Another 2 crisp sounds were heard. When he turned around, he found that the 2 Demon Venerables had already become corpses, and their eyes were wide open as they fell from the sky. Another instant kill. 7 9th grade Demon Venerables experts were instantly killed by Luo Luo, leaving only 3 alive. Bloody Moon Demon Venerable broke out in cold sweat. If Luo Luo had attacked him just now, he would have been the one to die. Could it be that what Chi Su said was true? Bloody Moon Demon Venerable paused. Otherwise, why would Luo Luo choose to let him go? The 7 of them joined forces but could not do anything to Luo Luo, and 4 of them were instantly killed. Now that there were only 3 left, they were naturally no match for Luo Luo. In the blink of an eye, the last 2 9th grade Ghost Venerables from the Underworld died almost at the same time. Bloody Moon Demon Venerable was the only one left. Then Luo Luo suddenly glanced at Bloody Moon Demon Venerable and said, "Flaming Sky Fire Rain." In the next moment, countless fireballs appeared in the sky and smashed down fiercely. The demonic cultivators and undead creatures suffered heavy casualties. In this battle, the Demon World and the Underworld were defeated and thoroughly defeated. In a short while, the Demon World army and the Underworld army were almost completely killed by the 5 of them. Old Tree, Azura Ghost Venerable, Wei Jintian, Luo Luo, and Yi Xian. Not a single one was left. In the surroundings, besides Yi Xian and the rest, only Chi Su and Bloody Moon Demon Venerable were left. Bloody Moon Demon Venerable, long time no see. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly rushed over and smiled at Bloody Moon Demon Venerable and Chi Su. It was indeed Yi Xian. Chapter 1797. Even the 9 Abyss Great Emperor couldn't kill an entire army of 200,000 in such a short period of time. Moreover, Bloody Moon Archfiend felt that Luolua's strength was far from this. Yi Xian should still have some trump cards. All in all, they lost this battle. That's right. My current plan is to eliminate the Netherworld first, then the Demon Realm. Yi Xian nodded slightly. When he spoke, he looked calm as if he was determined to win. Eliminate the Netherworld and the Demon Realm? Bloody Moon Archfiend rolled his eyes. If that was the case, would there still be a place for him? If the 4 realms became the Immortal Realm and the Demon Realm, what would happen? Master, don't worry. Yi Xian has his own independent space. It's not any worse than the demon realm. At this time little demon king of chaos suddenly said, "Huh." Bloody Moon Archfiend was shocked. Before he could open his mouth, an energy enveloped him. Before that, the little demon king of chaos had already disappeared. "Chisu has already gone in," Yixian said. Anyway, Bloody Moon Archfiend was now a prisoner. If he did anything, Luo would definitely dig out his demon heart first. In the next moment, Bloody Moon Archfiend disappeared and appeared in the planting space. In this way Yixian also solved the problem of Little Demon King, and the master and disciple had a safe place to live. Next it was the demon realm. By the way, the random mission just now has been completed. Wei Zhenqian can still keep one Dharma treasure. Yixian suddenly thought of something. Immediately, he glanced at the Dharma treasures that had appeared so far. The first Dharma treasure to be kept was the Mystic God Armor. This was a relatively rare Dharma treasure, and it was very easy to use. As for the second Dharma treasure, Yixian naturally wouldn't choose casually. Yixian directly ignored the common Dharma treasures such as the Heavenly Wind Everlasting Fan, Immortal Ascension Steps, and Sky-Splitting Axe. The Soul Refining Pot, I choose you. In the end Yixian chose one. This soul refining pot could be thrown in corpses and then refined into soul-generating liquid. This soul-generating fluid could be used to strengthen the physique of Ghost Lord Azura and the Old Tree. Now Yixian had 200,000 corpses under his feet. If all of them were refined into soul-generating fluid, the strength of Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord would increase significantly. Necromancer Kettle, collect. Yixian immediately asked Wei Zhenqian to transform into the Necromancer Kettle and put all the corpses whose interspatial rings had been taken away into it. It would take some time to refine it. Now that the Underworld Army and the Demonic Army had been dealt with, the threat was temporarily removed. However, the Underworld and the Demon Realm might still be plotting to invade the Immortal Realm. If they were allowed to complete their plan, the Immortal World would be attacked by the Demon Realm, Underworld and Devil Realm. It would be difficult for the Immortal Emperor and Martial Empress to defend the Immortal World by themselves. Fortunately, Yixian had already removed this threat. With my current strength, I'm no longer afraid of the 9 Abyss Emperor and the 100 Ghost Palace Lord. When the time comes, I'll just ask Little Monkey to attack and kill the two of them instantly. Yixian planned in his heart. It was a pity that news of the great battle had still reached the Demon Realm and Underworld Realm. Therefore Yixian had to kill his way over while they were still in shock. The Underworld, just wait to be destroyed. Yixian's lips curled up slightly. He then passed through the Underworld passage and arrived at the Underworld. The chi here was more disgusting than the Demon Realm, but it was nothing to the Old Tree and Azura Ghost Venerate. The 9 Abyss Emperor and the 100 Ghost Palace Lord are both staying in Heavenly Ghost City. Yixian checked the map of the Underworld. After confirming his location, he flew toward Heavenly Ghost City. The Underworld, Demon Realm, Immortal Realm, and Demon Realm were all quite large, but they were only large for those with lower cultivation realms. 4 high-level Immortal Venerates, the 4 realms weren't considered large. With the Old Tree leading the way, Yixian would only need 2 days to reach Heavenly Ghost City after exiting the Underworld passage. 2 days later would be the day of the Underworld's destruction. As long as the 9 Abyss Emperor and the 100 Ghost Palace Lord were dead, the others in the Underworld wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Soon Yixian arrived at the vicinity of Heavenly Ghost City. There are so many experts. Those who live in the city are at least mid-level ghost venerates. Yixian narrowed his eyes. Although it seemed like an army of 100,000 had entered the Demon Realm through the Underworld passage, 90,000 of them were low-level ghost venerates. There were only 100 7th grade and 8th grade ghost venerates. This time Yixian was going to make a big scene. Old Tree Azura Ghost Venerate Luo, let's go. Yixian shouted angrily. In the next moment, the 3 of them charged into Heavenly Ghost City. As for Wei Zhenqian, he stayed behind to protect Yixian. The 4th grade Old Tree and Azura Ghost Venerate, as well as the 5th grade Ghost Venerate Luo, were invincible. 7th grade and 8th grade Ghost Venerates were nothing in front of them. Even 9th grade Ghost Venerates couldn't withstand a single blow from Luo. In an instant, a bloodbath broke out in Heavenly Ghost City. Ding. Azura transformation leveled up. You have learned a new skill, Azura Godslayer. Suddenly Yixian was stunned by the system's notification. The Azura transformation leveled up automatically after absorbing a large amount of death chi. Not bad. Azura Ghost Venerate, Azura Godslayer. Yixian ordered Azura Ghost Venerate to use the new skill it had just learned. Azura Ghost Venerate, who was maintaining the Azura transformation, grew bigger and bigger. The same was true of the saber in his hand. Upon hearing Yi Xian's order, he slashed forward viciously. Azura God Slayer. A gigantic black slash appeared in the sky. All the experts and undead creatures along the way were killed by this gigantic slash, even though it didn't hit them directly. This gigantic black slash seemed to want to split the entire Heavenly Ghost City into two. However, at this moment, two figures suddenly appeared. Bastard! After a low roar, the Azura God Slayer was suddenly defeated. Yi Xian immediately turned his head to look and saw two figures standing in the sky. This aura belonged to the Ghost Emperor. The 9 Netherworld Emperor and the 100 Ghost Palace Lord had finally appeared. Little monkey, it's time for you to show off. Seeing that the main characters had appeared, Yi Xian grinned and released the Sky-Splitting Divine Ape. The Sky-Splitting Divine Ape was now a 4th-grade Ghost Venerate. Even without the Mystic Divine Armor, it was enough to kill the 9 Netherworld Emperor and the 100 Ghost Palace Lord. However, in order to end the battle faster, Yi Xian asked Little Monkey to wear the Mystic Divine Armor. Crack. Once Little Monkey was fully dressed, he immediately charged forward. 108 strikes of the rod. The thin iron rod in his hand was smashed by Little Monkey. Instantly, 108 shadows of the rod appeared. Chapter 1798. Bam. 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 The two of them each took half of the rod shadows and fell from the sky. This attack had seriously injured them. Although Little Monkey was strong, the two of them were still the two giants of the underworld. How could they die so easily? Taking advantage of their injuries, Little Monkey dashed over again. He raised the thin iron rod above his head and swung it down again. This time all the rod shadows hit one person. That person was the unlucky 100 Ghost Lord. No one in the 4 realms could withstand Little Monkey's attack. Even the 2nd-grade Celestial Emperor, Emperor Qing, could not. The 108 staff shadows all smashed into the 100 Ghost Prefect's body, instantly smashing his body into smithereens. Instant kill. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded. Yi Xian's killing intent had increased tremendously. It seemed that the 100 Ghost Lord had died. What? Old Ghost was instantly killed? On the other side, when the 9 Abyss Emperor saw the 100 Ghost Prefecture Lord's miserable state, he immediately swallowed a mouthful of saliva and quickly turned to leave. Squeak. Little Monkey saw this and immediately raised his hand. Another 108 rod shadows fell and smashed the 9 Abyss Emperor's head. Of course, his heart was also crushed. Another instant kill. The two giants of the underworld were killed by Little Monkey in 3 moves. How could they continue? With the two giants dead, the rest of the people in the Heavenly Ghost City were nothing to be afraid of. Most importantly, Little Monkey's combat power could help Yi Xian destroy the people in the Heavenly Ghost City quickly. In less than a minute, the Heavenly Ghost City became a ghost city. Then, all the corpses were taken into the necromancer kettle by Wei Jintian and refined into soul-generating liquid to strengthen the old tree and the Azura Ghost Lord. At the same time, the underworld was truly destroyed. After this battle, Little Monkey fell into a deep sleep again. However, it did not matter. After all, Little Monkey might not be needed in the demonic realm. The demonic realm had sent out 100,000 troops and 3 demon sovereigns. Now, 2 9th-grade demon sovereigns were killed by Luo Luo. The Bloody Moon demon sovereign was also taken into the planting space by Yi Xian. This meant that the Devil World now had 6 9th-grade Devil Venerables and a mysterious Heaven Devil Emperor. It was said that this Heaven Demon Emperor was only a 1st-grade Demon Emperor. For the current Yi Xian, he was a little troublesome, but not to the point where Yi Xian was afraid of him. After all, the Celestial Devil Emperor was a demonic cultivator, not an immortal cultivator. Alright, let's take a look around the underworld first. We'll go to the Ghost Realm after we break through. With that thought in mind, Yi Xian quickly left Heavenly Ghost City. At the same time, he sent a message to the Immortal World's Imperishable Dragon Emperor and Crimson Dragon Emperor. The 9 Abyss Great Emperor and the 100 Ghost Palace Lord are dead. The underworld is destroyed. The Imperishable Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor were shocked when they heard the news. Didn't they say they were going to destroy the demon realm? Why did they destroy the underworld as well? Yi Xian, what's going on? The Immortal Dragon Emperor asked anxiously. It's nothing. The 9 Abyss Emperor and the 100 Ghost Palace Lord were too weak. They were killed by the Little Monkey in 3 hits. Yi Xian replied. The Immortal Dragon Emperor was speechless. They were waiting for Yi Xian to destroy the demon realm and send a message back. Then they would join forces with Emperor Qing and Empress Wu to attack the underworld together. But now, the 9 Abyss Great Emperor and the 100 Ghost Palace Lord were dead. What was the point of attacking? Alright, I'll go to the Devil Realm again. Then I'll unify the monster realm, devil realm, and the underworld. After saying that, Yi Xian focused on his journey. However, the immortal world was in chaos. The underworld was destroyed by Yi Xian and a few others. What was Yi Xian's background? Wasn't he too monstrous? Even the second great immortal emperor, Emperor Qing, dared not say that he could kill the 9 Abyss Great Emperor and the 100 Ghost Palace Lord. The little monkey was so powerful. It seemed like he was the strongest person in the 4 realms. However, it was fine. If the 4 realms were to form a single immortal world, they would be able to develop together. It would be better than before. A few days later. Ding. Host has broken through. You are now a first grade immortal supremacy. Ding. Yanming Ghost Lord, Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian Sky-Breaking Ape God have broken through. You are now a 5th grade immortal supremacy. A few consecutive system notifications rang out. Yi Xian had finally broken through to the immortal supremacy realm. It wasn't easy. I've finally broken through to the immortal supremacy realm. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. In the next moment, another system notification rang out in his mind. Ding. Host has learned the 3rd change of the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change. The 3rd change of the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change could raise one's cultivation by 3 realms. Yi Xian was a 1st grade immortal supremacy now. After using it, he could break through to the 4th grade immortal supremacy realm. Now he was qualified to challenge the 9th level of the Tower of Trials. The guardian of the 9th level of the Tower of Trials was 9 realms higher than Yi Xian. However, after subtracting the 3 realms of the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change, there were only 6 realms. Yi Xian could still handle it. This time, the guardian of the 9th level of the Tower of Trials was an immortal cultivator. Therefore Yi Xian's luck was not bad. Although it was a 5-star difficulty, Yi Xian was best at fighting a battle of attrition. In the end, the 1st grade immortal emperor cultivator was exhausted to death by Yi Xian. Ding. Host has passed the 9th level of the Tower of Trials. Ding. Host has obtained 1 Devour point. Now Yi Xian had 3 Devour points. Ding. Host can use 1 Devour point to unlock the 10th to 19th levels of the Tower of Trials, or accept a refresh mission. At this time, the system notification rang out again. Unlock the 10th to 19th levels of the Tower of Trials, or accept a refresh mission. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. He could at most challenge the 9th level now. The 10th level required him to surpass 10 realms. He couldn't do that now. As for the refresh mission. The refresh mission is to refresh the 1st to 9th levels after completion. You can challenge it again. When he saw this, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. If the refresh mission was successful, then he could challenge the 9th level of the Tower of Trials again. That was 9 Devour points. However, accepting the refresh mission required 1 Devour point. Moreover, he didn't know if it would be difficult. Yi Xian thought for a while and decided to spend 1 Devour point to take a look. Ding. Host is currently unable to accept the refresh mission. The system notification made Yi Xian stunned. Temporarily unable to accept? It turned out that the refresh mission had to be triggered. Only after it was triggered could he use 1 Devour point to accept it. If that was the case, then forget it. Okay, now that I have broken through to the Celestial Prime level, I can go directly to the Demon Realm. Yi Xian thought for a while and then moved again. Chapter 1799. Yi Xian returned to the Demon Realm through the Demon Realm passage. Last time, he came to find the little Demon King for the refining method of the heavenly demon's heart. This time, however, he came to destroy the Demon Realm. The little Demon King and his master, the Blood Moon Archfiend Sovereign, had already been stored in the planting space. Therefore, Yi Xian's next plan was to store Baiming Huayu and the others inside before starting the slaughter. Baiming Huayu and the others were in Blood Moon City. Yi Xian had been to this place before. Coincidentally, the Demon Realm passage was at the Blood Moon Archfiend Sovereign's Demon Spirit Horn. Therefore, Yi Xian spent half a day to reach Blood Moon City and pick up Baiming Huayu, the Demon King of Chaos, and the others. Then, the next step was to start the slaughter. Although I'm a cultivator, I don't belong to any faction. To me, demonic cultivators are no different from immortal cultivators. I just don't need to find an excuse. Yi Xian thought to himself. In the current demon realm, there were 6 demon sovereigns other than the Sky Demon Emperor. However, these demon sovereigns could be dealt with by even Yi Xian himself, let alone the old tree in Luoluo. He estimated that it would only take a few days to destroy the demon realm. Somewhere in the immortal realm. What? 9 Abyss Emperor and 100 Ghost Palace Lord are dead? Not only is the demon realm reclaimed, but even the underworld is destroyed? Emperor Qing and Empress Wu were shocked when they heard the news. Emperor Qing and Empress Wu immediately sent people to open the Demon Realm Passage and the Underworld Passage to investigate. Soon they received news that there weren't many dead creatures left in the Demon Realm and the Underworld Passage. The news was true. Who is this Yi Xian? He destroyed the Demon Realm and the Underworld Passage so easily, and now he's going to the Demon Realm. The Lotus Emperor couldn't help but gulp. If Yi Xian were to attack the Immortal Realm, they would probably end up like the Yao Realm and the Netherworld Realm. Fortunately, Yi Xian had some connections with Dragon Realm. After the Demon Realm was destroyed, Dragon Realm moved into the Immortal Realm. Therefore, Emperor Qing was indebted to Dragon Realm. Coupled with the previous battle, Emperor Qing felt that Yi Xian would not do such a thing. The upper echelons of the celestial world gathered for a meeting. At the same time, Yi Xian had dealt with the 6th 9th grade demon venerables and was searching for the Heaven Demon Emperor in the Demon Realm. According to the 9th grade demon venerables, this Heaven Demon Emperor came and went without a trace. Previously, when he joined forces with the 9 Abyss Great Emperor and the 100 Ghost Palace Lord, it was only through the transmission of messages. However, the Demon Realm was only so big. With such a huge aura, no matter how hard he tried to conceal it, he couldn't hide from Yi Xian and the others. Found it? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He had finally found the Heaven Demon Emperor. What? Somewhere in the Demon Realm, a long-horned man trembled. He turned his head and saw Yi Xian, the old tree, and the others rushing toward him. During this time he had heard about the deaths of the demon venerables under his command and the destruction of his city. Therefore at this time he was opening up a passage to leave and find a place to hide. Unexpectedly he was still found by Yi Xian. Heaven Demon Emperor, I finally found you. Yi Xian's voice fell into the Heaven Demon Emperor's ears. The latter looked and saw a golden light coming toward him. Luo Luo, who had broken through to the 6th grade demon venerables, put on the mystic divine armor and charged toward the Heaven Demon Emperor. The Heaven Demon Emperor was only a 1st grade demon emperor. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't stop Luo Luo. Demon God's Claw. Luo Luo reached out with her claw and crushed the Heaven Demon Emperor's demon heart. The Heaven Demon Emperor was dead. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Now the Demon Realm was truly destroyed. In the future, the Immortal Realm and the Demon Realm would share the world. No, the Zuyos would be in charge in the future. Because even the Qing Emperor and the Wu Empress couldn't be Luo Luo's match. Now that the Demon Realm has been taken back and the Underworld and the Demon Realm have been destroyed, the world will be mine from now on. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He would be the master of the 4 realms from now on. However, there was a problem now. The 9 Abyss Emperor, the 100 Ghosts Palace Lord, the Heaven Demon Emperor, the Demon Dragon Emperor, and the Wu Empress are all 1st grade immortal emperors. Only the Qing Emperor is a 2nd grade immortal emperor. Then, how will he level up in the future? Yi Xian couldn't help but think. Since there was a realm, someone must have reached it. Could it be that there were only 4 realms in the world? Forget it. Let's go back to the Immortal Realm first. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian decided not to think about it. He would go back to the Immortal Realm first. He immediately found a passage to the Immortal Realm and returned to the Immortal Realm. However, things weren't that simple. It only took half a day to return from the passage to the Immortal Realm, but when Yi Xian returned, he found that there were countless messages in the communication crystals he had devoured. When Yi Xian finished listening to all the messages, he couldn't help but be shocked. What's going on? Another 100 years have passed since I returned from the Demon Realm? These messages were from the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor. They said that Yi Xian had been missing for a long time. Senior Dragon Emperor, I'm back. Yi Xian quickly replied. Soon, the Immortal Dragon Emperor's voice sounded again. Yi Xian, you're finally back. Senior Dragon Emperor, why is there a time difference between the 2 realms? Yi Xian was very surprised and couldn't help but ask. The time difference is because the space-time relic has appeared, and the entrance is in our Immortal Realm this time. The Immortal Dragon Emperor replied. Space-time relic? What's that? Yi Xian asked in confusion. Space-time relic is actually a spatial continent similar to the Demon Realm, Underworld, Demon Realm, and Immortal Realm. It's an extremely dangerous place. Throughout history, many experts have entered it, but only a few have come out alive. After the Immortal Dragon Emperor finished speaking, he paused for a moment before continuing. Every space-time relic is different. Throughout history, at least 10 immortal emperors have entered the space-time relic, and 2 of them were 2nd-grade immortal emperors. Even 2nd-grade immortal emperors can't guarantee that they can come out alive? Yi Xian was slightly surprised. Yes. Space-time turbulence proves that there will be a space-time relic. This space-time relic is near Greenwood City. The immortal dragon emperor said. Greenwood City, huh? That's the Cyan Emperor's territory. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He was no longer afraid of the Cyan Emperor. However, he didn't lack cultivation resources right now. What he lacked was time. Therefore, he didn't want to plunder the immortal realm anymore. It was good to be a good person once in a while. Very soon Yi Xian returned to the dragon field. Although they already knew about the destruction of the demon realm, underworld, and demon realm, the immortal dragon emperor and the crimson dragon emperor were still shocked when they saw Yi Xian in person. Chapter 1800. Dragon Emperor, Senior Dragon Emperor, what is the space-time relic like? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Now, there was no place for him in the demon world, underworld, devil world and immortal world. Even if he had so many resources, he could only reach the immortal emperor realm at most. If he wanted to continue breaking through, he had to find a better place. Since the demon world, underworld, devil world and immortal world were all space-time continents, there must be other space-time continents. Some of them were even bigger than the immortal world. This space-time relic might be a breakthrough. Azure Emperor has been to the space-time relic personally, but he didn't go in. He only checked the entrance. The space-time relic this time seems to be easier than before, but we can't just look at it. After all, the safer it seems, the more dangerous it is, said the immortal dragon emperor. That's right. I also feel that the space-time relic this time isn't that simple. I reckon that only 9th grade demon venerables can enter, added the red dragon emperor. 9th grade demon venerables? Yi Xian calculated in his heart. He was now a 1st grade immortal venerable. If he used the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change of the Heavenly Fire Palace, he could reach the 4th grade immortal venerable realm. In fact, his strength was already at the immortal emperor realm. Of course, it was only temporary because the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change couldn't be used by high-level immortal venerables, let alone immortal emperors. However, Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian and the Heaven-Breaking Divine Ape were all 5th grade immortal venerables. Their actual combat strength was at the immortal emperor realm. The Heaven-Breaking Divine Ape was even stronger. If he wore the profound divine battle armor, he could even fight against a 3rd or 4th grade immortal emperor. Yi Xian, actually, when you pass through the passageway to the immortal world, we have already made preparations to enter the space-time relic with Azure Emperor and Empress Wu. At this moment, the immortal dragon emperor suddenly said. Oh. Yi Xian was a little surprised and said, that's great, I have the same idea too. Leave the 4 worlds to the youngsters. Old Red and I have already made preparations to enter the space-time relic. If we can pass through it, we might be able to reach the new space-time continent. There will definitely be more opportunities there than in the immortal world, said the immortal dragon emperor. Alright, when do we depart? Yi Xian immediately asked. Everyone is ready. The reason why we haven't entered yet is because we're waiting for you, the red dragon emperor said. Yi Xian paused, thought for a moment and said, if that's the case, why don't we wait a few more days? Alright, we've been here for 100 years, what's a few days? The immortal dragon emperor grinned. However, we don't know when this space-time ruin will disappear, so we have to be quick. The reason why they didn't enter the space-time ruin was indeed because they were waiting for Yi Xian. This was because Yi Xian and the others were very strong. When the time came, they would be able to take care of each other. Rather than saying that they were taking care of each other, it would be better to say that they were trying to curry favor with Yi Xian. After all, he had single-handedly destroyed the 3 realms. His strength was already above everyone else. The reason why Yi Xian did not act immediately was because this space-time ruin seemed to be very dangerous. He had to raise his cultivation base first, or else he would be in danger of dying. Therefore, he decided to make a breakthrough first. Several days later. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Current cultivation base is 2nd grade immortal venerable. Ding. Inferno Ghostly Lord, Azura Ghostly Lord, Wei Zhentian, and Skybreaking Ape God have made a breakthrough. Current cultivation base is 6th grade immortal venerable. Yi Xian and the others had raised their cultivation base once again. Little Monkey had also finished resting and was ready to fight again. With him around, Yi Xian wasn't worried at all. Senior Dragon Emperor, I'm ready. Yi Xian transmitted to the immortal Dragon Emperor. Soon, the immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor appeared before Yi Xian. When they sensed Yi Xian's cultivation base, they couldn't help but be stunned. Yi Xian had broken through from 2nd grade immortal emperor to 2nd grade immortal venerable in such a short time. Although 100 years had passed for them, that was because Yi Xian had been affected by the space-time turbulence in the passageway to the immortal realm. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Although the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor were curious about how Yi Xian had cultivated, they did not ask. After all, Yi Xian had no ill intentions towards them. Alright, let's go. The Immortal Dragon Emperor nodded. There were a total of 10 people heading to Azurewood City from the Dragon Domain. Other than the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor, there were 8 8th-grade Demon Venerables experts. Including Yi Xian, there were 11 of them. There was a teleportation formation in Rising Dragon City that led to Azurewood City. Under the lead of the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor, Yi Xian stepped onto it. The teleportation formation began to operate. After a while, Yi Xian felt the changes in his surroundings. They had arrived at Azurewood City. Azurewood City was the territory of the Immortal World's Azure Emperor. There were countless experts here, much more than the Rising Dragon City. At this moment, Wu Ho's team had also arrived. They were waiting for Yi Xian to return from the Devil Domain. You're finally here. After Yi Xian landed, 2 people walked in. They were the Azure Emperor and Wu Ho, who had met Yi Xian once before. Greetings, seniors. Yi Xian hurriedly greeted them. Although he was no longer afraid of Wu Ho or the Azure Emperor with his current strength, the 2 of them were still seniors. He still had to be polite. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the Azure Emperor and Wu Ho relaxed. It seemed that Yi Xian had no ill intentions towards the immortal world. Little brother, we've been waiting for you for a long time. The Azure Emperor said with a smile. Alright, let's not talk about these pleasantries. Little brother, you want to enter the space-time ruin too, right? Wu Ho asked directly. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. This answer made the Azure Emperor and Wu Ho feel slightly relieved. Yi Xian's contractors were not ordinary people. With him in the team, their safety was increased by a lot. We've already sent some puppets to investigate the space-time ruin. However, these puppets disappeared after passing through the door. Simply put, we know nothing about the space-time ruin this time. Wu Ho continued. Let's not talk about that. Little brother, come and see for yourself. After the Azure Emperor finished speaking, he led Yi Xian and the others away and entered another teleportation palace. From here, one could directly teleport to the entrance of the space-time ruin. Wah! The teleportation array activated again. In an instant, Yi Xian landed again. The entrance of the space-time ruin was beside the teleportation array. This is the space-time ruin? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The entrance of this space-time ruin was a simple and unadorned door. The door was open, but it was blocked by a strange energy, making it impossible to see what was inside. Chapter 1801. So you're saying that we'll be trapped as soon as we enter? Yi Xian suddenly reacted. Our team is ready. Although it's extremely dangerous to enter the space-time relic, there's nothing we can do in the immortal world. Why don't we give it our all? Wu Ho said. She and Emperor Qing were the only 2 immortal emperors in the 4 realms. They couldn't advance any further and could only survive. Therefore, they made the decision to enter the space-time relic. Yi Xian glanced around and found that Emperor Qing and Wu Ho had brought a lot of people. There were more than 50 people in total. Including the 10 from Long Yu, there were more than 60 people. Among them, Yi Xian sensed a familiar feeling. It came from 3 9th-grade immortal venerables because the immortal heart in their bodies was the Shenji immortal heart. These 3 people were the 3 palace masters of the Heavenly Fire Palace. Because they also had the Shenji immortal heart, they also sensed the qi of Yi Xian. However, they didn't dare to say anything now. Although Yi Xian was only a 2nd-grade immortal venerable, which was 7 realms lower than them, the strength of Old Tree and the others was enough to make Emperor Qing fear them. Since we've made the decision, let's enter together. If we can still stay together, we can take care of each other. Emperor Qing said slowly. All right. Let's enter. Those ancestors might not have died in there but passed through the space-time relic and went to a new world. Everyone seemed to be in high spirits. This group of people stood at the peak of the 4 realms. The weakest among them was an 8th-grade immortal venerable. It would be difficult for them to advance further in this place. However, if they entered a higher-level spatial continent, their advancement speed would definitely be faster than in the immortal world. After pondering for a moment, everyone decided to enter. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Wait, let my people explore the way first. Everyone couldn't help but stop when they heard this. Then Yi Xian summoned Old Tree and Azura Ghost Venerable. Old Tree, Ribs, go in and take a look, Yi Xian said to the 2 of them. It was unknown how dangerous this space-time ruin was, but just in case, Yi Xian still sent the undying Old Tree and Ghost Lord Azura as cannon fodder. All right. The Old Tree and Ghost Lord Azura nodded and entered the space-time relic one after another. However, as soon as the two of them passed through the door, Yi Xian quickly transmitted a message to them. However, there was no response. How strange. I can't transmit my voice. Yi Xian was extremely shocked. One had to know that this was a voice transmission between the owner, and this was the first time it had failed. However, Yi Xian had another idea. I'll go in and take a look. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly jumped in. When he passed through the door, he found himself in front of the second door. Old Tree Ribs, are you there? At that moment, Yi Xian continued to transmit his voice, but he still did not get a response. In desperation, he could only put on the mystic god armor and go in to explore. The old tree and ghost Lord Azura were only missing. As there was no notification, the two of them should still be alive. However, when Yi Xian was about to summon Luo to fight alongside him, he was shocked to find that Luo could not be summoned. What's going on? I can't summon Luo from the planting space. Not only that, but the other immortal beasts are also the same. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide, not understanding what was happening to him. After he checked, he found that there was a skill that could not be used. Space-time reversal. Hiss. The space-time reversal skill could not be used. What was going on? Yi Xian's original plan was to explore by himself. If anything happened, he would use the space-time reversal skill to return to the entrance of the space-time ruin. Unexpectedly, the space-time reversal skill could not be used in the space-time ruin. This was a tragedy. Tragedy, this is really a tragedy. If I can't use the space-time reversal skill, my 3 doppelgangers will be destroyed. That will be the end of me. Yi Xian thought to himself. No. If his 3 doppelgangers were destroyed, he would not be counted in the space-time ruin. When that happened, his 4th doppelganger in the mortal domain might be able to use the space-time reversal skill. However, he did not dare to guarantee that. Hence, he had to be careful and treat the space-time reversal skill as if it could not be used. Although he had 3 devour points and could revive his 3 doppelgangers, devour points were not so easily obtained. He had to save as much as he could. Luckily, I can summon Wei Zhenqian. Thinking of this, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Wei Zhenqian was a 6th grade immortal master. If he transformed into the mystic god armor, even the Lotus Emperor would not be able to break through it. Ding. Host has triggered a random mission to break through the space-time ruin. Completion reward, space-time bloodline evolution skill once. At this time, the system suddenly gave a notification. The reward this time was very generous. It was actually an evolution skill for the space-time bloodline. Under the space-time bloodline, there were a total of 2 paths of evolution. They were the time control and space control. If the time control skill was upgraded, the cooldown time of the space-time reversal skill would be shortened. At the same time, the time that one could reverse time would be extended. Furthermore, the flow of time in the planting space would also be increased. As for the space control skill, it would increase the effect of the extreme space shield, as well as the distance and number of teleportations. All in all, this reward was very good for Yi Xian. However, this random mission still had a time limit. Yi Xian had to break through the space-time ruin within 7 days. Originally, I wanted to stay in front of this door for a while and break through after my cultivation level had increased. However, it seems that there is no time for me now. Yi Xian squinted his eyes slightly as he pondered in his heart. The time limit for the random mission was 7 days. Yi Xian would need another 4 to 5 days before he could break through again. If he waited until he broke through again, he would only have 2 days left to break through. However, if he tried to break through now, it would be very dangerous. There was a risk that his 3 doppelgangers would die. After all, Luo and Petion could not be summoned now. I don't care anymore. Breakthrough. In the end, Yi Xian made his decision. He had already ascended to the immortal realm and become a celestial supremacy. How could he be so timid? Go. Immediately, Yi Xian put on the mystic god armor and walked towards the door. Boom. Before he could get close, the door opened automatically. Then a series of crisp sounds could be heard. Kacha. 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 Yi Xian hurriedly looked and realized that there was a row of mechanical arms in front of him. They were moving quickly and rhythmically. A mechanical maze? In an instant, Yi Xian realized what was going on. Chapter 1802. Wei Zhenqian is not a living creature, which is why I can summon him. If the old tree and Azura Ghost Venerable are still in the planting space, I don't think I can summon him. Yi Xian thought for a while and decided to let Wei Zhenqian explore the path first. Wei Zhenqian transformed into a thin needle and chose the first path to enter. Through the shared vision, Yi Xian could see clearly that there were mechanical arms along the way. Moreover, the path was long and not an ordinary person could pass through it. This maze of mechanisms extends in all directions. I don't know where the exit is. Yi Xian had a headache. Although Wei Zhenqian could deal with the mechanical arms, he still needed to do something before he could use the immortal grade devouring system to draw the map. Since he couldn't use the eyes of the void here, he could only wait for Wei Zhenqian to find the exit, return, and re-enter the maze. This step took a long time, but it was only half a day. Then Wei Zhenqian spent another half day to return and turn back into the mystic divine armor and put it on Yi Xian. Next, it was up to Yi Xian to move on his own. If Yi Xian, who was a second-grade immortal venerable, was on his own, he might not be able to pass through. Using the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change could temporarily raise Yi Xian to a 5th-grade immortal venerable. However, the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change had a time limit. Once the time limit was up, Yi Xian would fall back to a 2nd-grade immortal venerable. However, it was different after he put on the mystic divine armor. There doesn't seem to be a place to rest midway. After using the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change, I have to hurry up. When the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change is in cooldown, I can only be beaten up by these mechanical arms. Yi Xian thought to himself. If there was a place to rest midway, it would be easier. However, there wasn't, so he could only be beaten up. This was considered a rest. With the mystic divine armor and the immortal phoenix bloodline, it shouldn't be a problem for Yi Xian to withstand these attacks. After mentally preparing himself, Yi Xian started to move. He took a big stride and rushed into the maze of mechanisms. After putting on the mystic divine battle armor and using the Heavenly Fire 3 mystic change, Yi Xian was extremely fast. He easily avoided these obstacles and proceeded according to the immortal grade devouring system's map. However, the duration of the Skyfire 3 mysterious change passed very quickly, and Yi Xian's speed slowed down. Bang, bang, bang. Muffled sounds rang out as Yi Xian was smashed by the mechanical arm and bounced around like a rubber ball. Fortunately, the mystic divine battle armor was extremely tough. Coupled with the recovery speed of the immortal divine phoenix bloodline, Yi Xian managed to hold on. After some time. Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change, 3rd change. Yi Xian once again used the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change and began to charge forward. After a few rounds, he finally left the maze. However, it was already 2 days later. In addition to the day when Wei Zhenqian used it, it was 3 days. In these 2 days, Yi Xian did not know how many times he was beaten up. Fortunately, he had already left the maze of mechanisms. Even I had such a hard time passing through it. I'm afraid those grade 8 and grade 9 immortal supremacies would not be able to pass, right? Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he did not care so much. The life and death of those people had nothing to do with him. This path was chosen by the other party. Moreover, the other party might not have entered yet. After passing through the maze of mechanisms, Yi Xian sized up his new environment. It was very spacious, as if he was in a huge hall. There was only one mechanical puppet in front of him. Young man, defeat this mechanical puppet and you will pass the level. A voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Who's talking? Yi Xian asked in surprise. Young man, as long as you defeat it, you will be able to see me. Then you will know who I am. The voice rang out in the huge hall again. If that's the case, then destroy it. Yi Xian squinted his eyes slightly and said in his heart, System analysis. This puppet definitely had a flaw. With the immortal grade devouring system strength, it should not be a problem for it to detect the flaw. Gotcha. At this moment, the puppet began to move. Its speed was very fast, and it was at least of the immortal emperor grade. Yi Xian also recalled that the maze of mechanisms just now should be of the immortal emperor grade. However, it was better to deal with this problem first. Ding. Analysis successful. Before the puppet rushed over, the system gave a notification. This puppet's weak point was somewhere on its back. As long as it was hit hard, it could be defeated. Go. Yi Xian did not waste any time. He immediately took out the departing flame celestial sword and put on the mystic divine armor and rushed forward. Clang, clang, clang. Crisp sounds rang out in the huge hall one after another. Now that Yi Xian could not use the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change, he could only rely on the mystic divine armor to fight this puppet. Of course, during the battle he would always be the one getting beaten up. However, after the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change cooled down, he immediately unleashed his full power. Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change, 3rd change. In an instant, Yi Xian's cultivation level rose from 2nd grade immortal venerable to 5th grade immortal venerable. Immediately after, he quickly used the Eye of Assassination to go to the puppet's back and stabbed it with his sword. Gotcha. This sword accurately pierced the puppet's weak point without missing a beat. In the next moment, the puppet instantly disintegrated. Young man, you're not bad. Originally, I set it to be a battle between people of the same level. I didn't expect that you would dare to enter my ruins when you're not even an immortal emperor. You've really impressed me. The mysterious voice rang out. Senior, you flatter me. Yi Xian hurriedly cupped his fist and said, Keep this puppet. I purposely left that weak point. Otherwise, with your strength, you won't be able to defeat it. Following the meaning of this voice, Yi Xian hurriedly put away the puppet that had already disintegrated into pieces. He could tell that this was a good thing. Go through that door and you'll find me. Immediately, Yi Xian quickly stepped into the door in front of him. After he passed through, he saw a middle-aged man standing in front of him. Greetings, Senior. Yi Xian hurriedly said. The middle-aged man waved his hand and said, This ruin was built by me casually. However, I've left my life's unique skill here. You've already passed 2 tests. As long as you pass one more test, you'll be able to obtain my inheritance. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Let me introduce myself first. I'm called Spiritual Heart Enlightened. I don't know if I'm still alive. This is just a remnant of my will. If you can obtain my inheritance, you can try to find me. Perhaps I'll accept you as my disciple. The middle-aged man said. Spiritual Heart Enlightened? Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Enlightened? What kind of title was that? If this middle-aged man was still an immortal emperor, he should call himself Immortal Emperor Ling Xan. Chapter 1803. Before you, there were already quite a few people who failed. Those who failed were all trapped here by me. The longest one of them has been trapped here for several million years. After Spiritual Heart finished speaking, puppets walked out from behind him and said, These puppets are all first-grade immortal emperors. You'll have to defeat 100 puppets in the 3rd stage. 100? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He had defeated the previous puppet with the help of the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change. He was afraid that it would be impossible for him to challenge 100 puppets now. These puppets can only display the strength of a first-grade immortal emperor. If they unleash their full strength, they can even kill a 9th-grade immortal emperor easily. You just have to find their weaknesses one by one, and you'll be able to defeat them one by one. Spiritual Heart said. Junior understands. Yi Xian nodded slightly and said, But Senior, can you let Junior rest for 2 days before I challenge them? Sure. Spiritual Heart nodded. What he didn't know was that Yi Xian would be able to break through to 3rd-grade Immortal Venerable in 2 days. At that time, he would use the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change to defeat the 100 puppets in one fell swoop. Then Yi Xian began to rest. Ding. Host has broken through to 3rd-grade Immortal Venerable. Ding. Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian Yanming Ghost Lord, and Sky-Breaking Ape God have broken through to 7th-grade Immortal Venerable. 2 days later, Yi Xian broke through to 7th-grade Immortal Venerable as expected. I see. You're on the verge of breaking through. Spiritual Heart couldn't help but sigh. But it doesn't matter. As long as you haven't reached the Immortal Emperor realm, the combat strength of these puppets won't change. Although he said so, the more Spiritual Heart looked at Yi Xian, the more he liked him. Even he hadn't seen many people who were able to fight across so many realms. Moreover, the geniuses he had seen all had strong backgrounds. They were able to defeat their opponents in terms of immortal techniques and equipment. Although Yi Xian was relying on the mysterious divine armor, his strength wasn't weak. Spiritual Heart could tell at a glance. Senior, I'm ready, Yi Xian said. Okay, then we'll start in 3 seconds. Daoist Spirit Heart nodded slightly. In fact, Yi Xian had already used the Immortal Grade Devouring System to sweep through all 100 puppets in the past 2 days. Each of these 100 puppets had a different vital point. However, this was not a problem for Yi Xian. This time he had to pass, otherwise he would also be trapped here by Daoist Ling Xan. Kacha. 3 seconds later, the 100 puppets began to move. One of them directly passed through Daoist Spirit Heart's projection and headed straight for Yi Xian. Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change, 3rd change. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. His cultivation base instantly rose to 6th-grade Immortal Venerable. Then he turned into a ray of light and pounced towards the 100 puppets. His speed was very fast, even surpassing the speed of the puppets. With a thrust of the Li-Fire Celestial Sword in his hand, he was able to destroy a puppet. 10. The number of puppets rapidly decreased. Upon seeing this, Daoist Spirit Heart couldn't help but have a whole new level of respect for Yi Xian. Even an Immortal Emperor expert wouldn't be able to find the flaws in such a short time. These puppets weren't difficult to deal with. As long as one was a 2nd-grade Immortal Emperor, they would be able to avoid them. However, the most important thing was that it was very difficult to find their vital points. In the end, one would be exhausted to death. Very quickly, more than half of the puppets in the arena were disintegrated by Yi Xian. Yi Xian's Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change still had some time left, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to defeat the rest of the puppets in the remaining time. Sure enough, the remaining puppets weren't able to stop Yi Xian's footsteps at all. They were forcefully torn apart. Dao's spirit heart was slightly shocked. Not to mention Yi Xian's cultivation base, even a person 1 or 2 realms higher than the puppets wouldn't be able to find the flaws in such a short time. Moreover, these puppets were under his control, so their combat strength was the same as the challengers. If the challenger was a first-grade immortal emperor, then these 100 puppets would have the combat strength of a first-grade immortal emperor. If the challenger was a 9th-grade immortal emperor, then they would have the combat strength of a 9th-grade immortal emperor. However, Yi Xian had crossed several realms and passed this test. His aptitude was enough to show. Good, very good. Young man, you passed the 3rd test. Dao's spirit heart nodded with satisfaction. Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but slightly raise the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he could pass through this space-time ruin. Moreover, he could also obtain the inheritance of Dao's spirit heart. It was really good. Before he could react, Dao's spirit heart waved his hand, and then words appeared in the air. Ding, host has discovered the 100 machine drill. Do you want to copy it? Yes. Ding, host has successfully copied it. Do you want to learn it now? Yes. Although he didn't know what this was, since it was the inheritance of Dao's spirit heart, it must be something good. This is called the 100 machine drill. It contains the method to control these 100 puppets. You can make them form various battle formations to defend against the enemy. Dao's spirit heart waved his hand again, and the 100 puppets reappeared. Then he said, "These 100 puppets are just casually refined by me, so there are flaws. If you can find me in the future, I will give you these spirit heart puppets. When the time comes, with the help of the 100 machine drill, you can even fight against an enlightened being." Enlightened being? Yi Xian heard this keyword. Enlightened being, was it the same realm? Well, you can now control this ruin. You can do whatever you want with those people. However, one of them has the blood of my old friend and accidentally broke in. I think his name is Ling Kai. You can release him. Dao's spirit heart said. Yes, senior. Yi Xian nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Dao's spirit heart's phantom image disappeared, leaving no trace of where he was or what his identity was. It seemed like Yi Xian had to look for him himself. However, the clue was on that Ling Kai because Dao's spirit heart said that this Ling Kai was the descendant of his old friend. When the time comes, as long as he followed this clue, he should be able to find him. Boom. At this time, a door beside the hall suddenly opened. Yi Xian hastily walked in and found that there were hundreds and thousands of people imprisoned inside. Not only that, these people's auras were much stronger than his. There were even high-level immortal emperors. Heavens! Yi Xian was shocked. He quickly glanced around and found the traces of the old tree and Azura ghost venerable. Young master, you are finally here. I have been waiting for so many years. Old tree said helplessly. So many years? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He was only a few seconds away from the old tree, but the difference was calculated in years. This was too terrifying. No wonder his time reversal couldn't be used. So this was the reason. Wow, someone is here. Hey young man, quickly let me out. Chapter 1804. These people were locked up in solitary confinement and were protected by a formation, so they couldn't threaten him. If they could come out, they could definitely kill Yi Xian. But if they could come out, why would they need to threaten him? Now that Yi Xian was in control of the spacetime relic, he directly released the old tree and Azura ghost venerable. Then he released the 100 ordinary puppets. 100 machine manipulation can instantly control these 100 ordinary puppets and form various battle formations. But with my current realm, I'm afraid that I can't even control 1/10,000th of their strength. Let's think about it later. Yi Xian thought for a while and then prepared to carry out a plan, which was to put all of them into the planting space. You people were trapped by Spiritual Heart Reverend because you didn't manage to pass this relic. Unfortunately, I've just passed Spiritual Heart Reverend's test. Now your life and death is up to me. Yi Xian said slowly. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. What? Spiritual Heart Reverend? The owner of this relic is actually a Spiritual Heart Reverend. Heavens! This 3rd-grade immortal venerable actually obtained the inheritance of a Spiritual Heart Reverend. I wonder how lucky he is. What nonsense are you talking about? Now that he's in control of this relic, if you dare to talk nonsense again, do you believe that he won't kill you? The crowd of nearly 1,000 fell silent. Among this group of people, the strongest was a 9th-grade immortal emperor. This was a super battle force. However, Yi Xian planned to put them into the planting space and not let them out. Next, I'll put you all into my planting space one by one. If anyone dares to refuse, I'll kill them without mercy. Yi Xian's face suddenly turned cold and looked around. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In this group of people, the weakest was a 1st-grade immortal emperor. It was fine that they fell into the hands of spiritual heart reverend, but now they fell into the hands of a 3rd-grade immortal venerable who wasn't even an immortal emperor. It was really humiliating. However, they didn't know that Yi Xian couldn't completely control the 100 puppets. After all, they couldn't guess the means of a spiritual heart reverend. Good, very good. Let's begin. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Then, he enveloped a 1st-grade immortal emperor with the energy of the planting space. This 1st-grade immortal emperor didn't dare to resist and was directly sucked into the planting space. In the planting space, even a 9th-grade immortal emperor would be trapped to death. Then, one by one, the immortal emperors were taken in by Yi Xian. For the time being, no one resisted. However, after Yi Xian had collected more than 100 people, there was finally a failure. This was a grade 4 immortal emperor. He was the one who had scolded Yi Xian. "What's your name?" Yi Xian asked. "I am Lin Yuanlong. You can kill me or torture me as you wish." Hearing this, Yi Xian smiled faintly and nodded. "Someone come and kill him. When the time comes, I will set him free." "Me. Let me do it. I'm happy to help." Immediately, all the immortal emperors were in an uproar. Killing a grade 4 immortal emperor would give them freedom. This was definitely a good deal. The brawny man was so scared that his face turned pale. Before he could speak, the barrier behind him suddenly disappeared. Then, a grade 6 immortal emperor came in and instantly pierced through his immortal heart. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Only by doing this would the rest of the people obediently enter the planting space. Very good. After a while I will set you free. I, Yi Xian, am a man of my word. Yi Xian said to the grade 6 immortal emperor. Thank you, thank you. The grade 6 immortal emperor hurriedly thanked him. Following that, Yi Xian's journey was smooth sailing. He didn't miss a single one of them and put them into his planting space. Even the grade 9 immortal emperor was taken in by Yi Xian after some hesitation. A grade 9 immortal emperor was very close to becoming a perfected person. However, the level of the planting space was very high. He couldn't leave with his means. As a result, these people's Chen Kuan rings all fell into Yi Xian's hands. TSK. So many heavenly treasures. It will be enough for me to break through for a long time. Yi Xian grinned. This time he had really gained a lot. He had earned a lot. Of course, he didn't forget Ling Kai, who was entrusted by perfected person Ling Xan. Immediately, he projected himself into the planting space and asked, "Which one of you is called Ling Kai?" As soon as he said this, those people looked at each other. In the end, a person walked out. This was a grade 6 immortal emperor. However, coincidentally, it was the same grade 6 immortal emperor who killed Lin Yuanlong. You are looking for me?" Ling Kai looked at Yi Xian with some surprise. Perfected person Ling Xian said that you are the descendant of his old friend. Don't you know? Yi Xian transmitted his voice. Old friend? Ling Kai was stunned and said, there was indeed a perfected person among my ancestors. However, he went to travel the world. Many of the elders haven't seen him. What's the name of your ancestor? Yi Xian asked again. Ling Lang. Ling Kai answered without thinking. Okay, I got it. Yi Xian nodded slightly and said, then what's the perfected person's realm? After the immortal emperor is the perfected person. Oh, there's also a half-step perfected person in between. Ling Kai said. Half-step perfected person? Hearing this, Yi Xian paused. Currently he was not even an immortal emperor. He was too far away from the perfected person. At this time he recalled that perfected person Ling Xan had said that if all 100 puppets were replaced with spirit heart puppets, he could even fight with a perfected person. He didn't expect them to be so strong. Unfortunately, he could only use the puppets as meat shields. As for the battle, he would leave it to the old tree, Azura Ghost Venerable and the others. Okay, I understand. Yi Xian nodded slightly and then asked, may I ask, where is the place after leaving this ruin? I came from another space continent. Another space continent? Ling Kai was slightly surprised and said, there are indeed some small space continents that connect to the Holy World. The Holy World? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. No matter where he was, he only had one goal, and that was to be the strongest in the world. It was the same everywhere. He had to level up anyway. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. I'll let you out after I leave this ruin. After saying that, Yi Xian walked toward the exit of the ruin. As for the immortal world's Emperor Qin, Empress Wu, Immortal Dragon Emperor, Red Dragon Emperor, and the others, Yi Xian naturally chose to ignore them. Just now, the old tree and Azura Ghost Venerable entered first, and he entered a few seconds later. There was a gap of decades between them. Even if the Emperor Qing and the others followed him in, there would still be a big gap. Even if it was a year, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to wait. Besides, he didn't know when the Emperor Qing and the immortal world would enter. What if it was 1,000 years? Chapter 1805. Let's go. Without hesitation, Yi Xian left the spacetime relic, or rather, the spiritual heart relic. As soon as he left the relic, a system notification popped up. Ding. Host has completed the random mission, Spacetime Bloodline Advancement. Random mission completed, Spacetime Bloodline Advancement. Now, the flow of space in the planting space had increased to 51,200 times. 140 years in the planting space was equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. This was a great tool for cultivation. After leaving the relic, Yi Xian arrived at the holy realm that Ling Kai had mentioned. No matter where it was the same. Is this the holy realm? Yi Xian squinted his eyes. He felt that the immortal qi here was 10 times more abundant than in the immortal realm. It was a pleasure to cultivate here. However, as soon as he left the relic, another system notification popped up. Ding. Host has triggered a chain random mission. Escort Ling Kai back to the Ling Family Escort Agency. He had just completed a random mission and now there was a chain random mission. This was great. There is no reward. It seems that it has something to do with my efficiency. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and projected himself into the planting space. He asked, Ling Kai, where is your family? Me. I am from the Ling Family Escort Agency, Ling Kai replied. The Ling Family Escort Agency? Yi Xian searched for it in his mind. He had collected many Chengkuan rings and copied all the maps into the immortal level devouring system. Now he could make use of them. Soon he pulled out a map and looked at it. The Ling Family Escort Agency? If we travel at full speed it will take us 3 days. Yi Xian thought to himself. This was based on Ling Kai's speed. When Ling Kai accidentally entered the spiritual heart relic, he was only a 3rd-grade immortal emperor. Ling Kai's family, the Ling Family Escort Agency, was located next to a city. They were responsible for escorting valuable items. It was said that they were quite famous in this area. Ling Kai was the grandson of the deputy leader of the Ling Family Escort Agency, so he had some status in the agency. However, since this was a chain random mission, it wouldn't be so easy to escort Ling Kai back. Ling Kai, how long have you been locked in there? Yi Xian asked again. Almost 100,000 years. Ling Kai answered honestly. 100,000 years so long? Yi Xian paused for a moment. 100,000 years was like a fairy tale to him. Moreover, 100,000 years was enough for a lot of changes. Perhaps the Ling Family Escort Agency had moved something? No matter what, since the system had given him a notification, the Ling Family Escort Agency would definitely still exist. At that moment, Yi Xian released Ling Kai and said, Taoist Ling Xn has entrusted me with a task, so I have to follow you to the Ling Clan's escort agency. Bring me along. Alright. Ling Kai didn't waste any more time and left with Yi Xian. Although he had already broken through to the 6th-grade Celestial Emperor realm, Yi Xian was able to obtain the inheritance of Taoist Spirit Heart and control hundreds of puppets. His battle prowess was definitely not that simple. Therefore, Ling Kai didn't plan to do anything to Yi Xian to avoid any accidents. Then Ling Kai brought Yi Xian and flew in the direction of the Ling Clan's escort agency. However, things weren't that simple. Ling Kai flew with Yi Xian for 3 full days, but they didn't find anything. The area was completely deserted. The people were gone. The Ling Clan's escort agency was gone. What happened? What happened during the 100,000 years I was locked up? Ling Kai was shocked. The Ling Clan's escort agency was a family with a heritage of more than 1,000,000 years. There was even a half-step enlightened being in the family. How could it be gone just like that? It's really not an easy task. I don't know if the Ling Clan's escort agency was destroyed or moved away. Yi Xian had a headache and said to Ling Kai, maybe they moved away. We passed by a city just now. Why don't we ask around? Alright. Ling Kai nodded. If the Ling Clan's escort agency was gone, wouldn't he become a homeless man? However, it had only been 100,000 years. For an immortal emperor, it wasn't a long time. He should be able to find out if he investigated. Immediately, Ling Kai once again brought Yi Xian and flew towards a city that they just passed by. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a 4th grade immortal venerable. Ding. Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Jintian Yanming Ghost Lord and Sky-Breaking Ape God have broken through. Host is now a 8th grade immortal venerable. After a day and a half they arrived. During this time Yi Xian and the others had also broken through. However, this level was considered good in the immortal world. In the holy world it was the lowest level. This city was called Silver City. Although it wasn't big, it had a large population. Moreover, the people inside were at least immortal venerables. Immortal emperors could be seen everywhere. There were even half-step enlightened beings. In every city, there was a place like this where one could gather information such as inns. Yi Xian and Ling Kai entered one of the largest inns and asked about it. The Ling clan's escort agency from 100,000 years ago? I'm not very sure. Our Silver City has only been established for 50,000 years. The innkeeper of the inn said. This meant that the Ling clan's escort agency had disappeared 50,000 years ago. It seemed that they had to ask someone else. Just as Yi Xian and Ling Kai were about to leave, the innkeeper suddenly said, "By the way, I've never heard of the Ling clan's escort agency. However, there is a Lin clan's escort agency in the north." Lin clan's escort agency? Hearing this, Yi Xian and Ling Kai couldn't help but look at each other. Ling and Lin's voices were different. However, the appearance of a Lin clan's escort agency was indeed a little inconceivable. Innkeeper, how long has this Lin clan's escort agency been established? Who's the leader? Ling Kai asked. It was established before Silver City. About 70,000 years ago. The leader seems to be called Lin Miao, a half-step enlightened being. The innkeeper replied. When Ling Kai heard this name he couldn't help but tremble. Back then the Ling clan's escort agency had a deputy leader called Lin Miao. Could it be that it was the same person? Seeing Ling Kai's reaction, Yi Xian also understood that this Lin clan's escort agency was most likely related to the Ling clan's escort agency from 100,000 years ago. It seemed that they had found some clues. Immediately they asked the innkeeper again, hoping to get more clues. However, the innkeeper was from another place so he didn't know much. After leaving the inn, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask, Ling Kai, this Lin Miao, was he also a member of the Ling clan's escort agency? Yes, he was a deputy leader like my grandfather. Ling Kai nodded and said. Chapter 1806. Therefore Yi Xian decided to visit the Lin clan's escort agency first. He wanted to confirm whether the leader of the Lin clan's escort agency was Lin Miao from the Ling clan's escort agency. Immediately Yi Xian and Ling Kai left once again, heading towards the Lin family's escort agency in the north. A day later they arrived at the Lin clan's escort agency. Your Excellencies, are you here to deliver the goods? A strong man greeted them outside the Lin clan's escort agency. Ling Kai sensed that the man was a 7th grade Celestial Emperor expert. The Lin clan's escort agency seemed to be much stronger than the Ling clan's escort agency. I'm here to look for someone, Ling Kai said directly. Who are you looking for? The strong man asked in surprise. The leader of the Lin clan's escort agency, Lin Miao. After Ling Kai finished speaking, the strong man was stunned for a second. He then said, Where did you come from? Who do you think you are? You want to see our leader as soon as you open your mouth. Seeing that Ling Kai wasn't here to deliver the goods, the strong man couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. His attitude changed completely. Just as Ling Kai was about to speak, Yi Xian suddenly said, Don't be in a hurry. Let's see if we can find a portrait of the leader of the Lin clan's escort agency. Hearing this, Ling Kai was shocked. How could he have forgotten this method? If the leader of the Lin clan's escort agency was the same person as the deputy leader of the Ling clan's escort agency, Ling Kai would know at a glance. Yi Xian and Ling Kai left again. The former broke through the void and returned to Silver City. They should be able to find a portrait of Lin Miao here. Sure enough, within 5 minutes, Yi Xian and Ling Kai arrived at a floating image crystal. It showed the scene of the leader of the Lin clan's escort agency, Lin Miao, passing by Silver City. That's right. It's him. Ling Kai nodded immediately when he saw Lin Miao. This meant that the current leader of the Lin clan's escort agency was the same person as the deputy leader of the Lin clan's escort agency 100,000 years ago. If that was the case, it would be easy. Then Yi Xian tore through the void and returned. Since this Lin Miao was the Lin Miao that Ling Kai knew, he should also remember Ling Kai. After all, Ling Kai's grandfather was also a deputy leader, and his great-grandfather was the leader of the Lin's escort agency. Therefore he wanted to use the simplest method. Grandpa Lin Miao, I am Lei Feng's grandson Ling Kai. I have just returned from my training. Please meet me. Ling Kai gathered his courage and shouted directly outside the Lin's escort agency. His voice was deafening and fell into the ears of everyone in the Lin escort agency. When the burly man at the door heard this, he immediately locked onto Ling Kai and charged over. Bastard, you actually dare to disturb others? See if I don't slap you to death. Although the burly man was a little surprised, how could a poor man like Ling Kai know the leader of the Lin family escort agency, Lin Miao? What a joke. In an instant, the burly man appeared in front of Ling Kai and punched out. Old Tree, kill him. Yi Xian immediately summoned Old Tree, who had already donned the mystic god battle armor. Bang. This punch was blocked by Old Tree and repelled the burly man. The burly man was a 7th grade celestial emperor. Although Old Tree was an 8th grade celestial venerable, he was not afraid of the burly man with the mystic god battle armor. Of course, the burly man had obviously underestimated him. Moreover, Old Tree had suddenly appeared and repelled him. Bastard, you are courting death. When the burly man saw that he was repelled, he was immediately furious. However, in the next moment, a person flashed out of the Lin escort agency and shouted, "Stop!" When the burly man heard this, his body immediately trembled and he stopped. The person who had just arrived was the chief steward of the Lin escort agency. He was the one who took care of most of the matters in the Lin escort agency. The burly man could recognize him just by hearing his voice. Uncle Li? Ling Kai recognized him. This was the chief steward of the Lin escort agency. He was also the chief steward of the Ling escort agency. Ling Kai, it's really you? Uncle Li landed on the ground in surprise and asked, "Where have you been all these years?" "I went out to train and have only just returned," Ling Kai said. "Not bad, not bad. I remember that when you left, you were only a 3rd grade celestial emperor. In less than 100,000 years, you have broken through to a 6th grade celestial emperor." Uncle Li nodded in satisfaction. "Uncle Li, where are my father and grandfather?" Ling Kai could not help but ask in surprise. "Sai, come in with me first. I will tell you slowly." Uncle Li sighed. Then he led Ling Kai and Yi Xian into the Lin escort agency. The burly man who had attacked just now was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He did not expect Ling Kai to know Lin Miao. Fortunately, he did not hurt Ling Kai. Otherwise, he would have been dead. Yi Xian and Ling Kai entered the Lin escort agency under Uncle Li's lead. At the same time, the moment Yi Xian stepped into the Lin escort agency, a system notification sounded. Ding. The host has successfully escorted Ling Kai back to the Ling escort agency. The first part of the mission was completed. However, the second part of the mission was not triggered yet. Uncle Li led Ling Kai into a room. Before he could say anything, Ling Kai asked again, "Uncle Li, where are my family members?" "They have all moved away." Uncle Li replied. "Moved away? Where?" Ling Kai asked in surprise. Uncle Li shook his head and said, "I am not very sure. Back then, for some reason, your great-grandfather started to organize the Ling family to move away. I am afraid that only your great-grandfather knows the reason. Perhaps even your grandfather does not know the reason." After that, they left, leaving the Ling escort agency in a mess. Lin Miao could not bear to see them leave, so he reorganized and established the Lin escort agency. Only my great-grandfather knows the reason for the move? Ling Kai was puzzled. What was it that they were not willing to tell their own family members? Why did they leave in such a hurry? Could it be that they had encountered something that could lead to the extermination of their family? Then, has there been no news of them in the past 100,000 years? Ling Kai asked. After they left, the branch leader has investigated many times, but to no avail. Your grandfather and the rest seem to have evaporated into thin air. Uncle Li shook his head. Ling Kai found it hard to accept and did not know what to say. Ling Kai, this matter cannot be rushed. Anyway, the branch leader has been sending people to look for clues. Why don't you stay here first? If there is any news, we will inform you immediately, Uncle Li said. All right, then I will have to trouble you, Uncle Li. Ling Kai nodded. He knew nothing at the moment, so it was not a bad choice to stay in the Lin escort agency for the time being. Previously, there were many outsiders in the Ling escort agency. Uncle Li, Lin Miao, and the rest had children, so Ling Kai was familiar with them. Hey Ling Kai, you are back? At this moment, a young man suddenly walked in. Chapter 1807. Lin Qi was Lin Miao's grandson. He used to have a good relationship with Ling Kai. During the 100,000 years that Ling Kai was trapped in the spiritual heart relic, Lin Qi had also broken through from the 3rd grade celestial emperor to the 7th grade celestial emperor. After not seeing each other for so many years, the two of them were naturally closer. Lin Kai and Lin Chi chatted for a while, then stayed in the Lin clan's escort agency for the time being. Yi Xian did the same because he had not triggered the second part of the quest. However, this chain of random quests was definitely related to Lin Kai. Yi Xian stayed in the Lin clan's escort agency for a few days. Then he received a message from Lin Kai. Lin Chi is going to escort a quest. Are you coming with him? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. His intuition told him that this time it might be, ding. Host has triggered the second part of the chain of random quests. Follow Lin Chi's escort team. The system notified. Sure enough, the second part of the random quests appeared. Lin Kai, bring me along. Yi Xian hurriedly transmitted his voice. Lin Chi was only a 7th grade celestial emperor. Moreover, this escort quest seemed to be very easy, so it was fine to add a point. Tomorrow they would leave the Lin clan's escort agency to escort something to a city. Yi Xian felt that this quest was not going to be easy. On the second day, Yi Xian met up with Lin Kai and joined Lin Chi's escort team. Previously, Lin Kai had told Lin Chi that Yi Xian was only the son of his friend. Therefore, Lin Chi did not take Yi Xian seriously and did not have time to deal with Yi Xian. He was just a bystander in the escort team. Apart from Lin Chi, who was a 7th grade celestial emperor, there were 4 6th grade celestial emperors and more than 10 5th grade celestial emperors escorting the escort team. The escort team would take about half a month. Yi Xian was mixed in with this group, acting as a bystander. The journey was very smooth. However, on the day that Yi Xian broke through to the 5th grade celestial emperor, something happened. Lin Chi's escort team was stopped by a group of bandits. How dare you stop the escort team of the Lin clan's escort agency? Who gave you the courage? Lin Chi stood at the front of the group and said to the group of bandits. The Lin family's escort agency would carry a large flag when they were transporting goods. This way, anyone who passed by would know which force they belonged to. This group of bandits had obviously seen it as well, but they still chose to stop it. They probably had ill intentions. Haha, Lin's escort agency, I'm so scared. The leader of the bandits laughed out loud. In their group there were 3 rank 6 immortal emperors. The rest of them were rank 5 immortal emperors and rank 4 immortal emperors. If they were to fight, they might be able to win. If you know what's good for you, get out of the way. Otherwise I'll kill you all. Lin Chi was furious. Since they knew that they were from the Lin family's escort agency, how dare they stop them? They were courting death. Let's not waste any more time. Brothers, get ready. We're going to rob them. The man in the lead shouted and took out his weapon. You are courting death. Lin Chi glared and took the initiative to attack. Shio, shio, shio. Immediately, the flying swords of both sides began to clash. As the only rank 7 immortal emperor, Lin Chi naturally took the lead and chose to kill his way into the group of bandits. His sword was not to be controlled but to be held in his hand. Lin Chi was a sword celestial. Damn it, he's a sword celestial. Let's go. When the man in the lead saw this, his expression changed greatly and he quickly retreated. It's too late to leave now. Lin Chi shouted angrily and slashed with his sword. In an instant, the leader of the bandits was split into 2. In the group of bandits, the other 2 men were so scared that their faces turned pale. They thought that they were evenly matched, but they did not expect the gap between them to be so big. Don't kill us, we were asked by someone. A rank 6 immortal emperor bandit shouted hastily. Asked by someone? When Lin Chi heard this, he was slightly surprised. Even he, a rank 7 immortal emperor, could receive this flying dart. Who was targeting them? The bandit nodded and said, Yes, it was a man in black. He was at least a rank 8 immortal emperor. He asked us to rob you, otherwise he would destroy our group of bandits. A man in black, a rank 8 immortal emperor? Lin Chi squinted his eyes. He felt that the other party was lying. However, when he thought of the strength of the Lin clan's escort agency, the other party might be afraid of the Lin clan's escort agency, so he asked others to help. This seemed to make sense. Humph, if that's the case, then die. Lin Chi snorted coldly. The long sword in his hand fell and killed the bandit. The strength of a sword celestial was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Soon this group of bandits was destroyed by Lin Chi's guards. However, this group of bandits did not give them any clues. Someone actually wants to rob my dart, he's courting death. Lin Chi snorted coldly again. He looked around and did not find anyone suspicious. However, this did not guarantee that the rank 8 immortal emperor was not nearby. Although the Lin clan's escort agency was big, there were still many cases of robberies. Some succeeded and some failed. However, Yi Xian felt that this time it was not that simple. Before he could remind Ling Kai, an aura enveloped everyone. What a bunch of trash. It seems that I have to take action. Suddenly an old voice sounded. Then a man in black entered everyone's sight. Lin Chi and the others looked over and sensed. A rank 8 immortal emperor? No, a rank 9 immortal emperor. You're the one who threatened them to rob the Lin clan's escort agency? Lin Chi asked with narrowed eyes. That's me. The man in black replied coldly. How dare you? Lin Chi shouted. A rank 9 immortal emperor was 2 realms higher than a rank 7 immortal emperor. Even if he was a sword celestial, it would be difficult for him to fight. This is a serious matter. Let's not talk nonsense. Let's end this quickly. The man in black thought for a while and attacked directly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A strong wind blew. Lin Chi and the others did not expect the man in black to attack without any warning. It seemed that he did not care about the Lin clan's escort agency at all. However, an expert of this realm was not afraid of a group battle. Among the people present, only Lin Chi could fight against him. Ling Kai, take the escorts and leave. I'll hold him back. Lin Chi threw an interspatial ring to Ling Kai who was behind him. This interspatial ring was the item that the employer requested to be escorted to the destination. However, there was a formation on the interspatial ring. Without special means it could not be opened. Okay. Ling Kai also knew that they could not help. After catching the interspatial ring he quickly turned around and left. Humph, you want to leave? The man in black snorted. He left Lin Chi behind and charged toward Ling Kai. You want to chase after me? Have you asked for my sword's permission? Lin Chi swallowed an elixir. This was a type of elixir that could greatly increase one's strength. However, it was very damaging to one's immortal heart. It was possible that he would not be able to break through in the future. Chapter 1808. Ling Kai took the Chen Kuan ring and immediately left with the rest. The Lin escort agency's method of protection was similar to the Ling escort agency's. If they were robbed, they would first hand the item to someone else. Then they would use a camouflage to escape in different directions. This way they could confuse the pursuers. On the other hand, Yi Xian, a 5th-grade immortal venerable, was a little strange in this team. After all, the weakest among them was a 5th-grade immortal emperor, which was a full realm higher than him. However, when Ling Kai escaped, he only brought Yi Xian with him. Yi Xian was actually very confused. This should be the second round of the chain random mission. However, the system only asked him to follow Lin Chi and did not specify anything else. It seemed that the time had not come yet. What exactly is this item? Yi Xian was very curious. What was it that made a 9th-grade immortal emperor so cautious? However, just a minute after Ling Kai left with Yi Xian. Ding. The host has triggered the 3rd round of the chain random mission. Kill the man in black and take back the item. The chain random mission actually skipped the 2nd round and arrived at the 3rd round. What was going on? Just now he had already issued a death pursuit order to the man in black. Not only that, but Lin Chi also had one. However, now he saw that the targets of these 2 death pursuit order were getting further and further away. Thinking of the difference in realm between Lin Chi and the man in black, Yi Xian had a guess. Lin Chi might have been injured by the man in black and was escaping. However, if that was the case, why did the man in black not chase after him? Suddenly Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly sent a message. Ling Kai, look at this Chen Kuan ring. What is in it? There is an array on it. Ling Kai said instinctively. Give it to me. Yi Xian immediately snatched the Chen Kuan ring and threw it into the planting space. He asked the 9th-grade immortal emperor in the planting space to help. The 9th-grade immortal emperor could only listen to Yi Xian's instructions in the planting space. He quickly broke the Chen Kuan ring. Although there were many good items in the Cosmos ring, it was not enough for a 9th-grade celestial emperor to take action. This Cosmos ring is just a smokescreen. The real dart should still be on Lin Chi. Yi Xian's expression changed. Just now, the immortal level devouring system had notified him to kill the black-robed man and then take back the goods. This meant that the goods were already in the hands of the man in black. In other words, what Lin Chi threw to Ling Kai was a fake delivery, and the real delivery was still with Lin Chi. However, the black-clothed man saw through this and took the real goods from Lin Chi. Lin Chi was seriously injured and then fled. Therefore, the 2 targets of the death warrant were moving in opposite directions. Ling Kai, you go back first. After Yi Xian finished speaking to Ling Kai, he directly broke through the void and returned to the place where he met the black-clothed man. This black-clothed person's speed was very fast. Relying on his realm, there was no way he could catch up no matter what. I can only chase after him slowly. I hope that he will stop and crack the array on the Cosmos Ring. Yi Xian thought to himself. Coincidentally, Wei Zhenqian could change to the Immortal Ascension steps today, so his speed was quite fast. With the death warrant, Yi Xian would not lose track of the black-clothed man. However, it would not be so easy to take back the goods from the hands of a 9th-grade Immortal Emperor. I am now a 5th-grade Immortal Venerable. Old Tree, Azura Ghost, Wei Zhenqian and Heaven Breaker are all 9th-grade Immortal Venerables. Wait for me to make a breakthrough. Heaven Breaker should have an 80% chance of killing the black-clothed man. Yi Xian thought to himself. Heaven Breaker's strength was above Luo Luo, who had already broken through to the 1st-grade Immortal Emperor realm. When he put on the Mystic Divine Battle Armor, he would definitely be able to retrieve the goods. However, the black-clothed man had to be able to stop. Yi Xian chased after the black-clothed man for a few days. During this time, his cultivation had also broken through from the 5th-grade Immortal Venerable to the 6th-grade Immortal Venerable. Old Tree, Azura Ghost, Wei Zhenqian and Heaven Breaker had also reached the 1st-grade Immortal Emperor realm. Now Yi Xian was confident. Coincidentally, the black-clothed man stopped after running for 2 days. It seemed like he was trying to crack the array on the Qiankuan ring. He stopped. I hope that he will stop running. Otherwise, how am I going to catch up with him? Yi Xian thought to himself and continued to chase after the black-clothed man. At this time, Wei Zhenqian had already broken through to the 1st-grade Immortal Emperor realm. The speed of the Immortal Ascension Steps Cloud Shoes was astonishingly fast. Yi Xian estimated that it would take another 3 days for him to catch up. During these 3 days, Yi Xian had been paying attention to the black-clothed man's movements. Just as Yi Xian had hoped, the black-clothed man did not move. After 3 days, Yi Xian finally caught up with the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man is hiding underground. He should still be trying to crack the array on the Qiankuan ring. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then he said to Old Tree, Old Tree, beat him out of there. All right. Old Tree nodded and swooped down. After a while, the ground started to shake violently. Then Yi Xian heard a few system notifications. Ding. Azura Ghost Lord and Yanming Ghostly Lord are dead. Ding. Azura Ghost Lord and Yanming Ghostly Lord are revived. Both Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord were killed by the 9th-grade Immortal Emperor below. This was within Yi Xian's expectations. When Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord joined forces, they could only fight against an 8th-grade Immortal Emperor without the Mystic Divine Armor. The one below was a 9th-grade Immortal Emperor. It was only natural that he would be killed. However, Yi Xian's aim was to lure the black-clothed man out. Indeed, not long after Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord died, the black-clothed man broke through the ground. He was holding the Qiankuan ring in his hand. 6th-grade Immortal Master? The black-clothed man was shocked. A mere 6th-grade Immortal Master dared to find trouble with him? However, what shocked the black-clothed man was that Yi Xian was able to find him. Was it a coincidence or something else? I remember you. You were in that team. What do you want? The black-clothed man said coldly. To be honest, he was interested in Yi Xian. A 6th-grade Immortal Master was like an ant in his eyes. However, he was able to remain calm when facing him. It seemed like he was not an ordinary person. What do I want? Hearing this, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Then he said slowly, Of course I want to kill you. When the word you was heard, the sky-splitting divine ape, who was wearing the mystic divine armor, was finally summoned by Yi Xian. A 1st-grade demon emperor sky-splitting divine ape, wearing the mystic divine armor, its combat power was off the charts. What? The black-clothed man had just reacted when he saw 108 rod shadows coming towards him. These 108 rod shadows were very fast. The black-clothed man had just reacted when he was hit. Bam, bam, bam. All 108 rod shadows hit the black-clothed man's body. His shoulder was instantly smashed into pieces. Even his immortal heart was shattered. Chapter 1809. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. When the system beeped, Yi Xian had already rushed over and kept the Qiankuan ring in the Qiankuan ring. Ding. Host has completed the chain random task. System rewards 1000 severing slash to advance once and unicorn to advance once. The chain random task was finally completed. Moreover, the rewards of this chain random mission were simply too good to be true. 1000 severing slash had advanced once before and required 2 devour points to advance again. Now, the triggering rate was higher and it could vibrate 3000 times in an instant. This was very important for Yi Xian to challenge those of a higher level. Moreover, unicorn to advance again required 4 devour points. Now Yi Xian could directly summon level 2 unicorn, which was very good. Let me see what is in this Chen Kuan ring. Yi Xian immediately asked the celestial-level Devour system to analyze the array on the Chen Kuan ring. Ding. Deciphering the array will take 2 days. Do you want to decipher it now? Yes. Yi Xian immediately agreed. He could still wait for 2 days. At the same time, during these 2 days, Yi Xian's cultivation had risen to the 7th grade of the Immortal Sovereign Realm, while Old Shu, Azura, Wei Zhentian, and the heaven-breaking Divine Ape had all become 2nd-grade Immortal Emperors. Now, they should be invincible among those who were not a half-step immortal. 2 days later. Ding. Deciphering the array is successful. The system beeped. Hearing this, Yi Xian quickly checked the Chen Kuan ring and found that there was nothing in it. No, there was something. It was a black scale the size of a fingernail and it seemed to be broken. It should be half a scale. Yi Xian immediately used the celestial-level Devour system to analyze it. Ding. This item is a dragon scale. It turned out that it was just a dragon scale. However, if it was just a dragon scale, how could it attract the attention of a level 9 immortal emperor? Could it be that there was something fishy? Yi Xian played with it for a while but did not find anything special. However, this black dragon scale could not be devoured. How strange. In his astonishment, Yi Xian investigated the universe ring of the black-clothed man to see who he was. An elder of the Cold Star sect? After a quick search, Yi Xian confirmed the other party's identity. This 9th-grade immortal emperor was an elder of the Cold Star sect. However, other than that, there was nothing else useful. He still didn't know what this dragon scale was for. By the way, someone entrusted Lin's escort agency to escort this dragon scale. We can start from the employer or the destination of the escort. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This dragon scale indeed belonged to the Lin family's escort agency. However, it had been snatched away by the man in black and Yi Xian had snatched it back. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't want to return it to the Lin escort agency. After all, he felt that this dragon scale was very unusual. Let's go back to Lin's escort agency and take a look. Yi Xian thought to himself as he prepared to break through the void and return to Lin's escort agency. However, right at this moment, ding, the target of the death hunt order is dead. Suddenly, a system notification rang out, causing Yi Xian to freeze on the spot. The target of the death hunt order was dead? Previously, Yi Xian had marked the little demon king of chaos, the black-clothed man, and Lin Qi. The little demon king of chaos was fine in the planting space. The black-clothed man was already dead, so this time the one who died was Lin Qi. Isn't that the Lin family's escort agency? Yi Xian was shocked. He was about to break through the void when he suddenly stopped. Lin Qi had died near the Lin family's escort agency. What was going on? Yi Xian glanced at it and found that he could use the time reversal skill. Therefore, he broke through the void and arrived near the Lin family's escort agency. B*****. Find him. You must find him. A loud shout entered Yi Xian's ears. Following that, waves of powerful auras appeared. There were dozens of people, all of whom were high-level immortal emperors. Moreover, there were 3 auras that were more powerful than the 9th-grade immortal emperor elder of the Cold Star sect. Half-step enlightened masters. Gulp. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. Looking at the destroyed Lin family's escort agency, he suddenly realized what had happened. The Lin family's escort agency was destroyed. No wonder Lin Qi was dead. So this was the reason. Kid, what are you doing? Suddenly, a voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Oh no. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. Although the person who came was an 8th-grade immortal emperor, there were still many experts patrolling the area. Once the battle started, he would have to face the 3 half-step immortal emperors. You destroyed the Lin family's escort agency. I will avenge Ling Kai. Yi Xian's eyes widened. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. He should be able to kill 3 half-step immortal emperors. Although he could reverse time, he might not be able to take revenge only once. The only thing he could do now was to kill. Patian, kill them? Yi Xian roared. In the next moment, the divine ape of heaven splitting appeared. It directly smashed the 8th-grade immortal emperor into pieces. Heaven shocking 108 strikes. The divine ape of heaven splitting was a 2nd-grade demon emperor. After wearing the mystic divine armor, its combat strength was extraordinary. A 9th-grade immortal emperor only needed 1 strike. What? Not far away, the 3 half-step immortal emperors were shocked. They did not know where the divine ape of heaven splitting came from. However, the divine ape of heaven splitting's attack was enough to threaten them. I didn't expect the Lin family's escort agency to have such an immortal beast. We can capture it and bring it back to the sect leader. The leader of the half-step immortal emperors sent a message to the other two. Then they charged forward. Fight. The divine ape of heaven splitting, the old tree, Azura Ghost Lord and Luo Luo were enough to fight against the three half-step immortal emperors. If they were to compare, Yi Xian's side had the upper hand. Me too. Heavenly Fire 3 Mysterious Change, Third Change. In an instant, Yi Xian's cultivation realm broke through from the 7th grade immortal emperor to the 9th grade immortal emperor. Due to his high cultivation realm, the Heavenly Fire 3 Mysterious Change only increased by 2 realms. However, this was already good enough. Being a 9th grade immortal emperor and having the slaughter status increased by 6 times, his strength was not bad. Immortal Slaying Sword Formation Rise. Yi Xian and the others began a frenzied slaughter. Although the 3 half-step immortal emperors were strong, they were not as strong as the divine ape of heaven splitting. In less than 5 seconds, the 3 of them were defeated and killed one by one. Yi Xian immediately rushed over and collected their interspatial rings. They are all from the Frigid Star sect. Yi Xian squinted his eyes slightly. The 3 half-step immortal emperors and the 9th grade immortal emperors were all elders of the Frigid Star sect. So was the man in black from before. It seemed that the Frigid Star sect knew what the dragon scale was. However, before that, it was better to turn back time. Previously, he had spent 2 days deciphering the formation. Coincidentally, the Lin family's escort agency was destroyed. Chapter 1810. Time Reversal. Yi Xian immediately used his divine technique and returned to the moment when the black-clothed man died. Although I haven't deciphered the interspatial ring, I already know what's inside. It won't be a problem later. Yi Xian said in his heart. Then he broke through the void and returned to Lin's escort agency. The people of Lin's escort agency recognized Yi Xian, so they immediately let Yi Xian in. Lin Kai and Lin Qi had already returned. They were discussing how to deal with the situation. After all, they had lost their mission. However, they didn't understand that the mission this time was very important. In 2 days' time they would be annihilated. Lin Kai, tell Lin's escort agency that the Frigid Star sect will send 3 half-step enlightened masters to destroy Lin's escort agency at noon 2 days later. Yi Xian directly transmitted to Lin Kai through voice transmission. What? Lin Kai was shocked. 3 half-step enlightened masters from Frigid Star sect were going to destroy Lin's escort agency? I think the interspatial ring you lost belongs to Frigid Star sect. Now that you've lost it, they'll come looking for you. Yi Xian transmitted through voice transmission. What should we do now? Lin Kai was silent. Don't worry. I'll help you get through 2 days later. Yi Xian said. In 2 days' time, his cultivation base would increase to 7th grade immortal venerable. At that time, the sky-breaking ape god and the others would be able to reenact the scene before time reversal. Previously he was 1 step slower. He only broke through the void and returned after hearing the notification of Lin Qi's death. Now he was guarding Lin's escort agency, waiting for the arrival of Frigid Star sect. He was now a 7th grade immortal venerable. As long as the people of Frigid Star sect came, he would kill them all. In these 2 days, Lin's escort agency didn't do anything. Although Lin Kai had passed on Yi Xian's message, the other party didn't take it seriously. How could a mere escort agency destroy Lin's escort agency? However, the employer didn't come. Sure enough, 2 days later. Not good. A large group of people came from the northwest. All of them are high-level immortal emperors. There are also 3 half-step enlightened masters. An expert from the Lin's escort agency rushed in. The entire Lin's escort agency was in an uproar. Could it be that what Lin Kai said before was true? Why was the item in the dart so precious? Lin's escort agency's branch leader, come out. A half-step Taoist master who was killed by the sky-breaking godly ape shouted in the sky above the Lin family's escort agency. Then the elites of the Lin escort agency leaped out one by one. One of them was the leader of the Lin escort agency, Lin Miao. You are? Lin Miao asked in surprise. However, the other party did not answer his question. Instead, he took out a portrait and said, "This person, was he the one who asked you to carry the goods?" Lin Miao glanced at the portrait but didn't recognize it. However, his grandson Lin Qi recognized it because the person in the portrait was his employer. Your Excellency, are you here with ill intentions? Lin Miao asked directly. Cut the crap and hand over the dart. Otherwise, the entire Lin's escort agency will be in chaos. The half-step perfected person in the lead said. This sentence was indeed a threat to Lin Miao, but the Lin's escort agency was a company of integrity. Firstly, they could not reveal the employer's identity. Secondly, they could protect the dart with all their might. Back then, when the employer asked Lin Chi to carry the goods, he only said that there was something important inside. However, he did not choose the highest level escorts. Under normal circumstances, the more precious the item was, the more powerful the person would choose to escort it. However, this employer only hired Lin Chi and a few rank 6 celestial emperors. Naturally, no one would take it seriously. Unexpectedly, this was a smokescreen. Even the half-step perfected person wanted the item inside. This was troublesome. Lin Miao was sure that this was a disaster for the Lin's escort agency. If they did not handle this properly, they might really be wiped out. Helplessly, he could only compromise. He said, "That dart was delivered a few days ago. However, it was robbed by a rank 9 celestial emperor in black. My grandson was injured because of it." A man in black? The half-step perfected person in the lead was shocked. They had indeed sent some elders out. Could it be that some of the elders had found out and retrieved the item? Of course, he did not fully believe it. Just in case, he had to take some action. Kill them. The half-step perfected person in the lead shouted. What? When Lin Miao heard this, he immediately drew his weapon. It seemed that today's battle was unavoidable. That day, Yi Xian did not warn the Lin's escort agency. Hence, the Lin's escort agency was wiped out. After turning back time, although Yi Xian did warn them, the Lin's escort agency did not take it seriously. However, Yi Xian was nearby today. With him around, the Lin's escort agency should not have a problem surviving this disaster. Little monkey, it's your turn. In the distance, Yi Xian summoned the sky-splitting divine ape and charged over. Previously, they had wiped out the Cold Star Sect's team by themselves. Today, with the help of Lin Miao and the others, it was naturally easier. The sky-splitting divine ape charged into the crowd and smashed anyone from the Cold Star Sect on sight. What? The 3 half-step perfected person were shocked. Before they could react, 2 rank 9 celestial emperors had died. How was this possible? In their plan, they would kill Lin Miao and the others and search their souls. However, they did not expect that a little monkey would suddenly appear and threaten them. Lin Miao was filled with fighting spirit when he saw that help had arrived. Although he was afraid of the Cold Star Sect's background, the other party wanted to wipe out the Lin's escort agency. No matter what, he had to fight. The sky-splitting divine ape's strength was terrifying. It suppressed the 3 half-step perfected person while fighting 1 against 3. With Lin Miao's help, it finished off the 3 half-step perfected person faster than before. As for the others, they were quickly dealt with by Old Tree and the others. This battle was much faster than before. After this battle, Lin Miao and the others from the Lin's escort agency were shocked. The team that threatened them this time was much stronger than the Lin's escort agency. There were 3 half-step perfected person. Originally, the Lin's escort agency was supposed to be wiped out. However, now that the other party was dead, they heaved a sigh of relief. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly cleaned up the battlefield. This time he had helped the Lin's escort agency. Naturally, the spoils of war belonged to him. Lin Miao, Uncle Li, Lin Chi and the others were all stunned when they saw Yi Xian come out. Yi Xian had helped them resolve the disaster just now? Go. One had to know that Yi Xian had asked Ling Kai to remind them. However, they did not take it seriously and thought that it was just a normal escort. After all, the employer was only a rank 7 celestial emperor. The goods could not be that good. At most, they would just have to compensate. However, they did not expect that the escort would be so important that the Cold Star Sect directly sent 3 half-step perfected person. Chapter 1811. Alright, the matter is settled, but I'm afraid the Frigid Star Sect won't let this go. It's up to you whether you want to leave or stay. Yi Xian turned to look at Lin Miao and the others. The reason he helped the Lin clan's escort agency was because of Ling Kai. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to turn back time. With that, Yi Xian left Lin Miao, Lin Chi and the others with a handsome back view. This time he was going to the Frigid Star Sect to investigate the Black Dragon Scale and find out what kind of treasure it was. He speculated that the Black Dragon Scale might have been the Frigid Star Sect's treasure, but it was stolen by a thief and the Frigid Star Sect sent a large number of experts to search for it. The black-clothed man was an elder of the Frigid Star Sect. After obtaining the treasure, he might have wanted to keep it for himself. Thinking about it, it was indeed possible. However, Yi Xian would have to wait for the Frigid Star Sect to figure out how to use the Black Dragon Scale. At their current speed, it would take them a few days. During this time, Yi Xian's cultivation level increased again, reaching the 8th grade of the Celestial Venerable Realm. Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, and the Sky-Breaking Ape God were all 3rd-grade Celestial Emperors. The sect master of the Frigid Star Sect seemed to be a 2nd-grade half-step perfected being, nicknamed the Frigid Star Sage. However, apart from him, a second-stage half-step enlightened being, there were only two first-stage half-step enlightened beings left. With the sky-breaking ape god strength, it wouldn't be a problem to destroy the Frigid Star sect. Of course, Yi Xian wanted to find out the use of the Black Dragon Scale before he destroyed the Frigid Star sect. Perhaps he would spare their lives then. Soon Yi Xian arrived at the Frigid Star sect. This sect had only risen recently and was not considered weak. Since you have the strength, there's no need to be afraid. Let's just go. Yi Xian summoned Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Jintian and Luo Luo. Go. In an instant, Old Tree and the others charged in. Who are you? The guarding disciples of the Frigid Star sect shouted angrily. However, these disciples were only 5th or 6th grade celestial emperors. They were unable to stop Old Tree and the others. Super Devour. Yi Xian followed behind the Old Tree and used Super Devour on these people, forcibly sucking them into his planting space. Ever since the establishment of the Frigid Star sect, no one had ever dared to brazenly trespass. After Yi Xian and the others rushed in, a few 9th-grade Immortal Emperor elders came out to kill them. Which scoundrel dares to F? Before an elder could finish his words, Old Tree sent him flying with a punch. At the same time, his arm was ripped off and his interspatial ring was taken away by Yi Xian. The Old Tree was now a 3rd-stage Demon Emperor. In addition, he had been strengthened by the soul-generating liquid from the Necromancer Kettle, so his physique was extremely tough. He could easily fight opponents 6 levels above him. A mere 9th-grade Celestial Emperor was nothing in his eyes. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. They could feel that Old Tree's cultivation was not high, but he was able to send a 9th-grade Celestial Emperor Elder flying with a punch. How was this possible? Immediately, someone sent an order to the 2 half-step perfected persons elders and the sect master of the Frigid Star sect. However, at this moment, where is the sect master of the Frigid Star sect? Yi Xian shouted angrily. After a while, 3 figures rushed out. All of them were half-step perfected persons. One of them was a middle-aged man who was a 2nd-grade half-step perfected person. Who are you? The sect master of the Frigid Star sect could not help but ask when he saw Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't answer this question. Instead, he directly took out the half of the Black Dragon Scale and said, "This half of the Dragon Scale is in my hands. As far as I know, this originally belonged to your Cold Star sect?" The higher-ups of the Frigid Star sect were shocked when they saw the half-dragon scale. "You're the thief?" The sect master of the Frigid Star sect trembled. "I don't know who stole it, but I got it from your Cold Star sect's elder. No matter what, this thing is mine now. I came here to ask you guys, what exactly is this dragon scale?" Yi Xian directly asked. This half-dragon scale was originally a treasure of the Frigid Star sect. Not only did Yi Xian get his hands on it, but he even came here to ask how to use it. This was a little too arrogant. A mere celestial venerable dares to speak to the sect master like this? A half-step perfected person shouted angrily. "If you know what's good for you, hand over the dragon scale yourself. Perhaps the sect master will spare your life." Another half-step perfected person said. As for the sect master of the Frigid Star sect, he did not speak. He just watched coldly. An 8th-grade celestial venerable and several 3rd-grade celestial emperors dared to attack the Frigid Star sect. If one were to say that Yi Xian didn't have a background, that would be absolutely impossible. Before the sect master of the Frigid Star sect could speak, Yi Xian said coldly, "Since you won't speak, I'll have to do it myself. Go." Yi Xian did not waste time with the other party. He immediately ordered the Old Tree and the others to attack. Shameless boasting. A half-step perfected person elder shouted angrily. He charged toward Yi Xian, preparing to take back the dragon scale. However, in the next moment he was in trouble. Nether soul-shattering strike. Grasp of the underworld. Claw of the demon god. Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord and Luo Luo launched a joint attack. At the same time, Luo Luo put on the Mystic Divine Armor. After putting on the Mystic Divine Armor, her combat strength skyrocketed. Bang! Amidst a few screams, the half-step perfected person's chest was penetrated, and he died immediately. When his corpse fell from the sky, the surrounding people were so shocked that they could not speak. Even the sect master of the Frigid Star sect doubted his own eyes. A half-step perfected person was killed by a few juniors who were not even 5th-grade celestial emperors. How was this possible? In fact, the Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord's attacks were not too bad. The truly powerful one was Luo Luo. Luo Luo was a heavenly loathsome fox, and she was 1 grade higher than the Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord. She was also wearing the Mystic Divine Armor. Her strength was actually enough to fight against the sky-splitting divine ape. Of course, this was referring to the sky-splitting divine ape without the mystic divine armor. Bastard, you're courting death. The sect master of the Frigid Star sect was furious. He immediately joined forces with another half-step perfected person and charged toward Yi Xian and the others. However, the real trump card was yet to come. Sky-splitting divine ape. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Sky-splitting appeared beside Luo Luo. Then, the mystic divine armor that Wei Jintian had transformed into turned around and donned on Sky-splitting. Although Sky-splitting was a 4th-grade celestial emperor, his strength was much stronger than Luo Luo, who was a 5th-grade celestial emperor. Heaven-startling 108 rod strikes. 108 stick shadows fell from the sky and smashed into that 1st-grade half-step enlightened being with lightning speed. Bang! This half-step perfected person of the Frigid Star sect's body directly exploded, and he died instantly.